Hello, fellow homebrewers. JP here, and I want to introduce to you the brand new Brewbuilt X1 Conical Series available at More Beer. More Beer sells the highest standard in homebrewing equipment, and the Brewbuilt Conicals are just that. They're made from mirror-polished 304 stainless steel, and they come with loads of features that you and I have been looking for. They have a full 2-inch bottom dump valve, which will eliminate your clogging issues, while the sturdy base includes 4 reinforced legs, just like those big Pro tanks do. More Beer also carries the Brewbuilt line of options and add-ons like casters, pressure kits, and even external glycol chillers. So you can find out more about the new Brewbuilt X1 Conical Unitanks by going over to morebeer.com for detailed videos on the entire line of Brewbuilt Conicals. You can trust Brewbuilt with your next fermentation, and you can trust More Beer to find the right conical for you. Brewbuilt at morebeer.com.
Welcome to the Flash Finds Podcast, the world's fastest podcast where we explore how Facebook can help you with the stuff you're into. I'm your host, Emma Rogue, and today I'm with creator and home decor guru, Julie Souza. Julie, what's your number one tip?
So if you're into home decor, I would suggest looking into Buy Nothing Facebook groups. It's a great way to explore your style, all for free.
Ooh, we love free stuff. Thanks, Julie. See you next time on the Flash Finds Podcast, all about discovering the stuff on Facebook you care about. Bye.
The mysterious Graham Box from More Beer brings you this Brewing Network Sunday session. See the Graham Box Affordable Control Unit at morebeer.com.
Great beer is about drinkability. Doesn't matter the style.
You guys are like walking beer Wikipedia. That's the first time that you've ever accepted me as a person.
Or you have a fermentation in your gut.
I'm jet propelled at all times.
How many guys do you think that you have the privilege to slap?
Somebody who's never tasted a commercial example, and this is how you know everything about this beer? Please, you don't.
I think that's bullshit.
I think it's bullshit too.
Wow. Are you guys going to arm wrestle?
No. We're going to teabag fight instead.
You heard of Junkyard Wars?
Can I get another high five, Beavis?
Now, live from the Brewing Network studios in Northern California, this is the radio program for home brewers, craft brewers, beer lovers, and beer geeks. It's your only source for live beer radio that brings expert brewers together with, well, expert drinkers. This is the radio program with a head on it. This is The Session.
All right, well, that took longer than expected to get started.
Never heard that before.
It's going to be a very Jewish holiday show we have for you today. First time we're doing this on our holiday show.
First and only?
First time there's ever been this many Jews in my house, actually.
It's true.
Congratulations.
What did you know about?
It's a good thing you don't have anything valuable.
Jews are known to steal?
Oh, I don't know, maybe.
JP's just going to make up racist.
Yeah. Actually, that was my goal. You actually called me out. I was going to make shit up. Well, you know they build airplanes, right?
Well, that's two out of 10,000 stereotypes. We got a few to go yet. We'll get them all.
That's true.
Yeah.
I heard they're trying to buy Disneyland, JP.
What?
JP wouldn't have that.
Will never happen.
We got Hebrew in with us today. Jeremy Cowan and Zach Davis. I've been wanting Jeremy to sit in the studio for a long time since I met that guy at the Celebrator Beer Fest a couple years ago. We had a good time on a short segment there. But Jeremy frolics all over the country all the time.
Place.
Tough to get back here in the Bay Area.
Yeah, right. And it's so sweet to be in the house with the immediate stereotype. I'm just going to steal this whole fucking radio show today. It's on.
It's kind of pissed me off that Jeremy has a better radio voice than I do.
It kind of does, right? I'm sure you can tweak out his little settings there.
Oh yeah, I'm gonna in post. I'm gonna make you sound like shit.
Nice.
Thank you for letting me be here. It's nice.
Yeah, we'll do that.
Yeah.
All right, we got a great show planned for you today, and I have an announcement to make.
What is it?
I've now joined the ranks of people who dress their dogs.
I saw that.
Which makes me a
What's
complete...
with that? What's the point of that?
Complete douchebag.
And Sam doesn't deserve to be in that sweater. Why would you...
Yeah, I have to... It's really depressing to me that I'm now a dog dresser. But my poor dog, she's getting old now, and she's shivering all day, every day. She just sits there shivering constantly. Doesn't matter how much I turn up the heat. Which, by the way, I don't really turn on the heat very often.
Right.
So Paxton actually got tired of watching the poor girl shiver and brought me. It's like a blanket, but you Velcro it to the poor animal.
A blanket,
Yes.
dog blanket.
Yeah. I'm going to change your name to Blanket, like Michael Jackson's kid.
I'm putting a blanket on you.
Yes.
Blanket.
So now I have a faggy little pit bull running around.
That is pretty sad.
Is she
shivering anymore?
And it has
but she's not shivering anymore, and that's why I've kept it on her.
Well, I love the fact that it has a pocket on it.
It does that. You can keep your weed in there.
No one's going to search the pit bull for weed.
No. It's a drug dog.
Yeah.
It's a different kind.
Yeah.
It's literally a drug dog.
It's going to attack you. When it's about to attack, she shivers and leans to one side, so you better watch out.
Right.
Yeah.
Tasty's been here for 10 minutes. I bet if you go out there, you'll find 2 cookies in that little pouch.
I was wondering what that was for.
Probably.
Keep your weed in there.
Yeah, so...
That's too bad for you.
It is. I don't feel good about it.
So your dog has T-shirt time.
She now has T-shirt time. Yeah. That's right. What are you going to do?
I don't know. Laugh at it?
Yeah. Blanket.
Blanket.
All right. So, every year we do a holiday show. It's always an adventure. We've had strippers before.
That's right.
We've had broken bones.
Yeah. Remember that?
Yeah.
And I jumped on board, and I thought the only thing better than strippers is male Jews.
Perfect. So it's our first ever Hanukkah show, I guess. Is it still Hanukkah?
No,
it's over.
Christmas Hanukkah.
I have to admit, I kind of screwed something else up, too. I thought, like any good Italian, a lot of people coming over, I'd make a sauce. You make a sauce. That's what you do.
Right.
Sausage, right?
There's a crap load of pork in it that I kind of forgot until after. I'm like mid-dumping the pork into the sauce, and then I went, shit.
And that's why you have invited me for the very first time to your house.
Yes.
I feel so special tonight.
I know, Jeremy. I've really prepared for this. So you get the Classico sauce. I'll have to pull out the Classico and heat that up. Everybody else gets the good homemade Italian sauce. Sorry about that, Zach.
I heard we do have some latkes on the way, though.
Oh, that's good.
Yeah.
All right, that's going to help.
See, I kind of don't even know the non-pork. I mean, you kind of said it. I put pork in it, and I laughed because I figured I had to.
But
I figured it was a mistake. I have no idea.
Well, Moscow, you eat pork, don't you?
Yeah, I do.
Only when it's free.
Right.
If pork wasn't so good, I wouldn't eat it, but it's amazing.
Right. Jeremy, do you eat pork?
Thanks so much for having me tonight. It's really a treat to be here for the holidays. Honey Baked Ham is our sponsor this evening.
Yeah, exactly.
Shmaltz Brewing Company. No, actually, this year I have almost twice been threatened with the loss of my kosher certification because a different account felt like it would be hilarious to pair some of our beers with specifically non-kosher products. So we had to, I for years have said, we can't do that, and I don't want to do it. And everybody can make their personal preference, but as a company, our policy is to pair with stuff that's not absolutely treif or not kosher.
Right.
But we throw a little Coney Island in the non-kosher mix, so that's fine. So if it's going to be paired, we can throw some Coney Island lagers with it.
Now, so that's your only beer that's not a certified kosher beer?
All the Hebrews are certified kosher. All the Conies, I just didn't bother with it. I didn't think it was going to be that important, although it's come up a lot in the last year. Maybe it's just where I've been hanging out, but people have tended to ask me about the Coney Islands, whether they're kosher or not. And it is served at a couple of kosher restaurants in New York City. I just had one at this awesome deli in Midtown. So
beautiful.
That's been cool.
Now, is your mother proud of you for that? Is that something she says, Jeremy, you're a good man?
Dude, and it's just straight up ham and my mom. We got 3 hours tonight, man.
Yeah, he doesn't know what else to talk about with Jews.
Exactly.
Your mother
very
and
disconcerting for Italians.
Now, Doc is Jewish by marriage, if that's possible.
And by that you mean not at all Jewish.
Nice. It's good. In the mix is always nice. All of our beers are hybrids in honor of mixed marriages everywhere. So
good.
We appreciate it.
Zach, are you Jewish?
I am. Jewish. Yeah.
Do you have to be a Jew to work at Hebrew?
No. I wish that...
That's illegal, isn't it?
Yeah. Well, I don't know. That would be an interesting question. I just so happen to have some Jews and some non-Jews, although we just made the joke the other day. It's now official that all of the Jewish guys, other than myself, have an Asian fetish. So it's my new sales rep in Chicago made it official when Brian's married to a Pakistani woman, and Zach here is about to engage on a life journey with with Liz in the other room, who's
probably listening to the show right now.
Probably getting ready to bring a baseball bat in
keep
here.
It low key.
Is it a common thing that Jews have an Asian fetish?
No, it's that Asian women have a fetish for Jewish men.
That's right.
That must be it.
All billion Asian women just want those.
Every single
6 million. It's about 6 million Jewish men in the world.
It's the perfect pairing of two model minorities.
Right. It's a good challenge.
Very hairy and very hairless.
You are a bastard.
It's true.
All right. So a lot to do today, as you can tell. We're changing a few things today. Normally we play Stump the Brewer when we have a guest in the studio. Today we're going to play Stump the Jew. And we're going to test
Is that like a lynching thing, or what?
Jewish joke number 7.
No, this is we're gonna see how much of his culture Jeremy knows.
That's great. So usually it's ask the Mexican, as in like you might learn something. Wouldn't that be fun? Tonight it's embarrass the minority guy in front of all of the ham eating friends in the room.
Don't worry, nobody listens to this show.
No.
Nobody's going to hear
My
this.
mother's listening.
Least of all us.
Great. If you want to call in and talk to Jeremy, it's 888-401-BEER. We'll take your calls tonight. You can join Bevo in the chat room by hitting the Chat Now button, and she'll send your questions over to me. You can watch all of the action over at justin.tv/Brewing Network. The webcam is up. You can see all the happiness in the studio. Right now we're pouring some Hebrew beer around the circle. So,
do I have time to give my mother-in-law a call?
Yeah, you want to give her a call?
Yeah, she
tell her to turn it off
to see how it's going.
Yeah, to have her tune in.
Yeah. Did she come up for Hanukkah this year?
No, we went down there for Thanksgiving and did a little Hanukkah stuff down there.
You did?
Yeah. So
is that allowed to do it outside of actual Hanukkah?
Well, you kind of have to when you don't live around them.
And it's close this year. Every year on the Hebrew calendar, Christmas moves around. So this year Christmas is really late. And so it was nice that Thanksgiving was just right there, right before Hanukkah.
Is it ever like in May? Or just
we actually were smart enough a long time ago to add that extra month, so it kind of keeps it within the realm.
Okay.
So it's good.
Doc, you went down to your Jewish family for the holidays for Thanksgiving and Black Friday?
Yeah. Yeah, and we almost ended up having Thanksgiving in a Chinese restaurant, thanks to my mother-in-law.
It's like out of the Christmas Story.
Yeah, it was horrible.
So what happened? Did you end up finding a place you can go get Thanksgiving dinner?
Yeah. We were the only ones in the restaurant. It's nice.
McDonald's?
Welcome to our world.
Yeah.
Can we just have one really big chicken nugget?
See, I bet it was acceptable for your wife's parents when she married you, right? Because you were a doc.
That helped.
So you were halfway to Jew anyway. So it was like, well, we can overlook it.
They could be happy and sad at the same time.
It's called bittersweet.
All right, a couple of announcements for you guys today. The store is stocked with all kinds of shirts and books. I've signed Yeast and signed Brewing Classic Styles and signed How to Brew. All new lunch meat shirts are in there.
That's right, baby.
I got all the sizes of everything else you guys have been looking for. I think the only thing I have that I didn't post is chick lunch meat shirts. I couldn't find the photo to put those up.
But they're there.
But they're there.
They are there.
So I'll try to get those up. If you're ordering now, you'll probably get it in time for Christmas. I know that lots of shipping will happen this week, and
lots of shipping will happen tomorrow.
If you order after tomorrow, it probably won't make it to you by Christmas. So order tonight and tomorrow, and JP and my mom, not the Jew, will be here. Shipping
tomorrow. That's right, baby.
So order now. Subscribe and join the BN Army. It enters you into the More Beer donation giveaway, which, believe it or not,
when is that?
We'll be catching up tonight.
Yeah?
We're doing 4 months worth of donation giveaways.
So you get like 5% ownership in the company now?
Yeah, I'm giving away 5% of the BN to 4 people.
No, of More Beer.
Of More Beer.
Yeah.
We're giving away $100 gift certificates to 4 different people.
Oh, wow.
Tonight.
We are catching up.
So a lot of things happening. The only way you get in on that is by hitting the subscribe button on the homepage and becoming a monthly donor. The more you donate, the more times your name is entered and your chance to win in the More Beer donation giveaway. You can find out about all these announcements over on Twitter and Facebook. Which JP is now in charge of, our Facebook account.
I kind of am, yeah.
He's doing a great job.
Thank you.
There's like 1 post a week now. So JP's really, he's good at what he does.
I don't appreciate that.
What does he do?
He writes things.
I've replied to someone.
He puts links up there every now and then.
I link them to some things, and I type some words.
Insults people every now and then.
Well, you have
that's
to.
That's a given.
Yeah. So it's exciting.
Let's pretend like I'm writing my family, and it just flows out naturally.
Comes out on your Facebook page.
Your
all right.
Facebook page.
So that's what we have going. If you have show ideas, send them over to Scott@thebrewingnetwork.com. If you have feedback, send it to feedback@thebrewingnetwork.com. Everything else goes to JP@thebrewingnetwork.com.
Oh, thank you.
Why not, right?
Why not?
All right. Shat is not here this week. I almost let the cat out of the bag last week. He was going home to surprise his family. And he didn't tell me that I was supposed to keep it secret. So.
Is that why he froze and went, no, I'm going to be here?
Yeah. So I kind of freaked out last week on the show.
Sense. I don't remember.
Poor guy. He says he told me 3 times, but we know.
He smokes weed.
He probably remembered to tell you. Oh, I need to tell that guy something.
Mm-hmm. You know what goes well with this beer I'm drinking right now?
What's that?
The Vicodin I took.
Yeah?
Oh, the two of them are really mixing well together. My liver is laughing at me.
Uh-oh.
Oh, and it looks like Doc's letting me know that we can scissor on today's show.
We can robo-trip?
We can scissorp.
Yes.
Did you, Beef, did you bring the grape drink? Because we have a bottle of codeine in front of us. You did not bring the grape drink.
Scissor.
Wow.
Let's pass that around right now.
I probably won't wake up tomorrow morning if I do all these things I'm doing.
Wake up dead.
Yeah, I'll run the board last half of the show.
It'll be fine.
That'd be good.
We have 2 weeks off anyway, so plenty of time for you to learn how to do my job and then come back in the new year. The Brewing Network will be fine.
I could do it right now.
Jeremy just slid me a note that says, make sure that cough syrup's kosher, and then pass me that shit.
Right. Doc, did you have this blessed? Is it kosher? I'm sure it is. All medicine is kosher, I think, right?
Yeah, I had the pharmacist bless it.
Do you have to go to a kosher pharmacist too, or do you just assume that?
Yeah, you just have to cut the turn it upside down, cut its throat, and say "Al Akbar."
You just have to drink it standing on your head, and then it's fine.
Halal codeine, it's all good.
Now, Doc, your own name is on it. Are you allowed to prescribe yourself your own codeine?
I have friends.
Oh.
Is that something that he should really be saying?
No, probably not.
Here's some this thing I'm going to do illegally, and I'm going to tell you all about
What's
it.
What's illegal about it?
Right. He's sick.
I didn't see him take a sip of that when I was looking the other way.
Right. Yeah, I had this wisdom tooth pulled on Monday, and all was going well until I was really high for like 2 days. Guy told me to take a Vicodin every 3 hours. and I took it to heart.
So you just peak. That's all you do for 2 days.
Oh, for 2 days it was fantastic. I wasn't even laying on my bed. I was laying above my bed.
Have you shit yet?
That did slow down a little bit because I also couldn't really eat very well, so I was eating cheese. So cheese and Tylenol, that'll stop you up.
Yeah.
Really? Because cheese and Vicodin makes me blow gas like there's no tomorrow.
Right?
Yeah, I'm familiar enough with that combo to know how it affects me.
Right. Well, so everything was going fine, and it seemed like I was healing well, and I woke up Friday with a raging toothache. Doc says I have a dry socket.
Yeah, probably.
No.
Which,
bad times.
So I had to start in on the Vicodin again today, which I wasn't happy about because I like to stay focused on the show. I have a big interview here. And so, Jeremy, if I just start, dozing off or, staring into just keep going.
We'll pick it up from there. Yeah, no problem.
Just take care of it.
Just push him out of the chair and take over.
Right.
At least your girlfriend doesn't have a dry socket.
That's true. Thank you. Oh my God. Anyway. All right.
It's all class.
It is.
Tonight for Hanukkah. Bringing out the heavy guns.
That's right.
All right, in the absence of Shat, Moscow will be doing Shat's announcements today. Shat's announcements are brought to you today by Downtown Joe's. You can go to downtownjoes.com. Colin over there makes some great beer. If you ever stop in, you get a BN Army discount. You get like a $1 off beers. If you have BN Ink, a real tattoo, he gives you $1 beers for the duration of your stay.
Or the duration of your tattoo.
Right. All right, go ahead, Scott.
The Central Florida... You couldn't get Hava Nagila to play behind me or something?
No, that's the best I could do.
All right. Central Florida Homebrewers Mead-Lennium will be held on January 29th in Orlando, Florida. Deadline for entries is the 22nd of January. Go to cfhb.org for details. The Doug King Memorial Specialty Competition. We've read this a couple of times already. Entries are due by January 9th, so get on that. The Milwaukee Ale House and the Beer Barons of Milwaukee. They announced the Midwinter Homebrew Competition taking place February 18th and 19th in conjunction with the 14th Annual Midwinter Brew Fest. Go to registration opens January 1st. Go to check our website out. Everything's there. Pleased to it's
awesome.
That's what it says here. We're also pleased to announce that starting this year, the competition will be part of the. Wow, Shat doesn't do a very good job of condensing these, does he?
No, that's why it's always such a really long segment.
Oh, I got to pick on him when he's not here.
When you're high, it doesn't seem as long.
Turn your mic on next time, Vivo.
In addition to the category and Best of Show awards, one of the winning Bach entries will be chosen by the Milwaukee Ale House to be brewed commercially. Right, this is all part of the same thing. The brewery's 300th batch homebrew competition.
All right, never mind.
Look at
Moscow.
this. Look at this.
It's just skim through it. Read the bowls.
What's the date on the last one?
All right, a bunch of competitions and stuff. Thank you to Downtown Joe's for sponsoring Shatz. And
that's like a whole
Do the
page.
one that's in the email that was important today. Do the new one. Will you do that one for Napa?
Yes.
For Napa's?
Yeah, boy.
That one is...
I'm here for you whenever you need me.
All right, go to bungbrewers.com.
But did Chad organize your email too? You can't blame it on him.
First annual inaugural Napa Homebrew Challenge. Bungbrewers.com.
Okay.
There you go.
Right. Wonderful job, Moscow. The show is going great so
Give me
far.
3 pages of stuff. There's so much here.
You should have read it first.
Screw it, I'm done.
All right. Thank you. Okay.
We'll review ahead of time.
How about feedback? Should we do feedback?
Don't have Scott do it.
All right, feedback's brought to you today by
We don't have that much time.
the Cicerone Beer Certification Program. Go to cicerone.org. Our good friend Ray Daniels runs that, and you can become a certified beer server or a master Cicerone, even if you're very ambitious.
I want to be a scissor brone.
You could be with this lovely bottle right here. Are you a Cicerone yet, Jeremy? A certified anything?
14 years, certified absolutely nothing.
Right.
Sitting here, I got nothing for you. No certifications, no professional nothing. Got the book. The book's all I got, man. It's
But
just
you're Jewish.
beer, book. Yeah, tonight that served me well. Thanks.
He said it, by the way.
Appreciate it.
And they can't take that away from you.
Yeah, exactly.
All right.
They try all the time.
Go to cicerone.org.
Oh my God!
You've got mail.
Kick ass.
All right, let's see. Josh from Atlanta wrote in, I enjoyed the segment on base malts last week, but though you guys did a disservice, I wanted to tell you guys you did a disservice to the listeners by not mentioning Designing Great Beers by Ray Daniels. This book, especially for beginners, lets you know those critical things, like the fact that 25% Crystal 60 is probably not appropriate for a pale ale. It gives you a pretty good empirical parameters to go out and design your own beer style, similar to Brewing Classic Styles, but with a little more breathing room. Keep up the great work from Josh. Yeah, right. There you go. Designing Great Beers. We mention it all the time, though. So. A question came through in the email. I thought maybe you guys could help this woman out. She says, I want to buy my husband a fridge or freezer to use as a fermentation refrigerator. What is the smallest size I could buy that would allow him to ferment 1 glass carboy? What do you think, guys?
A 12 cubic foot, right? Like just a little dorm fridge.
Yeah, the dorm fridge.
See, if you get the dorm fridge, though, I will warn you, some of them have that ledge in the back where the motor goes.
Most of them do, but there's one model of Sanyo that doesn't have a freezer.
Okay.
So you got more room in there.
Then you can fit the carboy. Because mine, you can't fit a carboy because of that stupid ledge and the freezer.
You can build a little shelf that makes it come out all the way. If it doesn't have the freezer, you got enough room in the top of it.
Okay.
It's Sanyo 1025 or something like that. I don't remember exact model.
Okay.
Best bet is just take a measurement, diameter reading, and height of your carboy, and then go down to the Sears with a tape measure.
Any of those that hold a half barrel will handle your carboy.
Yeah.
So a lot of them are made for keggerators.
Okay.
So you can get if you look for a kegerator made out of like a dorm fridge kind of thing.
Yeah.
You'll find one that can hold a carboy.
Okay.
But look for the one without the freezer in it.
The chat room is telling me they think Moscow is semi-retarded. Just so you know. Moscow.
Well, yeah, we agree.
All right, John writes in, BN, last week I brewed for the first time on real brewing equipment. It was a microbrewery in South China, has a 400-liter brewing system, but was missing a brewer. So I got in on it and brewed some beer. It's the biggest batch I've ever brewed. Went really well. However, one thing I couldn't really figure out was how the whirlpool was supposed to work. The drain on the boil kettle is located directly in the center of the kettle, which confused me, since whirlpooling pulls everything towards the center. Seems to me the drain should not be in the center in order to make for a good whirlpool. Anyhow, he said the system's made by a Chinese manufacturer. Do you think this is a design problem or is this typical? Anybody ever seen a drain on the center
in the boil kettle?
In the boil? Maybe he was boiling in the mash tun.
Right, like in the mash tun, I've seen that for sure. But
you probably used the wrong side. Try boiling in the kettle next time.
Wasn't there somebody that did ask?
Yeah.
Well, it's all in Chinese. How's he going to know?
No, somebody that brewed on the system before.
Apparently, there was no...
He's missing, which is my favorite part.
Yeah.
He's just missing. So
Does he have an extra vessel that looks like a whirlpool or something? Because that's what he needs, right? As a separate vessel.
Something coming on the side.
Yeah.
He's never brewed on a commercial system in his life, and he just steps in there.
How is he boiling? And
Why are they asking
ball
us?
valves on the bottom. That steam jacket, I guess? I don't know.
Fuck if I know.
I don't know.
He probably wasn't even at a brewery. It's all happened in his bathroom. All right, Brian writes in, "Hey, Brewcasters, just want to let you know I entered my first homebrew contest and got second place out of 15 beers in my category. It was the Shakespeare Stout clone from Can You Brew It?"
Hey, look at that.
Nice.
He says my highest score was a 37. I think I would have done much better, but I added coffee to it, and that made it a little too bitter.
Oh, yeah, a little too roasty.
Why'd you do that?
Let's see.
Because he could.
Thought it'd be a good idea.
Yeah.
Anyway, he says, I could not have done it with all you at the Brewing Network. Suck it. And thanks.
I don't want to.
From Brian. All right, thank you. Your feedback's brought to you today by Cicerone Beer Certification Program. You can go to cicerone.org and find out how you can become a certified beer server or master Cicerone or all sorts of things. I think our friend Nicole Ernie now works
Yes, she does.
for Cicerone.
Yeah.
What does she do for them? Do we know?
I don't know.
Tasting?
I think she'll be doing what Ray has been doing, going around teaching classes, administering the test.
Oh, great.
Yeah.
She'll be good at that. She has a really loud mouth.
There's a lot of sad people that she's not at the Trappist anymore.
Right.
Yeah, she's missed there.
Yeah, she was a bartender there for a while.
Right.
But that's too bad. But it's great she's working for Ray. Ray's a good
that's
dude.
great,
and
great
Cicerone's
combination.
good. All right. What's with Ray scooping up all the hot chicks in the brewing industry? Now he's got
both of them.
You got now he's got both of them working over at Cicerone.
There's maybe 2 or 3 more.
Is there? Let me think.
I don't know. Well,
No,
maybe.
just because you say you're hot doesn't mean you are.
No, hey, don't tell Ray.
Right. I don't want to name their Ray will scoop them all up. I knew he was a smart guy.
Yeah,
Well,
he's
you
got
know.
a business plan that includes that. So.
Right.
Yeah.
It is. It's on page 7.
Single, you might as well do it.
All employees must be hot and young.
Yeah.
They're all under 30, too. Boy, that Ray, he's got something
And
going.
drink beer.
Hey.
I like it. Smart girls, too. So good job to you, Ray.
Well, that's your staff here.
I got to change.
Super hot.
Yeah, I'm looking around this room going, man, did I fuck up?
Yeah.
Boy, Ray really got it
Wait,
right.
Bevo's looking at you pretty funny.
Oh, sorry.
I'm glad Bevo's mic
except
doesn't work.
Except for Bevo. Bevo is hot and stuff.
Plenty hot.
Yeah.
Cleavage this week? I didn't take any
No,
look.
she's been, ever since the cleavage show, she's been, like, wearing turtlenecks to work every week.
She's wearing a goat costume today.
What happened to the cleavage, Beav? I'm telling you, I think did you run out of those special bras that was making everything?
run out.
Your microphone. What's wrong with the mic? Fix her microphone over there, JP. You're
I have
board
to?
certified now, aren't you?
I don't know. They
All
let
right.
me out.
Here's what we're going to do. I can fix it anyway, because we're going to take ourselves a quick break. When we come back, we're going to start talking about Shmaltz Brewing Company. And Jeremy Cowan and Zach Davis are here. We're going to find out all about the beer, the concept, how the hell you make kosher beer. The chat room already wants to know. I see that question coming through. And also, the new book by Jeremy. What's it called?
Craft Beer Bar Mitzvah.
There you go. Everyone's
Fitting.
writing books nowadays. I got to write a book.
Let's write a
about
book.
Something.
How Not to Write a Book by Justin Costley.
I bet I could sell a lot of those. Hang in there. It's The Session. We'll be right back.
You're listening to the Brewcasters. On the Brewing Network.
Hey, Push, the new brewery's looking good.
Thanks, Finn. Piece by piece.
Well, let's fire her up. Whoa! Is that a new kettle?
Yeah, just got it brand new, but paid half price.
What? And that blade scale?
40% off.
The new tap handle?
$5 instead of 13. Got a new regulator for the brew stand, too, but $5 instead of 25.
Dude, where are you stealing all this stuff from?
Where else? The More Beer deal of the day.
Announcing the Beer, and More Beer deal of the day. Every day, a new fantastic deal from big items to small that will blow you away. Boil kettles, carboy carriers, sterile siphon starters, digital timers. Watch morebeer.com every day for a new deal, and you just might find the item you've been waiting for at a price you cannot believe. Hurry, because stock is limited on most items.
And that sweet Guinness cap? Let me guess.
The More Beer deal of the day.
Yeah, I knew it. Come on, let's brew something. Find the More Beer deal of the day at morebeer.com. Celebrity voices impersonated.
Nico, listen, our lawyers said that we had to do this for 1 hour, and after this, we don't have to talk to each other for 3 more months to the next meeting.
Kids, come on, let's get out of here.
I'm supposed to have more lines. I'm the professional. Hey, it's Sully.
And I'm Nico.
And we opened the 21st Amendment 10 years ago at 563 2nd Street in San Francisco, just 2 blocks from Giants Park, to make great beer and have a great time doing it.
That's right, because to us, the 21st Amendment is more than just the right to make beer. It's the right to experiment, to be innovative, and just do things differently. And so now, we're putting our craft beer in cans.
That's right, cans. You can find our world-famous Hell or High Watermelon Wheat Beer and Brew For Your Die IPA in the Northeast, Northwest, parts of the Midwest, and Alaska in cans and on draft. So next time you're at your local neighborhood pub or good beer store, be sure to ask for 21st Amendment in cans.
Because everyone likes it in the can.
Tasty crack cans.
Tasty crack can.
Hey, what are you doing, man?
Writing a review of WLP 400.
What? You're reviewing yeast?
Yeah. White Labs has home brewer reviews of all their strains. Are you new to these interwebs? Check it out.
That's awesome.
White Labs, your source for great yeast, invites all brewers to visit whitelabs.com to read and write your own reviews of all their yeast strains. Get real-world tips and tricks from other brewers who have made the most of their vials and post your own experiences. It's another way White Labs brings you closer to the best yeast on the planet.
And send. There you go.
You misspelled flocculate, dude.
What? Mother...
White Labs. It's all in the vial.
When I order a beer, I want my server to know more about it than I do. I want someone who enjoys good beer and loves helping others enjoy it too. I want someone who knows how to pour a perfect pint for every beer style. I want a Cicerone.
The Cicerone Certification Program is creating the type of people who help you enjoy great beer. Home brewers and craft beer lovers know beer is more flavorful and complex than ever, and it takes some serious knowledge to store and serve beer right. Cicerones know beer. There are 3 levels in the Cicerone program: Certified Beer Server, Certified Cicerone, and Master Cicerone. Cicerones are truly the sommeliers of beer. The best beer locations have a Certified Cicerone on staff. Relaxed and unpretentious. Cicerones are tested on storing and serving beer, beer styles, flavor and tasting, the brewing process and ingredients, and pairing food with beer. Learn more about your next beer guide at cicerone.org. Certified Cicerone, because it takes top talent to present a perfect pint.
When the temperature dips down below freezing, you can either sit inside and whine about it like a little bitch, or you can go outside, freeze your nuts off like a man, and make a couple of beers. That is what Brewing TV does. Come with us on an icy party gal brew session in a new episode online now at brewingtv.com.
Whether I'm making me dry stout or rebuilding me kegs, I head to the heart of dear Dublin for me homebrewing supplies.
You head all the way back to Emerald Isle just for a wee batch of grain or a bit of keg tubing?
No, you moronic waste of liver. Dublin, California. I go to HopTech.
For 30 years, HopTech in Dublin, California has been supplying homebrewers with malt extract, fresh grains, hops, spices and sugars, hop oils and extracts, and much more. HopTech is one of the first homebrew supply shops on the internet and is proud to offer award-winning beer kits, both online and in their store.
Mention the BN Army for a 10% discount off your order.
The store is open every day except Wednesday, or shop online at hoptech.com anytime. HopTech is run by passionate, award-winning brewers who live, love, and travel for beer and bring their experience to the store for you.
If you don't want to visit Dublin, just call toll-free 800-DRY-HOPS or go to hoptech.com.
Visit HopTech today in Dublin, California, and at hoptech.com.
This is www.thebrewingnetwork.com.
Sit down next to it, grab yourself a paper towel, and watch those yeast have sex.
You're listening to the Brewing Network.
The Brewing Network. Saving your life.
One beer at a time.
Welcome back to the program. Thanks for sticking with us. We may have gotten Bevo's microphone fixed even at the break.
Yay, for us, right?
Fun and exciting.
Yeah.
Now we can hear all the important things.
Oh, that's awesome.
Oh, that sounds real good.
You sound like Charlie Brown's dad.
I guess Bevo's call screener booth is covered in ants, as is the mixer.
So what?
That's the sound of running audio through an ant carcass. It's a new effect by DigiDesign. And,
it's instead of the auto tuner now. Everyone's going to T-Pain is going to roll up on this thing
with the ant tuner.
Try
it again, Beav. Let's see. I want to hear what the ant tuner sounds like. Sounds like nothing. Perfect. All right, this is going to go great.
Whatever.
Yeah. By the way, it was.
Try it again.
Beavis.
3 years. I'll get this down eventually.
All right, sing. It sounds like you have a cold. It's really all it is.
Sing
That's
one of
a
those
cough syrup.
Sing one of those awful top 40 songs you really like.
No.
Come on, give us anything.
Come on.
I have ants. This sounds terrible.
That's why.
By the way,
Ants
I
crawling
kind
all over me.
of thot that the every song uses the auto tune was an exaggeration.
Dude.
But in my 2.5 hours of listening to the Wild 94.9 or whatever the hell it was the other day to subject myself to new music,
right?
I realized that 9 out of 10 new songs, they are auto tuned.
I noticed that when I was in Disneyland last weekend.
Are they doing
for whatever? Are you walking down downtown Disney? They have the crappy radio station going.
Oh.
Every song has the auto tuner. Every single song.
Is It's a Small World now run through auto tune?
I wish it was, and they'd just have a T-Pain doll.
Awesome.
Awesome.
Into the small world. Be great.
It'll definitely make number one.
Yeah.
Sam has the T-Pain app. It's actually really fun.
It sounds
just like you.
It sounds like your microphone. Does the T-Pain app make everything you say auto-tuned? Is that what it does?
It makes everything I say gangster.
Oh. Is T-Pain gangsta? I thought T-Pain...
Yeah.
I think
He's
T-Pain's...
sensitive, I think.
Yeah, I think T-Pain's a big sissy, actually. I don't think he's very gangsta.
Bevo, I don't think you need an auto-tune app because everything you say, I auto-tune it out, so...
Who's the one with all the gold teeth?
Shut up.
Not T-Pain, but Little Brother or something?
Little Wayne.
T-Teeth.
Little Wayne, that's
He is
his
ridiculous.
name. Little Brother. What kind of racist am I? Boy,
It's
oh
just
boy.
a little, no, you're identifying with him. That's my little
I just
brother.
think
My little brother.
Jews in the room appreciate that you've moved on to a different
Right.
minority.
A different minority. You're welcome, Jeremy. I'll keep it going. I'll go down the list.
I do feel so grateful.
Right. All right, so Jeremy Cowan and Zach Davis from Shmaltz Brewing Company, the makers of Hebrew beer, are with us today. What's the website, Zach? People can go look up your beers.
Schmaltzbrewing.com.
All right. And you guys make a ton of different beers, if I'm not mistaken. You're not one of these breweries who's afraid of making different ones.
We're not one of these flagship breweries. we just make 15 different beers and we sell them all.
That's just what we do.
We just do it.
We do that.
You don't walk around talking about your core brands.
Oh God, yeah.
We have to keep these going. Our core
did.
brands is 3 pages long.
Got it.
It's like Shat's announcements.
Yeah.
Easier to read, though, I hope.
I don't picture a lot of work happening over at Schmaltz Brewing
that's so
Company.
sweet. Yeah, right.
Not by these two, anyway.
Very sweet of you guys.
I mean, every time I
Great
see you,
entry.
Jeremy, you're hanging out.
Yeah, exactly.
Glad handing.
Keeping it real.
Cashing checks, kissing babies. It's just the best.
You've never worked a day in your life.
Not one day. Not one single day. I'm currently not working on a Sunday night for 3 hours, an hour from my bed.
Yeah,
that I
Jeremy
haven't-
comes in. So how long's the show again? 3 hours. And then he yelled, Jesus Christ. You believe that?
Thank
No,
you.
he can take the Lord's name in vain. He can do whatever he wants.
No, that was a celebration of your Sabbath.
No.
Right.
From my people.
From my people to yours.
We couldn't have done this on a Saturday afternoon. I mean, come on.
No, that
You're
would
busy,
be...
aren't you?
yeah.
Of course not.
No.
I think I have a phone call I was supposed to take before we talk to Jeremy.
Is it...
What's his name?
Way to go, Vicodin.
Yeah.
That's what happened last time I called in.
Right.
15
His
minutes
name's
sitting
Matt.
on hold.
Hey, Matt, what's happening, brother?
Hey,
Hey, man. What can we do for you?
so I'm the guy that talked to you on, I don't know, like Wednesday or something like that.
Hang on.
About my
It's my
homebrew
Uncle
club.
Bill.
Before you continue, take another bong load, Matt. Yeah.
Oh, dude, I would, but like, I can. I mean, do you want me to?
I mean, are you serious?
I mean, whatever, dude.
All right. So, yeah.
I mean, dude, whatever.
You have a homebrew club in Arkansas or something. Is that right?
Joplin, Missouri.
Missouri,
Yeah,
that's
close.
right.
It's almost Arkansas, yeah.
Yeah, very. Too close, dude. Colorado, that's where I'm going.
Tasty's from Missouri, I think, aren't you, Tasty?
Up by St. Louis. Yeah.
I think you have to say Missouri.
The normal part.
Yeah, I knew he went to St. Louis.
Right.
That's like on the other side of the state, though. I would have gone to meet him, like totally, but yeah.
But I forgot about it, man.
Where did you pick up totally and
Yeah, I
man
forgot
and
about it.
dude
I mean,
from?
Like, I knew he was coming into town, so I was like, I gotta smoke, you know? Like, the big man's coming into town.
Next thing I know, I'm 13 episodes into South Park, and I never went to
They never got to see Tasty.
Scott, tell me this is Jeff Dowder.
That was the reason he smoked.
We'd have hit it off.
So, what are you doing? Promoting the club again, or what's up?
No, like, basically, I was calling one because I really would like to see Avery Brewing Company on the show, and I said something to you about that when we were talking on Wednesday, and I've told, like, Bevo, like, twice about how I'd just love to see him. And
Bevo, why don't you get on that?
Like,
Sorry.
Oh.
yeah, I mean, really.
It's
I'll message him, like, but I feel like you guys probably got more pull than I do.
I doubt it.
I don't
You're
know.
in Missouri,
I
and you have a homebrew club. That's pretty good.
Anything else we can do for you? You like $100 check or something?
No, you know, I appreciate you guys. Like, I feel like I should be giving you guys money, you know.
Well,
We'll take it.
We're talking.
Now you're talking.
You should.
Oh wait, you said number one. Now what's number two?
All right, yeah. What's number two, brother?
Oh, well, the other thing is, like, because of the Brewing Network, my brewing has got significantly better. I called in once before. I'm kegging. I'm, working on building up a system.
Yeah.
I got all these things going on. But also, I got this homebrew club started partly because of the Brewing Network and Jameel. Like, Blow Max is part of the group here in Missouri, and we just had, like, 3 new members just join up, like, out of nowhere.
That's crazy.
And we had a homebrew club meeting Thursday. Yeah, one of those days.
Yeah.
And
those days
we talked, and
Nothing better than a bunch of men sitting around talking.
Right.
With beer.
Sounds familiar.
What book was the selection for that month?
Like every Sunday night of my life.
I wish I could hear more of what you guys are saying.
No, you don't.
Watch the webcam. Just don't watch the
I really
webcam.
do.
All right, Matt. Thank you for the call. Congratulations on the homebrew club. And if you don't have a homebrew club, start one. It's really a great way to get to know beer
Other guys.
and other
And your
dudes.
neighbors.
I'll work on that Avery thing.
It's a great place to meet dudes, right, Tasty?
Yeah, and send your show IDs to Scott at thebrewingnetwork.com.
Yeah. Which I think I forwarded that to you anyway, didn't I, Scott? You're all over Avery, I'm sure of it. Yeah.
Si, senor.
Yeah, they're on the list.
Scott, are you upset that the chat room thinks you're half a retard, or you just don't have a microphone?
Yeah, the latter.
A little bit of both.
Okay, yeah. It's like
I'm asking you a question, but you don't have a microphone.
I just found out actually that Zach and Scott grew up together.
Grew up
You're
together.
old homies.
Yeah.
Or something.
Yeah. We've known each other since we were like 5 years old.
So have you seen each other's wieners?
I don't think so.
Like you didn't go to gym together
Not
or
that I
anything?
remember.
You
at
didn't
least.
play Wounded Soldier and Doctor?
No.
Wounded Soldier.
Yeah. Oh, help me, field medic. I have a bullet in my wiener. Oh, I'll take it out for you. Here are the pliers.
That must have been a Livermore
That's
game.
hilarious.
It was.
Where did you guys grow up?
Agora Hills, California.
It's like the West San Fernando Valley, just about 15 minutes south of where they make the port.
It used to not be the valley, and now it's the valley.
I see.
Yep.
Well, you guys made it out alive.
My brother got drunk at his house for the first time.
How old was he then?
Him. I think he was probably like
9.
Probably like 21 in one day. We're gonna say with the boss sitting right
Dear
next
ABC.
to me. We'll give or take maybe a couple of years on that.
I had no recollection of this until you brought it up.
Well,
and even now I don't know. What you're
the reason
talking
I have a recollection is because he was the one that got grounded for coming home from your house and jumping onto his friend's father's lap and calling him Santa Claus, which I thought was also appropriate for a holiday show.
Right.
Go
Hey,
Cody.
Santa
Reeking of
Claus.
vodka.
Santa.
Cody Davis, ladies and gentlemen.
So did your mom call his mom?
Did my
Santa
mom-
Claus?
No, I don't think so.
Nobody got in trouble
No, and
over this?
actually, we dodged that bullet because I very clearly remember telling my brother to stop drinking as we kept passing him the drinks.
Right.
Well, also, Zach's parents are hippies, so they wouldn't have cared anyways.
That's true.
That's pretty cool.
Yeah, my dad just put a new music video up on YouTube, Marijuana Rag. YouTube it, guys.
Is that right?
Yeah.
That's from your dad?
Straight up.
I'm going to look it up right now.
Do it.
Legal.
I don't
Legal.
believe you.
Totally legal.
It was really your dad?
It's on iTunes, too.
That's the reason I know that Zach's parents are hippies, is because his dad has played an acoustic guitar for as long as I can remember.
in a tie-dye guitar shirt.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Marijuana Rag.
Yep.
So this is Mr. Davis.
This is Mr. Davis.
Ragtime song or what?
What we got here?
Rag like chicks, period?
Gross.
No?
That's dirty.
Who puts marijuana and menstruation in the same...
Zach's dad.
A little tangy, little bluegrass.
Oh, well, just at this crucial moment, the...
Brewing Network's internet has really been coming through for us tonight. I can't even Twitter during this show because I have to close my computer. Sorry, guys.
Yeah, we're very high-tech here at the Brewing Network.
Yeah.
We'll take breaks. We'll wait for Mr. Davis's marijuana rag. So, it's coming up. So are all his songs about drugs or
no?
Just
but he really likes this one. I think he wants
just
to.
The good
I
ones.
think we're trying to get it on Weeds.
Marijuana rag.
Yeah.
Oh, he's got his tie-dye shirt on. This is like right up your alley,
I was walking down the
Doc.
street one day when I was accosted by a funny-looking man. He had a bag of green stuff in his hand, and I was pretty young, and I didn't understand.
This is your Hanukkah present, Dad.
Well, he took me by the arm, and he led me to a hill. It then, and I love it still.
Wow.
Sing it, everybody.
Yeah.
And then I met another fella who finally put me to the test.
My friends in the dorms love this song.
Cool. He was all American. He wore a wingtip on one foot, a Ouijan on the other. He wore a suit. He was a cop, and he put me under arrest.
Quite a storyteller, your dad.
Well, they put me in the cell with the addicts. Like
He has a gift for. I get it from.
He has a gift for pacing. He has a gift for pace.
I'm waiting for the hook.
Here, it's right now.
Yeah.
Don't worry.
Now it's to you I speak marijuana. My heart's
editing. Camera check.
morning I call
Thank you, iMovie.
wrecked, and then I do it again at night.
Wow.
I dream about rape. I'm going insane. My self-confidence
That's my living room, by the way.
Him too?
Gonna love you till I die.
Wow.
Right?
Well, he's a real talent, your dad. And
he'd fit right in here.
Seriously, can he be our new songwriting person?
Sure.
I'm sure he would love to. BN needs a new jingle, right?
All right, so go to YouTube and search Marijuana Rag. I want to see the views on this video skyrocket for Zach here.
From 2 to...
yeah, to 12.
I think it went up 3 days ago. So
it did. Does he have lots of videos up?
No, I think that's the first. He has about 5 songs that went up on iTunes last week, and then which was followed by the YouTube video and a Facebook campain, which included status updates and copious emails.
Right.
Yeah.
Is he is this his trade or a hobby?
It was his trade until he had a family, and then he got a job.
Right.
And then now that all the kids are out of the house, he's kind of re-exploring.
So he blamed you for 20 years.
I don't know, man. He was.
So
we grew up with a lot of music in the house.
That's pretty cool. I like that.
Yeah.
So if pot makes you dream about rape, would this meth make him dream about brownies?
Decapitation or something?
Yeah. Oh, I was going the other way.
Unicorns and...
So how does Shmaltz Brewing Company get started?
You're the best. This is by far the best intros we've ever had for Shmaltz Brewing.
Perfect.
Yeah. Did we say Shmaltz? I'm from Avery Brewing Company, and
you guys have been contacting us for a while.
We're so grateful.
Adam, you're a wonderful brewery in Colorado.
Stop harassing us, guy from Indiana.
So here's what I think. I picture you sitting around one day with your buddies. All right, you're a craft beer fan.
What are they wearing?
And you go and you think of this funny play on words, Hebrew.
Yeah.
And then you design a whole company around this one funny play on words. That's how I picture Shmaltz Brewing
That sounds
Company.
absurd.
You read the book.
What page is that in the book? That's like page 1?
Is that it?
Page 2. I think it might be page 2. The page 1 is about fake IDs in Menlo Park in the 80s, but page 2 is about standing around with a bunch of guys with a punchline, thinking it was funny,
and then building it global.
But doing nothing about it. Actually, but doing nothing about it for a decade until I was talking about it with my girlfriend's dad at the time, and he thought, wow, Jewish beer, that'd be kind of funny. Nobody else is doing it, and if it tasted really good and it was tons of great shtick, maybe other people would get a kick out of it. And so Yeah, you're spot on, man. It's exactly what it sounds like it should be. I definitely still to this day, people say, "So is this your full-time job?" Like, yeah,
right?
Yeah, $2 million in sales, 30 states, 14 years in, 7 staff members, and 100,000 case equivalents, and it's just a whim. It's a hobby. You just do it on the side.
I hate that question, by the way. I still get that. So that's your full-time job? And could you be more insulting?
Right.
Let's be honest. Look at their job and look at your job.
Well, and I get it, but I'm just saying it's not very subtle.
No, it's not. It's very hand-handed.
But you've done very well. How long ago did the company start?
14 years ago. So, I did absolutely terribly for about 8.5, 9 years. We didn't make a profit, anywhere near a profit, for years and years. Broke even in about our 8th or 9th year. So I love when people, say, "Oh, I started this new business. We're really expecting some profits in the 2nd or 3rd year." And I'm like, it's funny because I put in the book, I put the original press release that I did about 3 months after I started. And in that press release, it says, "We're expecting our first profit." I think I used "we" because it was me by myself, my girlfriend in the background going, "I don't want to have anything to do with it." So, I was expecting my first profit in 2 months after that. And I was like, 8 years in, I just had absolutely lost all of my friends and family's money and all of my own money. Wow. And completely messed that up. So thankfully, in about my 7th and 8th year, when I switched the production to the East Coast from the West Coast, I wrote a check to myself for my credit cards at the time for $50,000, which I think is hilarious. That I had not had a salaried job in 7 years at that point,
right?
And I even include my pathetic Social Security earnings report in the book, and it's shocking to me to think how much credit I got.
And that's how you survived.
That's how it went. So we brewed after the company went bust, and I took off for a little while. We just kind of kept it limping along, and which was an interesting kind of dynamic about the beer business is even if you get to a certain point, it doesn't disappear overnight. Definitely doesn't succeed overnight either. So it took me about 10 years to get to the point where it was starting to grow. And so that gave me an opportunity to do stuff like hire Zach and to hire Leah and to work with Matt full-time, my art director. And so it was a long haul.
How much money, if you don't mind me asking, did you start the company with in year one?
Sure.
What was your nest egg?
Well, the very first year, I literally, like you said, it was basically an experiment. We could say it was a joke, but I was serious about making the country's first and only and sincere and authentic and delicious and proud, non-ham filled and not anti-Semitic celebration beer. And so I was really serious about that part of it for myself. And so I went to a little tiny brew on premise place in Mountain View right off Ringsdorf, which is fun for me to think back on the first time I went in there. I had done all this research about craft breweries in Northern California, and all of them, I was like, "So do you think you could make me, like 25 cases of beer and I could run around and try to sell it?" And everybody went like, "What? No." I mean, even North Coast, Anderson Valley, Lost Coast were pretty small still then, but everybody said, no. So I went to this little spot in a strip mall in Cupertino next to the Petco. It's like wedged in between the Petco and the In-N-Out Burger.
Okay.
And they made me 100 cases of Genesis Ale for Hanukkah of 1996.
So you weren't a home brewer at the time. You had never brewed beer.
A whole lot of nothing.
Okay.
I mean, I had worked at I worked at the first brew pub in Louisiana and New Orleans when I lived there, and after school I worked in the French Quarter. And I mean, we were all surrounded by Sierra Nevada and Anchor Steam, but I didn't, honestly, it's funny because I look back on the first conversations I had with Simon, who was the brewer there, and I definitely didn't know the difference between hops and malts. I didn't know the difference between anything in the real business world. Like, I was an English major. My mom was an administrator at the med school at Stanford. My dad was a high school special ed teacher. It wasn't like I had this great history of business and brewing. So it's been really cool for me that really I didn't start a beer company in the beginning. I used to say it all the time to my friends and my girlfriend. I'm not starting a beer company. I'm not starting a beverage company. I'm not even starting a company. I'm starting a Jewish community organization.
Okay.
And an arts project. And I just thought it would be fun and see how it went. So I started with $2,000. It bought me about 100 cases of 22-ounce bottles, which I brought a little crew of friends down, hand-bottled, hand-labeled. And then I drove it around. I borrowed my grandmother's car because I didn't have a car when I was living in San Francisco.
Perfect.
And we hand-squeezed pomegranate juice on the floor of my apartment on the corner of Cesar Chavez in Valencia. Got a bunch of friends to come over. We did a few taste tests here and there. Nailed the final style, which only a couple of the cases spoiled in the bottles from some of that hand packaging.
What was this style, this first Hebrew beer?
Yeah, so since I realized when Simon said, "So what do you want the beer to taste like?" And I was like, "Oh man, yeah, I want it. Well, I'm not sure. I know what in my head the experience to be like." And so that was one of the funniest things for me to think back on. I didn't know hoppy, malty, I knew what the experience that I wanted people to have. And my translation in my own head to Simon was, I want it to taste like the richest, perfect, well-prepared, absolutely delicious turkey Reuben.
Oh, just that.
And just fills your mouth with this incredible burst of flavors, and it's comfort food, but it's also inspirational, and it's representing everything from the past to the future, and all tied up in this one moment of drinking that beer.
And his response?
What the fuck are you talking about?
Yeah, smoke another one, Jerry.
Like, what's a turkey Reuben? So, this is a guy, we laugh about it to this day. He went on to be an incredibly successful brewer with Pyramid here in Berkeley. He was the head brewer for Pyramid. And it was really funny because he looked at me and just full on deadpanned, like, so hops or malts or... All right, I'll tell you what. And he just said, go get me a bunch of beers and we'll try them together.
Okay.
And so I remember sitting outside at the, it's like one of those kind of benches with a built-in umbrella holder and circle bench. And we just displayed like 30, 40 beers. And at that time, in the late 90s, was like the mad dash to the middle of amber ales. It was, everybody called it slightly something different. It was a red ale or it was an amber or a pale, but everybody was kind of using similar directions.
Everybody's gateway beer.
Yeah. And so I just brought a little bit of everything I could get my hands on, and he created, I figured, in my mind, I was being really clever, and to this day, I've succeeded or failed depending on your perspective, but I thought, why would you do something exactly like everybody else? So everybody loves Sierra, everybody loves Anchor, everybody loves Boont Amber. Why don't we make something that's neither an amber nor a pale? We'll do something in between. It'll be so clever. It's a hybrid, right?
Sure.
One of a kind. And add pomegranate juice, so it'll be this really cool, interesting addition, and it ties into the Torah and Jewish text. So he made me this kind of hybrid, which we didn't know what to call. So to this day, Genesis Ale on the label says a light brown ale. And so it didn't exactly
very
catch
descriptive.
on. Didn't catch on. Yeah, Genesis is our biggest seller, and I love it, and it's a great... Now it's basically just a session ale. But at the time, I remember him standing on the ladder next to the kettle, and I said, well, so what are we going to call this thing? And somehow we came up with light brown ale. And there's never been a BJCP category for it. It's never been at Craft Brewers Conference.
We should
never
work on
been
that.
At GABF. Yeah, one of a kind.
Let's get back to your roots.
Yeah.
But it really is a light brown ale. I mean, when people drink it, they're like, you go, oh yeah, it's kind of in between a pale and an amber. It's going to be a little roastier than a pale. It's nice and light on the hops, and they're like, oh yeah, no, this is like totally light brown. And they know exactly. I mean, it's hard to sell it onto the shelf as a like let's put this in the light brown section.
Right.
Yeah.
Now, but how did you sell the beer? Did you just show up?
Dude. I mean, I was an English major and I worked at arts organizations. And the one company I worked at before this was they made audio tours for museums, and so I had a tiny little bit of product creation experience. But when I was in New Orleans, I had started a literary magazine and sold it on the street. So I just walked around the French Quarter and went to cafes and was like, hey, you want to buy a literary rag? Okay. And so that's basically what I did when I started the beer company, too. I went to 4 accounts. I walked into the front door. Tim, the owner of Brewmakers, and Simon actually were really helpful. I mean, they said, look, there's a guy who's the beer buyer at a store. And I was like, oh, cool. So where is he? And they go, yeah. The beer section. So
right.
They said, all right, cool. And so I operated under their license for the first 9 months and self-distributed. And literally I just walked in the front door and went to the beer section and looked for a dude and said, hey, do you buy the beer? And So I got 2 accounts on the peninsula, 1 in the city, maybe 1 in Berkeley. And the first day, I went down to the brewery, loaded up my grandmother's car with about 20 cases. My mom took 10 cases to Molly Stone's in Palo Alto, and my buddy took 10 cases to a couple of accounts. And we just spread out and dropped them off. And
Got it.
as I was so inexperienced. First of all, I didn't know the difference between a wholesaler and a retailer.
Okay.
Like you'd think, son of a Jewish Shmaltz salesman who my great-grandparents owned a rag company in New York City. But that was, 75 years ago.
Well, you might also think you would have researched a little bit.
Yeah, no, I had a full-time job at the time. I
see,
had no interest in research. I was like, oh, this sounds funny. I love shtick. Let's make it. Let's do it. And so when I was getting ready to deliver the beer, I was thinking, oh, so how's Whole Foods going to pay for it? Should I go by the register or something? Or
do I have to give an invoice?
Yeah,
how does it work?
Invoice. Yeah. So good.
Invoice.
Tasty.
That was a good idea.
So somebody told me. I don't remember, but somebody told me you have to give them an invoice, and I didn't know what an invoice was. So
you went back to your car and wrote on a napkin.
Yeah, that you should have gotten from your heritage.
Just said invoice.
There's no Google either.
You weren't paying any attention at all.
Invoice equals $25.
Yes. Well, $26.95. $1996.
Got it.
So yeah, it just was a complete madcap experiment, and people do it today, and there's a lot of opportunity in the craft beer business to be able to sell. Thankfully, you can still self-distribute.
Right.
There are enough independent retailers that can allow you to do that. Whole Foods would be tough to do that today.
But at that quantity, even if you sell every bottle at that quantity, you're not making a dime. That's not enough beer to make money, is it?
No.
Okay.
No, there's almost no way to make money when you're selling, even 5,000 cases.
Oh, I see.
So unless you're charging an enormous amount and it takes you 6 or 9 months to make it, and you've invested in barrels and alternative yeast strains, and you know exactly what you're doing. Now you could actually make a living at 5,000 cases. Then, I made, including driving the stuff around and schlepping it over and over and all the tolls and the gas. I mean, I was making, I think, about $10 a case total. So when I went into distribution, into my wholesalers in Northern California, about 9 months later, I switched all the production from brewmakers as they got seized by the Santa Clara County Sheriff's Office.
Oops.
Tim went underground and ran away, and all the bounce checks had a few angry folks showing up at the back door.
Oops.
So, but he had good intentions, as did everybody, and I had a chance to switch to Anderson Valley, and then I started doing a little more research, and I understood what the difference between a wholesaler and a retailer was.
So you never wanted to have a brewery and a big fancy system. You just wanted to make and sell this concept, this beer.
Yeah. I mean, from the beginning, I just wanted to make the country's first and only Jewish celebration beer.
Okay.
And I had come back from a 5-month stay in Israel and Jerusalem and Sfat in northern Israel, and I was just really passionate about getting more involved in the community. So I did everything from arts organizations in town, the museums, the film festivals and comedy shows, and volunteering for stuff like that. So this originally was, I just figured I will make a beer that sells at like Jewish delis and Whole Foods, and that's it.
Okay.
But as it evolved, all of a sudden I found myself, and I would fight this all the time. I thought, well, man, I'm going to be totally different. I'm not going to do it like everybody else. I'm not going to go into their distribution networks. I'm not going to go into their retail channels. We're going to do this totally differently. And then you realize the beer business of all places is basically exactly the same channel, and you are stuck, and there's no way to get out of it unless, luckily in the last few years, there's a lot of room to be incredibly creative, and there's enough margin to really pull off something special.
And some extra distributors that aren't just Anheuser-Busch and things like that, right? So.
Yeah, I mean, and it's funny because then there were a lot of independent distributors. The ones that I had were pretty small, but there were even smaller ones, and so many of those people have disappeared. So it's an interesting time for craft beer that, if you guys have any interest, or your listeners, we can talk about that too later. But what's gone on in the distribution side is going to completely be incredibly important to what happens with all of our favorite beers from around the country.
Okay. We should get into that.
Yeah.
So let me ask you this. You spend 8 years without making a dime. You're charging up your credit cards. Do you have another job this whole time as well?
In about 2 years into it, I had all this wonderful success in terms of PR.
Okay.
Like, there were times where I was thinking, if I had only started a PR company, I'd be a freaking making it, rolling in it. So
the shtick was working.
Shtick was working, man. And all the journalists, I mean, they're sitting around writing about healthcare and the economy and the beginning of the web. And then you come across like Genesis Ale, Don't Pass Out, Pass Over, Shmaltz Brewing Company. And they're like, boom, I could put in my punchline. And we got enormous coverage for those early days. But, 122-ounce bottle on the shelf at Whole Foods just doesn't earn a living.
Okay.
And so that just took a long time. I raised money from all my friends and family in the very beginning. I got about 13 people. And to this day, I'm sure Ken at Anderson Valley, who thinks that I stole $35,000 from him.
Oh, really?
But you know what? It was a beautiful time. It was a naive time.
It's got to be the first time in history anyone has suspected a Jew of swindling them out of money.
Look, you're on our team.
Yeah.
God,
I said it was the first time.
He's yours, Jeremy.
This is the love. It's Moscow. Yeah. Is he really ours?
Yes, I am.
So, I raised money from friends and family. I raised 100. So this is for your homebrewer folks and your small craft beer people to get into the very specifics. I raised $135,000. I had already invested about $18,000 of my own money just to get inventory, labels, some packaging, keep the thing rolling, and spent $135,000 in maybe 18 months on the lawyer who put together the deal and the trademark that I had to buy out and some couple of administrative things, the artwork, and some more inventory. And next thing you knew, I was like, oh, shit, I'm totally out of money.
Right.
How did that happen?
Yeah.
And I was kind of, I was scared. I was terrified. I was taking, checks for whether it was $4,000 or $10,000 from my closest friends and my mom's friends.
And you don't want to screw. You want them to have that money back the whole time. You have these intentions to make everybody money, not
exactly. And myself.
Right, of course.
So that first year, I never took a salary out of the company until about 9 years in. Which tonight we've got some Jubilation beers, and I have the very first, basically one of the last 6 bottles of the very first beer that was our first, quote, extreme beer.
Okay.
That changed the direction of Shmaltz Brewing significantly, and that's the beginning of where this beer company started to work. And so I get a lot of emails and questions about how to get a beer company off the ground, and I'm constantly preaching that unless you have a lot of money and an intention to make the absolute best, wheat beer or pale ale, and you're going to force the world to take it, you better start out with something exotic and unusual and interesting.
But it also sounds like, though, at about 8 years, you were going to throw in the towel. You were done.
I actually, earlier than that, I had already thrown in the towel. So after about 4 or 5, it was clear that I had a second beer that got into distribution, and it just wasn't working. I mean, I even got into Safeway. I got into Bevmo. So Genesis and Messiah were on the shelves at hundreds and hundreds of accounts in Northern California, Southern California, Chicago, and New York City. But still, realistically, you sell a case every month or two, and you're on, 200, 300 accounts. You're making $5 a case. That's not paying the rent. It's not paying for. So for that 1 year, I had paid myself back a little bit of that initial investment for myself, and I lived on that. And I bartended and catered on the side and worked for catering companies and did a lot of side jobs while doing every beer festival in Northern California I could go to and every Jewish community event and doing sales and marketing and what I thought was running the company.
So everyone, I have to admit to you that as I'm listening to this story, although we have a much shorter lifespan here at the BN, it really is a parallel.
Yeah.
For one, it sounds to me like everybody loved the product and loved the idea. Everyone's talking about it, raving about it, telling you how
Can't
great
get
it
enough
is.
of it.
But nobody's
genius.
But you're not making a dime.
Yeah.
Nobody's
Tiger by the tail, $1 million idea.
Yeah.
And that's one of the things that I wrote about, and it's totally bittersweet, is that that really was what it was like. And I'd go to beer festivals, and the only way I paid my rent was selling T-shirts because people thought it was the funniest thing ever. And then, we actually started winning awards. And when I was brewing with the Anderson Valley, it's amazing beer. I mean, it was just this perfect moment where they, the year before, had won one of the top 10 breweries in the world award, and it was Anderson Valley and North Coast from the U.S., the only 2 breweries.
They were our guests last week, Anderson Valley.
Yeah.
Right. Oh, was
coincidentally, Val?
Kick ass. So Val came on a little bit later. When I started with them, they were just transitioning from the 10-barrel system underneath the pub in Boonville to the 30-barrel down the street that Ken had built. And Lauren, his son, was the general manager. It was about 2 years before Val started. And it's good. Val and I could have come on and had some funny stories.
Yeah.
So it was...
he says hi, by the way.
Sweet. Hi, Val. Welcome back. So it really was a weird time where I got all this great feedback, and we had a great quality product, except I either just couldn't turn the crank enough. I couldn't just force myself to sell it. We did no draft beer, which was always awkward.
Yeah.
And it just meant that it never quite was the right product in the right moment.
See, we hit the same... with us, it was about 3.5 years in. And the same thing was happening. We had tons of listeners, tons of new listeners. Everybody's talking about the show. Everyone's excited. Oh, it's so great that you guys are doing this. But I'm flat fucking broke. There's no sponsors signing up. There's no donations coming in. There's no shirts being sold.
Right.
And
We
I'm just racking up the...
We hadn't seen a check in weeks.
Yeah, in weeks. And, you know, and I mean, you know, the credit card's getting higher and higher.
Yeah.
And I wish Chad was here, too, because Chad's my roommate. He was producing the show for me at the time.
He was getting higher and higher.
And he was getting... and I basically, you know, he could see it in me, and we sit him down. We're about to go to the Great American Beer Festival again for like the third time.
Yeah.
And I say to him, this is it. If we're going to this festival, and if we don't come home with any sponsors,
right,
we're done.
Yeah.
It's been a fun ride,
right,
and I can't afford it, and we're, you know, and it just kind of, something came together.
That's great.
And even at the festival, we have all of these listeners coming up, and people can't imagine if everybody's listening to the show, how is it that you're not
making money,
right? And it sounds, you know, that's why I'm listening to this beer story where everyone's loving the concept, but there's no revenue,
right?
And so. Thank God it turned around right after that festival.
Right, and that is the other thing is that people see an article in the paper and think it's everywhere, and you used to get that a lot. And I don't know, maybe that's just an American thing where everybody says, "Well, if I saw it in the newspaper, you must be a millionaire." Because I used to get that all the time. You must be killing it over there.
I've
I read
seen
about
the shirts
you.
and
I read about you once, so you must be a millionaire. And you're like, I haven't literally. Give me $5 for this shirt. Fine, two for $8.
Yeah.
So
just trying to make rent here, buddy.
It's
anything you could do.
It really is. It's funny because also I did start the company at exactly the wrong moment. I mean, it was a great time in the Jewish community when I started. There was a lot of positive momentum. But it was a terrible time for craft beer. It was right as everybody was tanking. I mean, all the big breweries had maxed out and were starting to decline. So
that's because everyone made those shitty amber ales.
Yeah, well, and it was one of those moments where you realized if there's no point of differentiation, nobody's going to care. And everybody had over spread out geographically and had failed to realize that marketing and street sales was going to be as important as it has proven to be. And the people that survived that era and committed and spent the money, their amber ales made it. And the people who didn't ever do anything different and didn't evolve and didn't make better and better beer, they have all gone. I mean, there's a lot of them that are gone at this point.
If you're going to pick a niche to go after, though, Jews are a good, all joking aside, good one to go after because there's no shortage of your parents' friends that are willing to cut you a check for $5,000 to invest. There's a lot of money in it.
It's a tight community.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay.
Yeah.
So people willing to help.
So Moscow's going to come be our salesman next year. So here's what happens, Scott, is that you go, there's no shortage of Jewish community organizations who also don't have, though the Jewish community is pretty well off, nonprofit social organizations are not, and they all want everything for free. I get this email literally every day. We feel that it would be an amazing opportunity for you to feature your products for our community
at our preschool Purim carnival.
Yeah, exactly. And so you have to remember, and I wrote this in the book too. So it's 2% of the community if the population is Jewish. Craft beer is only 4 to 5% of all beer. So if you take, half the Jews that are too old or too young to drink beer, and the other half that aren't that interested, and then there's a bunch of craft people in the middle, it's like 0% of anybody.
Right.
So
again, the research really helped you out of that.
And if you don't mind me chiming in for a minute, the other thing is that the Jewish community itself, while being supportive of the company and of the brand as a kind of like a Jewish community organization, a representative of the community, beer, and I'm sure we'll get to it, but beer is pretty much kosher no matter what.
Okay.
So you go to any kosher market and they've got Heineken and High Life up on the shelf, and it's not about the community is not looking to spend $3 more per 6-pack on a beer with a dancing rabbi on the label, you know?
Right.
So it's like...
But he looks fun, though. He looks happy.
He looks very happy.
Yeah.
But, you know,
you can't get Juice to spend $3 more for the V8.
Right.
You know, the
kosher
V6 car joke.
So, hilarious. So for us, you know, it's like the market is the craft beer market, and we try to really stay involved in the Jewish community as much as possible. And we spend a ton of time marketing to that community and trying to gain the support of that community. But I mean, as a business model,
It's
selling a bar mitzvah beer to Jewish families, they're like, well, I'm throwing a $20,000 bar mitzvah. I'll save $2,000 by going with Miller High Life.
Yeah, absolutely.
Well, and also though, it's been really interesting that the way that we'll bust out that jubilation in a second, because I think that's the way that we can get into this, is that it wasn't until I started looking at the company as a beer company that I started being profitable.
Okay,
but through all of that, the only way that I started being profitable was by digging deeper into the Jewish shtick and tying into more and more Jewish identity. So it's not that I've abandoned the Jewish consumer, it's that I've dug deeper into what it means to be a Jewish celebration beer, and that's been my angle on the craft beer market.
So you even went further into your idea anyway. You went back to your roots.
I mean, it was called Genesis and Messiah in the beginning, and now we've got, Rejuvenator and Jubilation, and we're brewing with sacred fruits listed in the Torah and stealing from Christian monastic sacred brewing traditions. And I mean, it's tasty. The deeper you go in, the more successful we've been. And brewing with rye and this Lenny Bruce tribute beer that we're passing around. Everybody used to say to me, "Oh my God, your beer's so good. Why don't you just make it more generic? And then maybe more people will like it." And that's an interesting tension that so many people talk to me about when they're thinking about starting their company. And I think it's really important for your listeners that a guy called me, for instance, who wanted to talk about a Cajun American beer. And he's from South Louisiana. And I said, man, that would be awesome. I think you should totally dig as deep as possible into the ingredients and the landscape and and he was like, yeah, so I want to make like a lager, a light lager. And I'm like, what? That's called Budweiser. Like, it exists. The Cajun American experience is Bud Light. It's fine.
Right.
But in craft beer right now, and it's been so important, and I think homebrewers need to see it and small beer companies need to see it. Our wholesalers don't want more beer unless it's unusual and high margin. The retailers can't fit it on the shelf right now. No consumer is desperate for another bland beer with a funny label on it. Like, I got so much flack for so long and so much disbelief when it was just an amber beer with a funny label. But now when we make, a 14% beer with 14 malts and 14 hops, and it's digging deeper into Jewish tradition, but really the beer itself, if you pour it in a glass, can stand with the best craft beers in the country, I think. Right. That's when we get both. That's when we get the Jewish consumers who are there anyway for Genesis and Messiah, and we're just constantly doing community events, and that's still really important to me. But it's also where I can walk into any craft beer bar in the country. We just did this 88 chosen bars of Hanukkah, which 2 years ago never would have been possible.
Right.
But it's only because we're making really ambitious beer on its own merit. And then all of a sudden, so's a lot of people, but there's not a lot of people making really ambitious Hanukkah beer.
Right.
So,
see, I'm very much the consumer that you're talking about.
Yeah.
I'll admit to you, I love shtick. I think I think that your whole concept is hilarious. But I would have walked by your beer and go, "Wow, that's a really great shtick,"
right.
And then I would have grabbed the nice IPA from the company next to it on the shelf. If you're not making these amazing beers and most of our listeners are this way too, that don't stand up, then you really are missing the craft beer point, right? You're just then making a joke.
Yeah.
So
shtick is Yiddish, isn't it? It's appropriate.
That's right. Yeah. And I guess I'm saying, and let's take a quick break because I want to find out what turned things around.
Yeah.
And for me, it sounds like, well, you just started making great beer that became interesting beyond the shtick.
Right, and that was the goal. I just remember this very clearly. I was traveling the country. I did a beer tour when we put out Genesis and Messiah and 6-packs, and moved all the production to the East Coast. I gave up my apartment in San Francisco, charged that $50,000 to my credit cards, and I thought I better get out there and sell some frickin' beer right now. And so I drove across the country after I had some new distributors with those 6-packs, and I did a beer tour called 40 Days and 40 Nights, the Wandering Hebrew Beer Tour of America. Right? So I visited 18 wholesalers. I went to markets door to door every single day, and I did that actually. It ended up for about 4.5 years. And I was on the road selling beer every single day. And as I got that base with Genesis and Messiah 6-packs, the next step was to say, well, let's feed something into those people that now trust me. They know I'm going to be around. They know we're making quality beer. But let's feed products into that are actually starting to stand out a little bit more. And the more unusual we have made our standout products, the more successful we've become. And then that brings people back to Messiah Bold, or that brings people back to Genesis Ale when they know that their brother's not going to drink a 10% double IPA, but he does like, a pretty decent balanced pale ale.
Right.
Then we can check that out. And it gives us this incredible breadth of experience that we can tap into Jewish tradition and into these incredible beer changes that have happened in such a short period of time.
All right, we'll find out more about the beer when we come back. I want to mention, as we get into it after the break here, at GABF this year, some of the absolute best beer that I had was at Falling Rock downstairs when you held your event, and you were pouring all of these aged beers that you had hung on to. And I think I went down there and you gave me about 6 different ones, little taste. All so different and aged really well and really unique beers. They were genuinely some of the best beers I had all week long.
Right
so I think you really got into something about making fantastic beer, to go along with your shtick.
Yeah, and that was the whole point. In the beginning, I used to say delicious beer and delicious shtick, and now I really feel like we're hitting it. I mean, it's taken a long time, and we still get lots of flack, and people still think it's a joke. But once they taste it, and once they see the ratings, and once they enjoy it in the right moment, we've gotten a lot of absolutely fun respect out of these exciting new beers.
It's safe to say you do know the difference between malt and hops now.
Thankfully, I just... Which one's the wholesaler, though, and which one's the retailer?
What about these invoices?
Invoice.
All right, it's the session. We've got Shmaltz Brewing Company, Jeremy and Zach hanging out with us. We'll be right back with more on the beer, and we'll find out about Jeremy's new book. It's the session. Hang in there.
You're listening to the Brewcasters on the Brewing Network.
Hi, this is Push from the Brewing Network, and I want to tell you about the Brewmaster's Warehouse and how you can get 10% off your next order. I'm a pretty techie guy, but I've never seen an online store like this. It's awesome. Go to brewmasterswarehouse.com and click on Brew Builder. You can whip up a custom recipe so easily even Sven could do it. Seriously, it's slick. You can share your recipe with your own logo and notes to the Brewmaster's database if you want. And the best part, it keeps a running tally of the beer you're building while you're doing it. Then, bam, click Buy Recipe, and your cart is filled and ready to go with helpful suggestions in case you forgot something. This thing is amazing. Brewmaster's Warehouse is run the way a home brewer would do it, with great service, fast turnaround, and $6.99 flat rate shipping. Brewmaster's Warehouse and the Brew Builder blew me away. Check it out today at brewmasterswarehouse.com. I'm serious. And don't forget to put BNARMY in the discount code box for 10% off your order. Check out brewmasterswarehouse.com. Cheers.
And now, Northern Brewer brings you another installment of The Time Brewers. When last we left our heroes, they found themselves in 1842 in the province of Bohemia.
Yo, this era jerky. All the beers is murky.
What ho, friends, a male alewife.
I don't know what I'm doing, so I got this dark malt, yeah? More stinky dark beer, yeah.
No, sir. Please, wait. Just a moment.
Aye, a package from the future from Northern Brewer.
Use the Pilsner malt, my good man.
And these Sots hops, sucker. They ain't noble like Queen Victoria, but you can use Sterling from Portland to Astoria. Let your wort caramelize and let melanoidins harmonize in a long boil. Keep your starter undercover with aluminum foil. Boo.
and useth thou some bog myrtle?
Northern Brewer is your one-stop homebrew supplier throughout the entire Fermento chronosphere. The widest selection of quality malt, hops, yeast, $7.99 flat rate shipping, and get your nasty-ass bog myrtle back to the dark ages, Brother Abelard.
Hey, this golden lager with the happy hops pretty damn good. Thanks, Time Brewers. Thanks, Northern Brewer.
Our work here is done, my friends. Now, to wherever we are next needed.
Tune in next time for the continuing adventures of the Time Brewers. The editors of Draft Magazine want you to know their holiday issue has hit newsstands, and they have a 2-for-1 deal this season just for you. The holiday issue of Draft is 100 pages of beery cheer, sure to brighten any beer lover's Yuletide. Don't miss some Brewing Network favorites among the top 25 beers of the year, along with a few brews you may not have gotten your hands on this year. And for everyone worthy on your list, Draft brings you their beer gift guide with the 18 best beers to give someone you really care about, all in the 2010 holiday issue of Draft. And this season, when you give a subscription to Draft, you'll get one for free. Just use promo code HOLIDAY when you place your order. Coming up in the next issue, what do Brix Keller, The Blind Tiger, and Falling Rock have in common? Don't miss the top 100 bars across the country in the next issue of Draft. The top 25 beers of the year, the top 100 bars in America, and a 2-for-1 deal that can't be beat. Visit draftmag.com now and experience life on tap with America's favorite beer magazine.
When Blickman Engineering set out to design a great brewing stand, they knew it had to be strong, adaptable, and last for a lifetime. The top-tier brewing stand is now proudly available at BlickmanEngineering.com. It grows with your brewing skills and equipment. Start with 5-gallon coolers on its heavy-gauge stainless steel shelves. Then move all the way up to 30-gallon pots on the high-output burner tiers. Speaking of burners, the custom Blickman Engineering top-tier burners are extremely powerful, efficient, and amazingly quiet. They have safety stops to center your pot, and they'll last a lifetime and won't rust. The top-tier brewing stand allows virtually infinite combinations from traditional gravity systems to 2 tiers to completely horizontal. Configure your stand the way you want and have the freedom to change it at any time in the future. Your brewing stand should adapt with you, not force you to learn a new process. Visit BlickmanEngineering.com today to configure your top-tier brewing stand and to find a local Blickman retailer. You'll be surprised with all the flexible features and the competitive price. Start brewing with Blickman from the top tier.
Hilo, what's it feel like?
Take awesome and multiply it by 2.
Yeah! Spraying live beer radio all over your face.
Can't get any better than this, baby.
It's the Brewing Network.
You're listening to the Brewing Network. Because like beer, radio shouldn't suck.
Welcome back to the program. Thanks for sticking around with us. Talking to Shmaltz Brewing Company on the program today. We got Jeremy and Zach hanging out.
What's up?
Great to have you guys in studio. We've been doing a lot of phone interviews lately, and we always enjoy people coming in and hanging out a lot more. So glad you made it out here. Jeremy, you spend half your time on the East Coast or something, right?
Yeah, I started the company in San Francisco in my apartment in the Mission, and when we were brewing out here, I was based here all the time. I grew up in Northern California, Menlo Park, but once we moved the production to the East Coast, just gave me an opportunity to go out there and spend a little more time in New York. We brew the beer in upstate New York in Saratoga Springs. And
what brewery is that at? Can we ask that?
It's yeah, sure, absolutely. It's with Mendocino Brewing Company, the people that make Red Tail Ale, icons of the whole kit and caboodle. 1984 Hopland Brewing Company, but now they own a brewery in upstate New York in addition to their brewery in Ukiah.
Okay.
And so we brew exclusively with, it's called Old Saratoga Brewing Company in upstate New York in Saratoga Springs.
Got it.
About 3.5 hours north of New York City, about half an hour north of Albany. And it's just been, it's funny because when I started, like we talked about, we had 2 beers, and I love both of them. It's somewhat unfair because on the one hand, we kind of badmouth core brand breweries, and on the other hand, that's who has made this entire industry possible.
Yeah.
On the fourth hand, if there's so many of those, the thing is that we love really unique beers, and so that's been fun. I've been working with Paul Mackerlane. He's the head brewer at Old Saratoga, and starting with my 8th anniversary, we created a recipe for Jubilation, which is our winter anniversary seasonal. And it's brewed with 8 malts, 8 hops, and it's 8%. So actually, you know what? I wanted to bust that out.
Yeah, let's do that. What I find that's interesting about what you say, that even though the core brand breweries are really kind of what made it happen, the top selling beer now on the market are always seasonals. Starting about 2 years ago, the IPA got beat up, and now it's seasonal. And that to me is just a testament of what you're talking about. That's the unique beer.
Yeah,
good.
And I mean, it's interesting because unfortunately, the numbers for craft beer make no sense. I mean, if you look at the we're 4 to 5% by volume and 7 to 8% by dollars, but that's including Sam Adams, Sierra, New Belgium. So, and then if you go 10 deep, the top 10 are some giant percentage of the whole craft beer movement.
I see.
So, what's really cool is that all of these other, at this point, I think it's 1,575 breweries and brew pubs in this country, and small ones, including Sam Adams and Yingling on down. But if you go that deep, it's like 1,566 of them are representing some tiny slice, but they're everywhere, and they're growing. And that's where the excitement is, and that's where the innovation is.
Okay.
That's where the neighborhood excitement. I mean, man, 8-10 years ago when I would travel around, you'd go to a brew pub, and unless you were in one of the real brewing centers, you walked in, there was the pale ale, there was the amber ale, there was the wheat beer, there was the pale lager, and now you walk in and you're like, that's a what? It's like a triple, triple hopped. It's a triple hopped light lager. It's amazing. It's so drinkability.
It's better than the frost brewed one.
But I can't believe they cold filtered it.
Yeah, exactly. So, they're doing stuff at these brew pubs around the country that are just completely innovative, incredibly exciting, and very, very professional and delicious. And that's what's really exciting. So that now the cop whose brother works at a brew pub is getting all of their friends, and whether it's in a little town or whether it's in a small city regionally, that's where the excitement is.
Okay.
And they're bringing it to their neighbors. I mean, that's what's so cool. There's a quadruple made with some alternative yeast strain aged in some funky barrel that's regional at a brew pub that 5 years ago had 4 beers.
There's really so much beer evangelism going on that it's just it is spreading, and it's grassroots, which in some ways is bad for companies like the Brewing Network, because a lot of times you get the answer. Well, you get the answer. We don't advertise.
Yeah,
that's an answer we get a lot. We don't advertise. Meanwhile, I thumb through some of the brewing magazines and go, "Oh, really?"
Right.
But
or you don't advertise, but you sponsor events.
Right.
What
but
the fuck do you think that is?
As much as I'm kind of making a joke about it, I do get it. In a lot of ways, a small brewing company doesn't have to go out and advertise, because people are beer lovers. If I put myself in that category instead of as the Brewing Network, we're doing it for the companies, aren't we? We're going out to all of our friends and saying, "Oh, you got to try this Hebrew." And we're really doing it for you as beer drinkers.
Well, I don't know. It's been cool that the unfortunate reality is advertising is just very generally more expensive than the margin that any of us make.
Right.
Because the way that we're making distribution, I mean, if you look at what I'm doing, we're spread so thin, and it was just a miracle that I happened to have this ridiculous business model from the beginning that didn't work originally, which was I'm going to sell a little bit of beer to Jews in 25 major markets in this country. I mean, that's a stupid plan in 1997. Not one other company in the country was doing that. And the plan was originally brew a bunch of beer in your home market, stay within 5 miles of the brewery, then 10 miles, then 15 miles, and eventually, once you're so wildly successful, you can go to the next state.
Okay.
So it just so happened for me, I knew that, with 2% of the population and not that many Jewish beer drinkers, I'd have to be spread very thin. So I had been doing that for 7, 8, 10 years when this second wave of what's really been more like extreme beer came up. And so now somebody like Ron at Jolly Pumpkin or Patrick at the brewery and I can sell a little bit of beer literally everywhere. It's not, and it does benefit, it benefits the beer media, and it is a little tricky because that means there's a guy in every state who thinks he's going to be a beer blogger.
Yeah.
And that doesn't necessarily qualify them. On the other hand, as a brewer, we love that. I know it's not really fair in terms of the beer media, but for in terms of brand awareness for us, it's really helpful.
It all helps.
And it does, though, build the overall craft beer movement. And that's been really cool because now I can go to pretty much anywhere in this country, and there's a cool little beer bar that knows the difference between our Jubilation and our Bittersweet Lenny's RIPA, and they know that, it won't be their neighbor, and it won't be 100 of their customers,
sure,
but there will be somebody there, and they are the evangelist. And, it's a cool opportunity, and that's so much about the internet. I mean, when I started, we were just getting in,
I like porn, too.
Just getting into Jewish beer porn. It's amazing.
Yes.
And hopefully we've advanced that cause. So.
All right, let's talk about the beer, and let's talk about some ingredients, because one thing that I really enjoy about your array of beers is that you are trying to do a bunch of unique ones. So the Jubilation you just mentioned, 8 different malts, 8 different hops as well?
8 hops.
8 hops. 8 different yeasts?
Yeah, now this was actually what we're... maybe next year.
So tell me about the malts and the hops.
Well, what we're drinking right now is Jubilation 8, and... this year, what we decided to do is actually we released a gift pack where we rebrewed every recipe of all of our Jubilation beers. So every year, the beer is brewed with the number of malts, number of hops, percentage of alcohol that we are years old. This year, all of the rebrewed fresh versions came out. What we're drinking here in studio right now is actually a bottle from 2004. So this is an 8% brown ale that has been aging
for way too long,
for 6 years. But it's fun.
Yeah,
and it's one of the last few bottles.
Has it been just like aging out on your balcony, or did you put it in a proper cellar?
Proper cellar. I mean, my studio apartment in San Francisco. I've got this incredible room. You guys have, how much is price per square foot out here?
I know.
Beer cellar. Sweet, thank you. It actually did age for a little while. When I started the Jubilation project, I had no idea that it was going to turn into anything. I mean, I had no idea I was even going to have a beer company. That's why it's called Miraculous Jubilation. It ties into the miracle of Hanukkah and the miracle of even having a beer company.
Of you having a job.
Even bigger miracle.
And, I was
miracle of me having a job.
Yeah. And the miracle of Zach having a job, yeah.
And it was, it really was, it felt miraculous at the time because I'd spent so long not breaking even.
Okay.
And so 8 malts, 8 hops, 8%. It basically took the recipe for Messiah Bold, our nut brown ale, and cranked everything up in every direction equally. This beer, from the very beginning, was not intended to be a porter. It was not intended to be a stout. Got a lot of confusion on the beer rating websites because every year they'd come out with, well, this isn't an imperial porter and drain pour. I'm like, dude, it's fucking its own thing. It's like Dancing Rabbi. And
no, they need compartments.
Yeah.
Those people need pigeonholes, man.
And, I understand that, and it's fine for the category, but I just love the fact that we can make a hybrid that has really... it's just for our own kind of sense of satisfaction. So this beer, originally I talked to Paul about it, and I said 8 malts, 8 hops, 8%. Just like when I talked to Simon, I said, I want it to be this big, luscious, English major description.
Yeah.
And Paul said, so malts, hops?
Right.
And I was like, yes, I know what those are now.
And I want those.
I want both of them, man.
Can you put all that in there?
Yeah, all of them.
So give me the malt bill.
You can do both?
Can we have this 8 malt bill?
Yeah, we're going to pull it up. It's been a while.
Oh, you're still looking at it.
The good thing is the recipes are all on our website.
Okay.
I learned a long time ago. I was old enough to go to dead shows when they were still the actual dead alive.
Me too.
And so, everybody when I started used to hide their recipes.
Yes.
They're like, oh my God, somebody's going to steal our amber ale recipe and recreate it and put us out of business.
And we still get that, by the way. on
for
the show.
sure.
Yeah. Well, we do the opposite.
home brewers used to be the same way.
Well, yeah, because some dude with his 5-gallon system with yeast that he grew in his drink.
But still, oh no, that's my pale ale recipe.
Yeah,
I'll sell you the recipe.
Right. Yeah.
I can't tell you that.
Yeah.
So I thought exactly the opposite. What if everybody knew exactly how we make it? It seemed to work for the dead. Everybody bootlegged the hell out of their stuff, told all their friends, and nobody could ever play their music exactly like they did, and it just spread the word.
Well, they didn't have good enough drugs.
Yeah.
Open source, baby.
We tried. So
we're like the Android of brewing.
God, no, that's not. I hope we're better than that. We both have them in our pocket, and they're not working.
I'm buying another one, though.
This one, it was fun, because I said 8 malts, 8 hops, 8%. It turned out also we could use 8,000 pounds of malt, which was the biggest at the time, the biggest malt bill that they had done, that Paul had done at the brewery, which seems amazing to me now because it actually maxes out at about 9. We did it for Jubilation 9 the next year. It was 9,000 pounds.
How many barrel system is it?
It's 100. It's about 100, 110.
Wow.
And
okay.
so we another thing about our situation is there's no test batches, so it's all or nothing. And
Got it. So this is a full 110 barrel batch.
Yes,
all or nothing.
All or nothing. So it's about 15 to 25 grand each batch, depending on what happens.
Okay.
And this was definitely the most complicated beer we'd made. 8. Also on the hop side, I just love that Paul went through with this. It was 8 hop additions. Every hop addition was 8 pounds each. It was every 8 minutes for a 64-minute boil.
Wow.
So it's one of those moments where I was like, damn, you nailed it.
Right.
Like, I described this
threw in
thing.
some extra 8s for you,
Yeah,
too.
I know. This guy totally hooked it up. So Paul has been my angel. And
now, I feel like at some point, though, I mean, I would like that, too, because I so much like the shtick.
Right.
But, okay, now I'm thinking about it as a brewer and a beer lover. At some point, I go, okay, are you creating a beer around the shtick?
Yes.
Like, you have to... in other words, you're punching it into the program so that you know what your IBUs are, et cetera.
Yep.
Are you cutting corners to make the shtick, or is he
no,
still...
in fact, because every year it changes. So for 9, it was 9,000 pounds.
Okay.
It was 9 hop additions of 9 pounds each for an 81-minute boil. It's not the same beer.
I see.
Every year is a different beer, and that's why this year with this Vertical Jubilation project, it's been so fun, and we've been so drunk because it's
I have to try this beer. Where's this beer?
This is a nice one. This is basically a nice, robust brown ale. It's not intended to be totally outrageous. It's 8% alcohol. We used just about everything at the time, everything that we had in the Messiah Bold recipe, which was Dark Crystal and Victory, and then added chocolate, more for color than anything. Munich, Carapils, wheat, oatmeal, nice big rich mouthfeel, but not overwhelming. The yeast that they use is really clean, so it gives you a nice finish at the end.
What is it, like a Cal Ale type yeast?
They grow it themselves. They're custom proprietary ale yeast. And,
okay.
If somebody wants some, we'd be happy to send them a little bit.
Nice. But it's not very estery or anything else. It's just a clean...
it's actually designed to not be... the yeast is less about flavor than it is about process.
Okay.
And that's always been nice for me because that leaves the malt profile and the hops to be able to shine through a little bit more.
I'd see all this as a challenge. You have to stick with an 8.
Yeah.
And I'm going to make the best beer I can and give you all the 8s I could.
Yeah. That's pretty cool.
And what it really comes down to also is that the priority is making a kick-ass beer,
right?
And
I'm just thinking, though,
like you're totally right. It's easy for somebody to get mixed up in the shtick and to be like, well, these are the parameters and here's the box and we need to make a beer, and as long as it fits within the box, we don't care. But what it comes down to is that these are the most popular beers that we're producing on an annual basis, and if you go check out any of the beer rating websites, they're killing it. And year over year over year, as right when we think we're like, where's that limit? And for all of the people in the chat room, who I am sure are saying like, so where does it end? We don't know where it ends either. But
Jubilation 37.
I was going to ask you, because for the uninitiated, high is Jew for life. Okay, it means it's 18, the number 18, and it also means life.
Okay,
right. So
then I'm life.
Yeah, we're getting there.
You're right. Right.
As long as you're over high, we're cool.
Right. So what I'm wondering is, what are you going to do for that big 18? Because it seems like you need to do more than just 18 hop additions. Like you need to have some,
get through 15.
Some Viagra or something in there. Like what's the plan?
18,000 pounds of malt.
Right. I mean, I love the fact that Scott is confident that we've thought about that far ahead.
Yeah.
Because I assure you, dude, 18 is 4 years from now. 3 years ago, it never occurred to me that we'd be having this conversation.
Right.
Like people ask me this year, oh, so it's crazy you saved all this beer from the last few years. I'm like, hell no. I sold the shit out of that beer. I'm like, there is no way, man. 50 grand on my credit card didn't go away. It's not like we were so wildly profitable on 6-packs of contract brewed beer.
Sure. Jeremy's like, 18. I just figured out what fucking malt and hops are.
Exactly.
What do you want me to do here? This beer is great.
We're looking forward to our quinceañera beer.
Yeah, it's really
right.
Tequila barrels, babe. Mario at Kukapa, if you're listening, please put it aside.
Yeah, sign up for the newsletter.
It aged aged pretty well too. This beer.
I'm really surprised. So every year I go up to the brewery around holiday time, and we do a vertical of the aged stuff, which we kept, like 2 cases at the brewery. So we'll bring out 1 bottle of each.
Okay.
And at about 10, all of a sudden, there's a real big jump between 8 and 9. And then 9 and 10 is not as much of a jump for some reason, although the odds tended to be a little hoppier, a little bit drier. The evens tended to be a little bit sweeter, focused on more of kind of the caramel malt profile. The 13 I adore, which we have here tonight. We have the actual 13 from our last year, which was called Jubilation Bar Mitzvah.
Okay.
And so this is the 14, though, that we just opened here. And this is just a monster brown ale. It's also funny because it's new. I mean, that 8 is amazing that it's even held up at all. It was never intended to age. It
really did well, though.
I love it. It's funny because this year when we rebrewed the 8, and the first day I tried it, I was like, oh man, can we make our Messiah Bold this 8%? It's so nice, so balanced and rich, and I'm so used to drinking these extreme beers that now all of a sudden an 8% brown ale is just money. It's right where I love brown ales, and you'll notice from our portfolio that most of our beers tend towards using caramels. Chocolate is exclusively for color for the most part. We don't make a lot of roasty coffee beers. It just happens to be where my flavor palette lies. Even beers like Bittersweet Lenny's RIPA that we passed around a little earlier, that RIPA is very specifically intended not to be a typical double IPA in the vein of Pliny and Hop Stupid and Ruination and Hop Slam. I mean, I love those beers, and when I was thinking about making a double IPA for the first time, we didn't even have a regular IPA.
Okay,
and so I was like,
jump right to it.
Yeah, I'll make it a triple IPA.
Hit it, baby. It's 10. It was our 10th anniversary, and I basically had the same, as you can imagine. It's the theme conversation with Paul. Hey, man, wouldn't it be cool? I love Hop Rod Rye. I love some rye beers from Founders in the Midwest. Why don't we make a rye double IPA for our 10th anniversary? I knew I was going to make a tribute to Lenny Bruce, and I figured what better way to use a ton of rye for the first time in our brewing techniques.
Yeah.
He's Jewish? So,
he's rye.
Good Jew. And he had a very aggressive sense of satire, but also he was known for having a sense of sweetness as a person in the right moment. And
right,
and so
that does have. That's the one thing I was going to say about that IPA is that it has a nice sweet complexity.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's still hop forward too. I mean,
it is still hop forward.
Yeah. But that beer was myself telling Paul, like, hey, I don't want to do a pale beer that just smacks you in the face with hop bitterness and then focuses more on citrus, and that's really what these guys are just geniuses at. We're not going to compete with Matt at Firestone Walker right now. Okay. I don't want to. The point is to do something that's called Hebrew. And so the Lenny Bruce beer gave me an opportunity to use, at that point, knowing a little bit more about malts and hops,
right,
to say, listen, Hop Rod Rye, and I had just visited some distilleries and found a little bit of how they had been making their whiskeys with rye malt, and then realizing that the founding fathers were brewing rye whiskey to start, where we're distilling rye whiskey to start with. So I said to Paul in total English major fashion, what about, 20% rye malt and 10% alcohol and every hop we've ever used? That'd be cool. And so Paul and I tried a lot of beers together, a lot of double IPAs, and worked on what would eventually become, I think, one of our most successful elements of bringing together the shtick and the brewing in a really, really cohesive form.
With the Lenny Bruce.
With the it's called Bittersweet Lenny's RIPA, and it was a tribute to Lenny Bruce, who was a Jewish comedian from the 50s and 60s. And it was said on the the label, brewed with an obscene amount of malts and hops, far beyond community standards for taste and flavor.
Obscene was a good word.
Yeah,
so it's good. So
and is that recipe is available on the website as well?
On our website,
I recommend giving that one a shot because it's an interesting flavor that it has to it.
Yeah.
I am not a fan of rye, especially now. I've had a couple of good rye beers, but when my usual complaint is, wow, there's too much rye in this beer.
Okay.
And you went way overboard with the rye. If it really was 20%.
Yeah, 20%, but we use three different rye malts also. So a lot of people, most rye beers in this country have tended to be pale rye, rye ale. And so that ends up, it depends on your disposition. It can sometimes really dry out the beer. And then if you're cranking up the hops on top of that, and you're, in the end, you end up with a beer there's not a lot of lush flavors spicy.
in there. No, it's kind of funk.
It could be kind of funky. It could be, so for us, I like things overly lush and kind of sumptuous.
Right.
And so I thought this would be a great opportunity to use caramel rye, which we ended up using, crystal rye, and flaked rye as well.
Okay.
And so in addition, there's there's even oatmeal, and there's a complex malt bill. And I love that I had these two ladies in Indianapolis come up that were home brewers, and they said, I couldn't believe it. We downloaded the literally the brew sheet is on our website. We downloaded that, and I said, what's the batch size? And they're like, 5 gallons. I'm like, so how'd it go? And they said, well, we love that beer. Total failure to homebrew, complete failure. Couldn't do it. And I was like, well, keep trying and research by drinking the shit out of our beer.
Right, but at those quantities, it's more difficult. I think you put more different malts in one beer than I've ever used in my homebrewing career,
ever,
which isn't saying much. I'm the least brew savvy in this room, but Tasty, I know you have some beer questions. I can see it on your face.
Yeah, well, I had a packaging question. I saw in your packaging the Jubilation.
It's good time.
It's in its own vertical box with candles and
sexy.
So forth.
Really?
That seems like a packaging nightmare.
It's beer porn.
Yes, that was a brewing, packaging, everything kind of nightmare, except for the sales side.
How do you get all those beers in one spot at the same time to get into a package?
Took us about 6 months. A lot of the brewery worked overtime on weekends, and they loved the creativity. So here's what happens is I say, wouldn't it be cool if we did blah, blah, blah? And they're like, that sounds so cool, until the people who have to actually do it hear about it, and they're like, that doesn't sound cool. I mean, it sounds like it'd be great to have, but I don't want to do it. And,
that happens here. JP comes in with these awesome ideas. What if we had somebody dance on the table in high heels while... And I'm like, JP, who's going to do this?
I don't know.
Implementation is the most difficult part of a great idea.
You guys know what helps implement stuff. Paying the people that you want to implement whatever it is that's on your mind. Just saying.
That's ridiculous.
Typical Scott.
Small business owner.
Yeah, always thinking money.
Yeah, give me money.
Right.
So we...
what about pride of ownership?
But that gift pack was like mid-January last year. Jeremy and I were on the phone. I think we were talking about some issue I was having in another state. And it was a 14-minute conversation. And I will always remember that it was a 14-minute conversation from the point where he was like, dude, how fucking sweet would that be if we rebrewed every Jubilation beer and we put them all in a gift pack and then we blended them all together and we barrel-aged them and then we sold it as this vertical... and then we'll get these bars across the country and we'll get them all to carry... Maybe, I don't know, maybe we'll do like 25 bars across the country. And it was like 14 minutes and then it was like... The next week on our quarterly conference call, the last 5 hours, Jeremy was like, so I had this idea, and we're doing these gift packs, and, I'm not that good at math, so we're going to have all this leftover beer, so we're going to, blend a bunch of it together, and, and then the 25 key accounts across the country was like, and instead, let's do 88 bars for 8 beers for 8 nights of Hanukkah. And we were like, dude, I don't know, maybe 50 is reasonable. He's like, no, we're going to do 88. We're like, no, I think 50. He was like, no, you're doing 88.
Listen to me.
So 88 bars. I mean, and at the end of the year, it turned into probably one of the most amazing projects we've ever done. The gift packs are insane. The 88 bars was insane. And we've got these beers that are just
I think we did 92.
So
we had the 92 chosen bars for Hanukkah.
So extra 4 chosen.
Overachiever.
Traveling.
So it's a little miracle in itself.
9 nights of Hanukkah.
It was just bad math.
So after the 88 and 92, you have Jet A.
Yeah.
Is that the next step?
Yeah.
That's a fuel joke. That's a gasoline.
Stop with those fuel
Octane.
Fucking really?
Who the hell makes a fuel joke?
88, 92, Jet A.
Who calls it fuel?
Vehicle.
For my horseless carriage, I need fuel.
Tasty, keep that microphone in front of you.
Yes, I'll try.
Tasty,
you know any fuel jokes?
No, I'm out of those. I think Moscow took them all.
What's the second Jubilation was 13? Is that what we said?
This is 14. So we went straight
this beer's
to
amazing.
It was like 14%.
Yeah.
So it's big.
It is big and good.
I'm sweating right now.
This year, so everybody says, well, and I actually sweat every year thinking, wait a second, now what are we going to put in here? Because the idea was, I never wanted it to be the same beer. I always wanted it to evolve, and Paul has done an incredible job for me. And each year he says, so what's the new malt and what's the new hop? And for a while, it was like, oh, let's add Vienna. That'd be cool. And that's great, so he orders Vienna. Right. And the next year he's like, what's the new one? I'm like, flake dry? And we just use that. That would not be cool. And then the next one, it's like, all right, we're out. What do you want? And I go, spelt. How about spelt? I heard about that. And there's I
heard about that once.
So that was 2 years ago. Spelt being an ancient wheat species that basically disappeared from human consumption for 1,000 years and has luckily come back to populate Jubilation 13 last year. Okay. This year I was like, quinoa. I don't know if you even say it like that, but I had a quinoa salad one day, and I was just thinking...
He's my favorite guy on Star Wars.
He is pretty sick.
Really is. He's all
what
cool
forehead.
Quinoa?
So yet another ancient grain that was disappeared from human production and consumption.
Is it a wheat?
And it was not in the original cereal package that came from the Fertile Crescent.
Yeah.
I'm backing Scott up.
That a boy.
There you go. Stump the Jew brew. So this year we used quinoa, and all of a sudden Paul was like, so where are you going to get it? And I'm like, don't you know? I mean, you're the brewer.
Right. That's not my job, buddy.
I can find anything.
I am the idea man.
Exactly.
Just call Calagione. He's on the track. He's in all the time. Yeah.
Didn't they find it in the pyramids?
Exactly. So we built those things, man. We put the quinoa in there.
Right.
Believe it.
So,
that's a little joke from the 2000.
Now, what about what about non-brewing ingredients? Are you putting things like that? You said pomegranate in your first beer, right? What else are you using?
Tonight I guess you wouldn't be doing the Reinheitsgebot.
It's funny because I said we have.
The German Jewish.
There was a whole line of jokes that didn't just come out. I just want to say, carry on, Jeremy.
Thank you. It's funny because I brought a beer tonight called Freaktoberfest, which is on our Coney Island line, and we got absolutely attacked online when it came out because we put it out. It's called Freaktoberfest. We put it out in September, and they're like, it's not an Oktoberfest. And I'm like, dude, it's a Jewish beer company. We don't make Oktoberfest beer.
Help a brother out over here. Come on.
What are you thinking?
You guys are doing just fine without us.
Exactly.
So we used to do, a couple of years ago, I did a really fun event in New York called Rosh Hashanah versus Oktoberfest, the ultimate beer grudge match. And we hired some really fun accordion players to come to a beer bar in the East Village and jam out German drinking songs and Jewish camp songs.
See, now this is what I'm talking about when I say I love shtick. I don't know if you've noticed, but there's not really many lines that are not allowed to be crossed on the Brewing Network. And I love a good sense of humor about almost anything. Yeah. And just to be serious about it for a second, it just really breaks down like the people's preconceived notions about everybody and everything. So this is the kind of shtick I appreciate, Jeremy. When you go doing ultimate grudge match, exactly. That is perfect.
So that's what this Jubilation series has grown into, and if I can completely plug an event coming up, if you don't mind, the Toronado this Wednesday, we're doing our annual event with them, and it's called Hanukkah versus Christmas, the Battle Royale of beers. So this year, I'm very pleased to announce that it's been a long time coming, and a lot of people may have noticed it in craft beer, but it's been an underground movement. The Jews are taking over Christmas. So
we're taking it back.
Yeah, the politicians last year were like, "Oh, Christmas, it's going to disappear from America. Oh my God!" And I'm like, "Please, just the music, the music."
Well, I'm with you on that.
You guys are buying it.
And so actually we're just going to dominate. According to the San Francisco Weekly, we were lucky enough to have Jubilation 14, this beer, win the best Christmas beer of the year in their blind taste test this year. And so everybody from Pete from Pete's Wicked Ale, and Ken from Sierra Nevada, and Alan from Magic Hat, and Alan Shapiro from SBS Imports, and Alan from Hair of the Dog, and all these undercover Jewish guys from around the craft beer world. Next year, Hanukkah and Christmas overlap, so the warning is out. It's on.
If your name is Alan Shapiro, your cover is officially blown.
Moskowitz.
But it's actually Alan Christ Shapiro.
Perfect.
Also known as J. Bro Senior. So, this kind of stuff, it's fun for me, and I know it sounds like it's just completely irreverent shtick. But in addition, you asked about ingredients, and I've gone out of my way every year to use ingredients that tie into sacred traditions from the Torah, including we have
foreskin.
Thank you.
Foreskin. That was my joke.
It was
still my joke.
That's why I did it quickly.
Right
I knew someone was going to get it.
That's
now
right.
we
Just
know.
under your breath.
Now we know what Rejuvenator 2013 will be.
All right, carry on.
Thank you. 4 skins and 5 malts and 5
That'd be a good packaging. We have to peel it back down to open the cap. What do you think?
That's how you
That's pretty good.
That was actually pretty good.
Just a cut above.
What? Tell me some unique ingredients that you use.
We started a series called Rejuvenator, and I started it for 3 years ago. And it originally was to flip with Jubilation. Jubilation's our winter series, and Rejuvenator is our summer seasonal. And in perfect Shmaltz Brewing summer seasonal, it's an 8% brown. But it's a hybrid of a lager and an ale. And I originally thought, I asked Paul, and I said, honestly, I'm not even sure this works, but could you make a beer that's both? And this mirroring of the seasons on the Jewish calendar starts right before Passover. The Hebrew calendar has 2 New Years, one in the spring and one in the fall. And there's actually 4, but one in the spring, one in the fall, go from the barley harvest to the fruit harvest in the fall. And so I thought, let's make a beer that ties into both of those, because harvest beers have become so popular.
Okay.
So we basically, I said, we had just started doing Coney Island, and we had lager yeast. And I said, well, what if we stole from German and Belgian monastic traditions and made a Belgian double, but comboed it with a German Doppelbock, and then use sacred fruits listed in the Torah and Deuteronomy, proving the bounty of the land of milk and honey. And so I started with, we had been making beers with pomegranates already, but we started with figs the first year.
Okay.
And then we made it with dates the second year. And this year what we had tonight was the dates, and then we had grapes this year.
So the lager ale part, just so I understand right, it's a blend then at the end. It's not that you're fermenting with 2 different yeasts at once.
Fermented with 2 different, it's actually 3 different yeasts. Yeah.
In the same batch.
Yeah, exactly. It starts, originally my goal was to start it with the lager and have it nice and cold and get fermentation rolling, and then let it warm up, and then pitch the Belgian yeast, which is actually a blend of an Abbey and a Trappist ale yeast that we buy every year just for this brew.
Okay.
And it turned out that I think they tried that the first year, and it tasted absolutely fantastic, but we didn't notice a difference in fermentation. We just pitched the whole thing in the beginning, keep it cold for a while, the lager gets cruising, and then let it warm up, and the Belgian ale finishes.
I see.
And on about the 3rd day, we do this with both the pomegranates and all the extra fruit ingredients. We added about somewhere between the 2nd and 3rd day of fermentation, and it kind of reactivates the yeast and keeps cranking, and then most of that sweetness and the fruit flavor tends to ferment out, leaving a little bit more of either the essence or the nose. Although the date and the fig I think really came through. The grape this year I was absolutely terrified about, because I've only ever had one grape beer that I thought was fantastic from Craftsman in L.A.
Oh, yeah.
He did a Cabernet Ale that was just amazing.
That is a nice beer.
And so I was thinking, man, grapes, we got to go with the bubby of all Jewish fruits, the Concord grape.
Okay.
Right? So everybody's like, Concord grapes, they're so gross and overwhelming. And, they use, there's a couple of little slightly backhanded compliments about them. And so I wanted to play on the Manischewitz theme, because everybody says it, and I love playing with our stereotypes. And so I was just worried that the Concord grape would be overwhelming, and it would end up being this kind of too funky, weird flavor. But so we pulled back at it's about 60% of the amount that we used of the date and the fig, adding organic Concord grape juice. And the brewers once again hated me because they had to open all the bottles. So we had we used amazing date concentrate and fig concentrate from California for the first 2 years, and that was in 55-gallon drums, and absolutely delicious stuff. And the grape juice that we found was fantastic.
Okay.
And it basically fermented out, leaving a much lighter body. I mean, if anybody has tried it out there in the world, I hope they've appreciated the difference between them, because I think it's pretty striking. It's exactly the same recipe: malts, hops, yeast, but the juice, I think, just fermented in a very different fashion, and it leaves.
And where does that go into the fermenter?
Between the 2nd and 3rd day, kind of right at the tail end of the most active part of fermentation.
I see.
Almost like a sugar addition.
Yeah, exactly. And then, so that was a really cool thing this year to see how very different those 3 beers were. So trying to parallel with what we're doing with Jubilation, which is it's a big brown ale, but it's a different big brown ale every year. And if anybody's been able to join us for our 88 bars who've had all 8 on at the same time, it's amazing how different those recipes taste.
Right.
And the same thing, what we're going to do with Rejuvenator is it's figs, dates, grapes, and the next one is olives. So I would love to put out there for all of your visitors. Nice. That's some good thunder and lightning.
God hates this show for Christmas.
We're being
That's
punished
usually the
right
sign
now.
of revelation, actually.
With olives, there's nothing sweet about olives. There's no sugar.
Exactly.
Where do those go in?
So we're going to try to figure that out. I had to put it off.
We don't know. I like that Jeremy.
I have a good idea. Don't put 'em in there.
First, figure the shit out later.
Exactly.
Clamato olive would be great.
That's why I put it off for a year. So this year we're not going to do Rejuvenator. We're doing for our 15th anniversary Genesis 1515, which will be a 15% barrel-aged monster amber that's brewed with pomegranates, figs, dates, and grapes.
Wow.
And so we're brewing that in the middle of January. We'll put that into Sazerac rye whiskey barrels and bring that out around April or so, right after Passover this year.
You are getting some people drunk.
Have to drink in 15 seconds.
You're getting people drunk.
Oh, Sazerac rye is one of my favorites.
Yeah, we love that. And so that turned out now. So, hey, good intro. Sazerac Rye. Zach's busting out a beer that we're really proud of, and I'm just so grateful that it turned out so well. It's called RIPA on rye.
Okay.
We tried the rye double IPA earlier, the Bittersweet Lenny's.
Yeah.
This is exactly the same beer. We took it and aged it in fresh first-use Sazerac 6-year rye whiskey barrels. The first batch, this is it from the first batch. We aged for about 4 months and a week, maybe, and really picked up some beautiful, beautiful, aggressive flavors from those barrels.
That's a lot of oak.
Okay.
But this beer was brewed in probably brewed in December, put into the barrels in the end of December, beginning of January, and then packaged about the middle of April. So actually, no, I'm wrong. It must have gone into the barrels in December. And so this beer is still having been bottled at the middle of April, and it's still strong.
Really?
Yeah. Very
well, a lot of, what we've heard, you mentioned Matt earlier, a lot of guys are blending if they're getting too much from barrels and things like that. I also just want to back up just for a second and point out, maybe JP, Tasty, and Doc could help me here as guys who have been here the whole time. I think it's not often that we get brand new brewing techniques or information in here that we haven't heard.
It's very rare,
especially from extreme Jewish breweries,
especially from
circus sideshow
I think that the lager yeast first, and then raising to let the Belgian yeast do its
pretty
work.
New.
I think that's the first time we've ever heard that in this studio.
Yeah.
Do you guys remember hearing any other? We've heard about yeast blends. Don't get me wrong, but actually doing a lager
to get a certain percentage of the fermentation
at lager temperatures, and then raising it up to ale temperatures so that the ale yeast kicks in, the Belgian ale yeast. That's pretty rad.
Are you feeding the Belgian yeast about that same time?
Not at all. Actually, that's one thing that I've been pretty specific about is I don't actually know the specifics, but I do know how to talk about it, and I know that I didn't want to use sugar to get our alcohol, just to get the yeast activated.
No, I'm thinking that the lager yeast is going to mow through things in the first couple of days, and then when you bring it back up, that'd be maybe a good time to throw in your grapes or your other fruit to let the Belgian beers just take over that part.
Well, I mean, I wasn't there for the brewing of this, and I could certainly look into it, and if people are interested, they should email me, because my understanding is that they just start warming it up, and as it warms up, the Belgian yeast takes off, and that's about the time they're adding the fruit anyway.
Right.
So it may be, I don't think we didn't plan on that specifically.
But, yeah, that would be an awesome little segue into that, because the lager yeast is going to mow through most of that stuff first, and then you want the Belgian yeast to do what it wants to do, which is throwing off a lot of those cool esters and things, and they love the simple sugars. And on top of that, the complexity of all those fruits you're throwing in there.
Yeah, and that's been something, that was one of the most fun projects that Paul and I got to do, was the R&D for that project was just drinking all of our favorite Belgian doubles and German Doppelbocks, and it was just awesome. I mean,
great R&D.
Basically, we tried all of the. I just went to one of my favorite stores called Beercraft in Brooklyn and brought everything I could, and we ended up with West Malt Double, which is fantastic beer. Everybody here, I'm sure, is more than loving of it, and Kumbacher Eisbach, and just basically it really came down to like we poured half a glass of one, half a glass of the other, took a little bit of the fig concentrate and stirred it, and I said, that's what I want. And so Paul is just absolutely this fantastic combination of artist and scientist, and he's able to kind of we've really calibrated my taste buds to his brew sheets, and that's been, it's fine for me to come up with the idea, and if I were working with a different brewer, it may have never worked. It may never have actually happened, and Paul's been just incredible to be able to kind of fulfill that vision that I had.
Have you thought of adding cherry cough syrup with codeine to any of your?
Have you thought about passing it around?
Sorry, Zach.
It's a real crowd pleaser.
Everyone loves the cough syrup with codeine. Right. It's nice because you stop coughing, and then an hour later you start floating.
Oh, it's not even an hour.
It's not even that long, is it?
No.
I have a serious Jewish question.
Oh, I bet you
no,
do.
You do.
Yeah. I really do.
Who are you kidding?
I actually really do. It's gonna.
I'll put money that he has a Jewish question. No, how serious it is.
Well, it's going to be one of those questions where people are going to go, "That dude, come on, really?" But
Scott,
it's
you're right there.
It's very
pull the mic.
Intelligent.
Right.
So I thought like for Manischewitz, right? Was it non-alcoholic because you can't?
No, there's alcohol.
Just Google it first and then get back to us.
Well, I don't have a computer.
There is alcohol in Manischewitz.
Yeah,
and it's not working.
It's straight up.
I don't even know what it is.
Well,
fortified wine.
It's a grape juice with
but
a little
I kind of think I know where this question's
going.
going.
Isn't there something where like the yeast can't be working on Sunday or some nonsense like that?
No, that's not where I saw that question.
See what I mean?
Yeah, no, nobody sees anything what you mean. But
but I mean like that it gets a laugh, but I'm actually trying to be like serious and relevant and not insulting.
I'm going to answer. I'll answer the question that
thank you, Zach.
I think you might be asking. Is
I am smart.
Wine. So here's listeners in the audience.
Bated breath.
Do you have the same knack of storytelling as your father did?
Yeah, you do.
I want you to know that.
I think like a lot. You can let me know if this is what you're going for. But a lot of people ask us about the kind of like what makes beer kosher.
Carry on.
Yeah, go ahead.
A lot of people ask, like what makes beer kosher versus what makes wine kosher.
Yeah.
What makes wine kosher has nothing to do with the day of the week on which it's
yeast is active,
created. But
laugh, giggle, go ahead.
But wine having more of like a sacramental and biblical significance is much stricter as far as being certified kosher. Orthodox Jews are the ones who are actually making the wine, and interestingly, it's if the winemaker is not an Orthodox Jew, they have to ask the rabbis at the winery to bring them the wine to try in a separate room, or else it becomes non-kosher. Beer's not quite that complicated. Am I answering a question?
Well, and this came through in the chat, actually, is what makes beer kosher. Sure. The question was, isn't all beer kosher?
Right.
Ish.
Well, so the way it works is if you're just using grains, hops, yeast, water, most beer would certainly be certified kosher, although certain plants that run, for instance, sodas or other new age drinks use ingredients and processes that were not kosher because of either fruits or additives. There's a lot of the homebrewers
like
out there
Four
will
Loko.
know fining.
Which I hope is
Foreskin Loco.
Yes.
So you're mentioning fining. So what about
finings? Because they're made from bottom feeding fish gills are not kosher.
But no Jello shots.
No Jello shots actually in the right moment can be incredibly kosher.
So you have to be very careful with finings.
We don't use them anyway.
You just filter.
We're just using a totally different process. Homebrewers, though, it's a little bit of an issue. For instance, if you're going over to your wife's Orthodox family in West LA, you probably don't want to bring your homebrew if you've been using finings. But
Doc never thought about that.
Doc never tells him anyway.
He's like, fuck it.
Bring the codeine.
Shit's kosher,
just
baby.
fine.
That's right.
And basically, in general, the rule of thumb is kosher for beer is the ingredients, the brewing process, and the conditions at the brewery. And we've only gotten into trouble once with, ironically enough, this year's Rejuvenator using Concord grape juice, and it was 100% my fault. I just had in my mind, we'll just get awesome kosher wine, and we'll just brew with that. Or, worst comes to worst, we'll get the grape juice that's going to go into the awesome kosher wine. And I approached a couple of my friends that had access to stuff like that. And they're like, yeah, it's February and March. Like, we don't have juice, you jack.
Yeah.
So I was like, oh, when's the harvest anyway? Woo, wouldn't it be funny if there was a spring harvest in Northern California?
Right.
So they're like, nah, it'd be hilarious. Just ask Yahweh, not going to do it. So we scrambled, as I have on everything. The date was the same, the fig was the same for totally different reasons. And so we ended up with non-kosher grape juice, which wouldn't necessarily, it doesn't mean it couldn't have, it just means that the plant that they were using didn't get it certified. And so that's the only beer we make that's not kosher certified is Rejuvenator this year.
So when you say you got in trouble, what do you mean? Like some super Jew calls you and says, hey, buddy, I'm watching your ingredients.
Right.
And,
No.
I mean, who's asking?
I knew from the beginning that beer was not going to be well, not the beginning, but once I realized, wow, I can't find even kosher grape juice right now. So, yeah, I just made sure that we didn't say it was kosher certified. All the other Hebrews have Kosher Supervision of America, says on the label KSA, kosher certified. And
where am I looking?
So the pet pot belly running around.
So do you have your own rabbi? Does Shmaltz have their own rabbi who comes and
Haven't you seen the guy on the label?
Well, how do you get certified? I guess is what I mean. Who does?
Yeah, you pay a nonprofit
invoice,
either a non or a for-profit kosher certification organization, of which there are probably 75 in this country. Some are regional, by city for like little kosher restaurants, and some are national or international. I mean, but
Rabbi Ramstein.
I mean, is it a scam? Are these guys just collecting money from you, or do they care about?
No, well, they care. I mean, they're all Orthodox Jews that are living, an Orthodox life.
Maybe they care a little too much.
Yeah, I mean, it's important for them. And look, when I started with Brewmakers, we heard the story of this little tiny brew on-premise place that made 100 cases. I didn't even bother. I mean, I was going to sell the beer in Palo Alto and San Francisco. It's not like there's a huge ultra-Orthodox community that was going to be worried about it.
No, we're all heathens here.
Yeah, so even the Orthodox Jews. Yeah, I mean, but once I expanded to L.A., Chicago, and New York, it was just important to me because I wanted people to participate with the breadth of the community. Okay. And so that's when I got it kosher certified, and I've always had it since then. And it's important to me because somebody wants to bring a gift or bring it to an event. There's a lot of rules that most people are not going to be worried about, but there are rules that people are going to be worried about, and so you just get it certified. But, the thing is, Budweiser for a while was kosher certified. Coors was kosher certified. Coors might have been for a little PR stunt because their family is notorious in the past, of course. I'm sure it's changed.
Right.
For their ethnic insensitivities. So,
I see.
Yeah.
But, for me, it was just important to be able to have it kosher certified so that the community could participate with this product no matter where it was.
Okay.
And anybody else who gets a kick out of like, look at me, I've got kosher beer. And also hit like, it is a point of differentiation, but I always feel like I don't walk in the front door saying, hey, I have kosher beer. Even when it was just Genesis and Messiah, I'd walk in the door and say, I have great craft beer, and it also happens to be kosher certified, and it happens to have, fill in the blank. If I'm in New York, it's a New York beer. If I'm in California, I'm like, I started the business in my apartment in San Francisco.
The beauty.
I did use all kosher salt in my pork sauce, if that makes a difference.
Appreciate it. I feel like we're really sharing our deepest emotional connections tonight.
Well, you brought up a good point, Jay, about the super Jew. So, I mean, the blacks have Jesse Jackson. Who does the Jewish community have?
The Hebrew Hammer.
There's like Woody Allen come in.
The worst movie on earth.
Best movie. You mean best movie on earth, right?
Who's your guy?
Because Lenny's dead.
I say Woody Allen. Bevo says Fran Drescher.
Fran Drescher. Who is the guy? Do you have a guy?
Let's take a tour. Let's see who else.
If you guys insult the community, or if I insulted the community, who would I have to go to?
Who's going to crawl up?
Barbara.
Mel Brooks.
Mel Brooks. Barbara Streisand.
Mel Brooks wouldn't care though.
Oh, actually, it is Streisand.
It is.
Now that you mention it, Streisand is the one.
Babs.
She's the one.
In my extended family,
I Jew veto that.
Really?
Yeah.
But she's got class, and
she's New York,
and there's all those
beautiful hair.
Papa, can you hear me?
Yeah. Come on, it's got to be Barbara, right?
Just watch that movie.
All right, we are running out of time. I want to make sure we talk about the book, and I've got some listener questions in front of me. Can we do some listener questions?
Of course.
Well, the first one we covered was how a beer could be
how much
kosher.
Pork is in the sauce?
Yeah, they do want to know that.
Isn't there a thing where the yeast can't work on a Sunday?
Dude,
Did I make that up?
Yes.
Fuck.
Yeah.
Where do you think you heard that? Is what I'm.
I don't know.
About.
I thought it was with the Manischewitz, but I'm
it was
retarded.
that yeast book.
So
now the Coney. Island beers, those are not kosher, right?
Right. I mean, they would be, most of them.
They could be.
Albino Python's the only one that might, because of the sweet orange peel and the crushed fennel seed and the ginger, we would want to get it looked into. But all the other beers are just malt, hops, yeast, water, and they would be kosher certified. I just didn't think that the circus sideshow freak show beers would be really that important. Although it's come up now several times, so this year I will enter intense negotiations with my kosher certification rabbi about getting them done.
I hope when you do the Coney Island promotions, you have a guy nail a Torah to his nose. That'd be good.
That'd be good. This rye IPA on rye is really good. I like it.
Yeah,
it's a really interesting beer. It's big.
Yeah.
It's bold.
It's dangerous.
You should find 4 friends to share at 22.
Yeah. It doesn't taste like it, though. You know that it's 15%, but I don't know if it's because we drank that other one beforehand where it was big and malty, but this is really easy drinking.
Yeah, I just pissed myself.
Most rye beers I've had, I don't like because it's you get the rye up front and it's a lighter beer.
Right, true.
And it's like in your face, right? But this one's this big chewy beer with the rye adding to all that instead of what the hell's that?
Right. Well, and that's this beer. It was, again, kind of one of those things where I thought, man, wouldn't it be cool? Let's barrel age something. This was about 4 years ago. We started, and I thought, well, we're doing a rye beer. Let's get some rye whiskey barrels. I had started getting into rye whiskey after that distillery tour, and I thought, well, let's get 2, and we'll start with 2. And so Darren Quinlan, our sales manager for the South, and our coworker now for 3 years. Was working at the brewery, and I said, Darren, is there any chance you could help babysit this project? So I bought 2 Heaven Hill rye whiskey from Heaven Hill in Kentucky, and we aged this RIPA in 2 barrels, and it was just insane. It was so lovely and so complex, and it just was lucky that this particular beer worked out to be so incredibly delicious. And so from there, we've cranked it up, and this year was the first time we released it in bottles. And I was really, this will be perfect for you guys. So conspiracy theories abounding. This was the first year we've ever won a medal at GABF.
Really?
Normally, I've never claimed, in the book, it's funny, I just finished writing a whole section why we'll never win an award, because all of our beers are hybrids, and they're never to style, and they're always out of whack. This year at GABF, we won for barrel aged strong ale, which is this giant catch-all category, which is all heavy hitters. It was so cool. I happened to be at home celebrating, of course, Yom Kippur, the most sacred holiday of the year, fasting, not drinking beer. And the GABF was like, and the silver medal goes to Shmaltz Brewing Company. I got like 10 text messages in 30 seconds, like, that's so great. I'm like,
I'm a very fast texter.
Yeah. I'll be at a synagogue in an hour. So Darren, our non-Jewish coworker, who had really helped babysit this project from the beginning, got to go up and receive the award.
It's very nice.
Really cool.
Was he worthy, though?
He was so much.
Straight up worthy.
Much.
All right, let me get some questions out from the chat. Does Shmaltz ever plan to open their own brewery or continue to brew through partners?
Yes. Right now, we're a contract brewer, and if you guys have seen the Beer Advocate piece that I wrote, I just loved being able to kind of talk about contract brewing and why I've in the beginning, just out of necessity and desperation, had to do it. And then over time, it's been out of an opportunity for more passion and creativity than I ever could have done with the resources that I have personally with my credit card debt. So I've had access to these incredible brewers, incredible brewing facility. But this summer, we did open our first brewery, and we are now officially not exclusive contract brewers. We opened a brewery in Coney Island, and I figured it was appropriate. It's attached to the Freak Show in Coney Island, and it's a 175 square foot storefront with a 1/31st of a barrel brew system. It's a 3-vessel system, gravity fed. We have combination lauter tun mash tun lauter tun. It brews 1 gallon at a time.
Awesome.
And so we have now joined the ranks of people like Sam Adams, who have transferred from exclusively contract brewing to owning their own brewery facility.
But we also have the world's smallest. We also have the world's smallest head brewer.
Yeah.
Really? To go with your world's smallest brewery.
The midget Nixon from the Freak Show
Little
has
person.
been known to... No, I think he prefers
midget.
Yeah.
3 foot,
shorty.
Yeah,
So do I, actually.
3 foot, 6.66 inches tall. And he came out. And
I want to meet this guy.
He's pretty badass, actually.
That
and
sounds
great-
Gene Simmons and Minnie Kiss.
He brews just enough beer for him.
Yeah.
That's what the whole...
A gallon ought to do it.
So it's all this after you go in, what are you brewing this month? Oh, you guys would love it if there was any left.
Any extra.
Talk like him.
Yeah.
We had to invest in a stool.
In all complete seriousness, was just like the rest of tonight. Eventually, what I'd like to do is I look at Brooklyn Brewery was distributing Hebrew for me in New York City for a long time and introduced my beer there, and I think they've done a great job of balancing being a contract brewer with owning their own facility. And I got to give them credit, and they've grown and grown and grown. Their little brewery in Williamsburg and Brooklyn. And I think we'll try to head that direction to this. I figured we got a fellowship from Coney Island, USA, the Freak Show. That the whole Coney Island series is a licensing agreement and a project with them that generates profits and royalties for their organization to run a museum, the Mermaid Parade, film festivals, and art shows. And so they gave us this 175 square foot storefront to play with for 3 summers.
Wow.
But the goal is to get a bigger space in Coney Island and start making Coney Island beers out there in addition to brewing them in upstate New York. And just actually this summer, I was one heartbeat away from signing a lease on a warehouse on Valencia Street to open a Hebrew brew pub. So,
I don't want you to open a brewery, Jeremy. I like the Jeremy who sits around coming up with stupid ideas and making other people do it.
Exactly.
And turning them the realities of a brew house.
Yeah, this is the Jeremy that I like.
And why do you like that? That's weird.
Well, it's very cathartic for Justin. Have his own ideas and then pay others nothing to execute.
To execute them. Yeah. I think you have a good thing going and you keep doing it, Jeremy.
We have a very aggressive internship program, by the way. It's on our website, and I'm not kidding.
We need to compare notes.
Yeah,
you're in one right now.
It turns out.
Very aggressive.
That term intern came up. Remember a couple years ago? We were supposed to have some interns.
We got one. His name is Scott Moskowitz.
It's not what I had pictured.
He doesn't like being called intern, but look at the paperwork says intern.
So not what I had pictured.
All right.
I pictured more DVC at lunchtime.
Yes.
Okay, that's what I pictured.
He's on the paycheck side, he's great, but on the tit side, he's got nothing going.
I don't know. Little A's are pretty cute.
You can put him in a blue dress. You can put him in a blue dress. He'll be fine.
Bottled Anger in the chat room wrote in.
Yeah, that's me right now.
I like where that guy's coming from.
He wants to know if you regret starting a brewery with an extremely specific niche. Do you feel holed in?
Dear angry brewer.
Yeah.
Bottled anger. Please don't unbottle that my direction.
Right.
No, for a long time, I didn't start it for any other reason than to be the niche. So, I mean, I could say I wish I had started the best pale ale ever and rode that and then had hundreds of thousands of dollars to support that brand. And then somehow accidentally stumbled on the genius way to get from 2,000 barrels to 500,000 barrels. But I started it to make the brand. So what's actually my only regret is not sooner realizing that I would have preferred to think I was starting a beer company so I could have kind of emotionally and intellectually wrap my brain around that I ran a beer company as opposed to ran a Jewish nonprofit, which is essentially what I did for 8 years.
And maybe you wouldn't have had to blow dudes for crack for 8 years if you had
marijuana.
Read the book.
Bob Saget
he
jokes.
Got crack for that?
Bottled Anger also wants to know how many barrels of clown blood per batch of Freaktoberfest.
Nice, excellent. So he's referring to our beer Freaktoberfest. Should we break that out? Because now that we've had the
Tasty wants it.
Now that we got past that rye IPA, rye. Oh
this is the only beer in the country brewed with zombie blood.
Really?
Yes. And actually, what's one thing while Jeremy's opening the beer, one thing that every one of the sales managers kind of created their own little story about why the beer is red. And this beer is 6.66% alcohol content.
Okay.
It's blood red.
666.
And I say brewed with zombie blood, but we've had
Oh, to break? Yeah, we got 5 minutes to break. You got to take a leak, Jeremy?
I have to.
I always
raise your hand
because I got to take a big fat leak too. I was hoping to get through all of these questions, and then we'll take our last break.
So we'll do. You know what? Let's do Zombie Blood after the break. But to talk about it is that this is an opportunity now that we have. Yeah, no, that's the good stuff. That's vertical jubilation.
Let's just wait for that.
And
how dare you, Scott?
What we did with this is the beer that we got a lot of flack. I think we literally had a D on Rate Beer for.
I think we have an F+.
And,
but
it
still passes. But fucking idiots.
You know what? But listen, I mean, if God bless them for us, because I'm happy to put the 98s that we have on there, so I can't give away the D. But this beer in particular is our opportunity to say, you know what? I take all of this stuff so seriously all the time, and I'm desperate to make sure that people don't think we're just effing around. And we get so many comments about it's just a gimmick. But this beer is a gimmick, except that I love this gimmick.
Okay.
This is our chance to make a beer that's 6 malts, 6 hops. It's 6.66% alcohol. And it says
Jews don't believe in the devil.
Exactly. Jews don't believe in hell.
Or Jesus.
So it
must be nice.
This is not an Oktoberfest. This is Freaktoberfest.
Nice.
And every summer I've made the joke. The first year people said, well, how did you get it so red? And I said, there was a zombie movie being filmed at Coney Island. They ran out of funding, so we bought up all of their theatrical blood and brewed with it. And so since then, just so that Whole Foods won't let us on the shelves, we've made sure they know it's 100% artificial free-range zombie blood that we brew with every year. We'll taste that after the break.
Organic.
By the way, where do bad Jews go if there's no hell?
Pacheco.
Pine Box.
Because coming from a good Catholic family, bad people have to go somewhere.
No, that's most people.
Yeah, exactly. Everybody.
Yeah.
Where do bad Jews go?
They get locked in the closet.
Tennessee.
All good.
It's really an incredibly convenient belief. Like, you go to heaven if you're good, and if you're bad, you just, worms eat you.
That's it?
That's it.
You just have nothing.
That's right.
No, I
kind of like that. There's just nothing.
Bevo's grinding her teeth right now.
You come to Pacheco and you do the first 15 minutes of the Brewers Network show.
That's a good thing we're the Brewing
Payback, baby.
Forever.
I shouldn't have won that
without beer.
I shouldn't have answered that text message on Yom Kippur. I knew it.
Right.
Yeah,
all right.
Jew hell is you have to talk to your mother on the phone for 20 consecutive minutes.
I can get that. I actually believe in that being
mother-in-law.
Yeah.
I'm not Jewish, but that is hell.
Yeah. Okay, Junket wrote in, Brewing came out of the Fertile Crescent. So what is the historical tradition of Jewish brewing? Was it the Jews that brought brewing to Europe? Do you know anything about the historical? A
little bit. It's
the fertile Jewish star.
It's the 6-pointed star is obviously there for a reason.
Right.
So we had this really fun debate recently. A woman in New York that I'm going to end up working with next year, and we will explore this topic much more, I don't know, legitimately than the shtick I'm about to tell you. But so I'm going with my answer, Justin, is that Jews, when we were in bondage in Egypt, probably thought, man, we made this great wine when we were all hanging out. I mean, from Noah gets off the ark, right? First thing he does is plant a vineyard. And next thing he does is drink too much of the wine and ends up naked on the floor of his tent. Didn't go well. So
never does.
The wine tradition that was deep, and we talked about it in kosher earlier. When all of my people were in Egypt, Egypt is beer, and so Egypt was brewing traditions, and Dogfish Head is tied into that, which is pretty cool, and ancient grains and ancient recipes. And so my theory going forward was that the Hebrews had no interest in being associated with the beer that was going on with the ancient Egyptians. So when they got back, they focused on wine. Obviously, from the 1800s, there was a huge Jewish community that came to the United States, and there are lots of examples of Jews who were involved in German brewing and Central European brewing in this country. But right around the time of the beer hall putsch in Munich, when a giant totalitarian dictator came to the front, my guess is that Jews from our parents' generation then were happy to disassociate themselves with the brewing traditions that probably felt awfully vulnerable, and so that's where the bumper stickers that came from, that Jews don't drink beer. And so I made all of that up, and Leah...
I'm buying this theory.
Yeah.
Tasty comes up with some insane theories that I never buy. This one makes sense to me.
Yeah. Really. And so
I want to know where I get the sticker.
Yeah, the Jews don't drink beer. So what I wanted to do was, we've talked about this with all the guys I named earlier and a lot of other people. Next year we're doing a really cool project called Hanukkah versus Christmas. in a bottle, cork finish 750s, and now Brian from Sly Fox is obligated to do it because we've announced it on the BN. But,
Great.
So
done deal now.
4 people have heard it.
Yeah. and they're going to pay next year.
And there's 8 people in this room, so you figure out who's not listening.
So,
That's a case. We just sold our first case.
Yeah, exactly. And
that goes on my depletions.
But I think we're going to do a project and explore some of those fun stereotypes. For years, I wanted to do a Jews Don't Drink Beer festival. Then it'd be only Jewish brewers in this country and a bunch of people that would be like...
bunch of people not buying beer.
Yeah. It could be non-Jews there, but it would be all Jews somehow associated with brewing companies.
But that would be
How many Jewish brewers do you know of?
I mean, I rattle off 10 or 12, and then I know there's a bunch more because I've spouted that idea off for years at Great American Beer Festival, and inevitably somebody's like, "Oh yeah, Jonathan over at the Schwarzenberg and stuff," and right. So it's just fun. I mean, I really, obviously, as you can tell, I have a pretty thick skin, and I'm happy to listen to your racist and anti-Semitic comments all night long.
Sure,
I've never heard one,
and but
wouldn't happen here.
Part of the fun is like being able to play with stereotypes, and that's been a really cool part of the beer world. I mean, it's lucky that I've been able to essentially wear my identity on my sleeve for so long, and at this point make a living from it, and not have to bartend and work at catering companies anymore.
Right. Oh, thank God! I was talking about my days as a server and a bartender the other day. If the Brewing Network fails, and I had my choice between driving off a cliff and going back to bartending,
what are we going to do?
I'm driving off a cliff.
You and me, we'll Thelma and Louise this whole motherfucker.
Oh, those days.
Put the top down.
Absolutely.
You and me.
We're going back.
Well, the way you throw beers together, weird stuff here and there. I don't even want to be around for your 2012 beer.
Yeah,
right.
Exactly. No, it's 2112. It's my tribute to Rush. If you notice, if you have any listeners actually out there,
Scott's a huge Rush fan.
There's like basically,
of course he is.
Canadian Jews.
Yeah, there's basically a Rush reference in just about everything I've done.
Really?
Dude.
Yeah.
Scott and I used to sit in front of his house listening to Loveline, and then during commercials
Limelight.
he would put Rush on.
Limelight.
We would sit in his car in front of his house listening to Loveline, and then at commercial he would play Rush
Scott,
albums.
you are the oldest young guy I've ever met in my life. You are about 79 years old.
What song does
in the
Rush
body?
sing?
Well, how old are you, Ashley? 28?
What?
28.
28
Say it
years
again.
old.
I used to do the same thing. We'd sit and listen to Loveline, but then at commercial, instead of playing Rush, I'd just jerk off to the hot fucking, and then my boyfriend wants to do anal, but he likes to pull my hair.
If I could sleep with any two men, it would be Adam Carolla and Getty Lee.
Yeah.
As opposed to all the other ones you slept
Bebo,
with?
there is no...
Scott dreams about being Eiffel Towered by two men.
Bebo, there's no song that you would know by Rush. Like, I can't
Tom
name
Sawyer.
a hit.
Right.
Come on.
Yeah, but even that, people don't know.
Jeremy can.
Right? Or whatever.
No, people, you would think
heard
they
it
know.
today.
No, they don't know.
No, she knows.
It'd
be wasted breath on her.
Justin,
I guarantee
Jeremy
she's
has a
heard
name.
one.
She won't know. She won't know it.
Name that Rush
Justin will
lyric in
pull
his
up
book.
Tom Sawyer, and people will not know it.
No, she's heard this.
That just
No,
heard
no
this
way.
today.
Everybody's heard it.
Sammy has.
No. Nothing, right?
Baddest bass singer in the world.
All right, if she doesn't know it, she's definitely stood next to a guy airbanding it. She
Yeah, that's her husband with the ugly sweater in the other room.
If she doesn't know it, she hasn't seen I Love You,
But
Man.
she was humming something from some country singer at the time.
Tom Brody? I don't know, man.
That's how bad we are.
Tom something.
You've never... Come on, Beef.
No, I really don't.
No,
Is
nothing.
There a chorus?
She doesn't know Rush, Sam. What's wrong with you?
She won't know the chorus either.
Pause.
See? There you go.
No, if you're a Rush fan, you don't even
Did they
need the
sing
chorus.
Holy Diver?
No.
This is
You
2112.
know what? That's a pretty funny combination.
Wow.
Ronnie James Dio and
I would love to
Geddy
see
Lee
Rush
head
do
to head.
Holy Diver.
2011. Ronnie James... Actually, he's dead now. But the ghost of Ronnie James Dio joins Rush on tour.
That's
Craft
nice
Beer Bar
echo
Mitzvah book
effect.
tour.
That's the line from Stephen
2011.
Alchemist where he says, "How does his voice get so high?"
Actually, the guy
I
that
wonder if
I...
he speaks like an ordinary guy.
The guy that I got into
I see
Rush
that.
from was a Jew as well, and then Jeremy's the Rush fan. Do you have to be a Jew to be a Rush fan?
No,
I'm trying
but-
to think about a Jew
But the Jew owns the Jews own the entertainment business, so
I
they
see.
try to perpetuate that.
Well,
Got it.
You just have to like really out of style voices to be a Rush fan.
That's why you're on the air.
Yeah, me and Adam
whole
Carolla
conversation
and
there.
Getty Lee.
All right, I gotta take a break, or I'm gonna urinate in my chair.
I thought
is what's
I
gonna
usually
happen.
stand up for a while.
I know it's not that bad yet, but
Okay.
It's getting close.
Yeah.
Last question before we go. Quickly, do the whiskey barrels have to be kosher?
Kosher, right? Yeah, that's a debate, and it's just a bizarre labyrinthine issue because
they've been soiled by hillbillies.
That's a good thing, actually, when it comes to all this stuff.
I think they cut them and just let the sap bleed out before they cut them down.
The guys that we talk to are just they don't even own pallets at the distillery. We're like, could you put those on pallets so we can pick them up? And they're like, we don't have pallets. Like, how do you get
Actually,
it
they
around?
say we ain't got no pallets.
Well, we got the pallets, but we make them in these barrels.
We just roll them on down.
It's just one open-minded love fest in Northern California.
That's what it is. That's all we do.
We're just so liberal. It's the liberal elite out here.
We ain't got no pallets, but I got this tooth.
No, you don't anymore.
Actually, my dog is sharing the tooth. He got to eat.
I just got a hole where that tooth used to be.
Told you we'd try to get everybody before the show is over, Jeremy. We're working on it.
Equal opportunity.
We're not hitting the Greeks yet.
All right, let's do this. Let's take ourselves the last break of the show. When we come back, we're going to find out about the book, ultimately. And we're going to play Stump the Jew.
We've got a game to play.
We're going to play Know Your Yiddish, and we're going to play Guess the Religion. We've got all sorts of things to do. Plus, we'll do Drunk of the Week and much more. Yeah.
I'm so anti that.
All right, we're going to get ourselves another beer and maybe a dash of codeine. We'll be back. It's The Session. Hang in there.
Sweet.
You're listening to the Brewcasters. The Brewcasters on the Brewing Network.
Since 1921, Muntons has been a provider of quality malted grain and extract.
What did he just say? What did he say?
That's 90 years of locally sourced grain for home brewers and professional brewers alike. All farmed within 50 miles of our malt houses.
What? I can't understand what this guy said. The last part.
Whole and crushed malts, including wheat and peated malt, liquid extract, hopped and unhopped, as well as dried malt extract. Everything from beginner home brewer kits to all the ingredients an advanced home brewer needs.
Something about trains? What language does this guy speak? He's from Austria.
Muntons is proudly serving brewers in 54 countries and honoured to be a leader in malting.
Can you understand this guy? No. That's a really weird language.
Ask for Muntons malt and malt extract at your local home brew shop.
Muntons, for brewing, distilling, and baking. Quality malted grain and extract for 90 years. Make your malt Muntons.
Hey, Push, the new brewery's looking good.
Thanks, Finn. Piece by piece.
Well, let's fire her up. Whoa! Is that a new kettle?
Yeah, just got it brand new, but paid half price.
What? And that blade scale?
40% off.
The new tap handle?
$5 instead of $13. Got a new regulator for the brew stand, too, but $5 instead of $25.
Dude, where are you stealing all this stuff from?
Where else? The More Beer deal of the day.
Announcing the Beer, Beer, and More Beer deal of the day. Every day, a new fantastic deal from big items to small that will blow you away. Boil kettles, carboy carriers, sterile siphon starters, digital timers. Watch morebeer.com every day for a new deal, and you just might find the item you've been waiting for at a price you cannot believe. Hurry, because stock is limited on most items.
And that sweet Guinness cap, let me guess.
The More Beer deal of the day.
Yeah, I knew it. Come on, let's brew something. Find the More Beer deal of the day at morebeer.com. Celebrity voices impersonated.
Downtown Joe's, located in the historic Oberon building in beautiful downtown Napa, California, offers an award-winning brew pub experience from 8:30 a.m. to 1 a.m. every day. For 15 years at the corner of 2nd and Main, Downtown Joe's has been voted Best Night Spot 7 times and Best Brew Pub for the last 4 years in a row. Brewmaster Colin Kaminsky's handcrafted ales, like his Tail Wagon Amber Ale and Double Secret Probation IPA, are the perfect accent to riverside dining, live music, and a relaxing outdoor patio. Don't miss the Beer of the Month, special rotating taps, and the BN Army Member Special. Wear your BN gear, get 10% off your beer. Visit downtownjoes.com to make reservations, peruse their extensive calendar of events, or just read more about their fantastic beers. Come enjoy the fine beer, food, and music. Downtown Joe's, the award-winning brew pub where you'll feel at home.
Hi, I'm Jamel Zainasheff, and in addition to my work on the Brewing Network, I write the Style Profile column in every issue of Brew Your Own magazine. Hi, I'm Sean Paxton, and when I'm not prepping for the Homebrewed Chef on the Brewing Network, you can find me writing articles on how to cook with your homebrew for Brew Your Own magazine.
Greetings, cretins. This is John Palmer, and when I'm not writing for Brew Your Own, I'm reading it.
John Palmer, Sean Paxton, Jamil Zainasheff. If you love listening to them on the Brewing Network, you'll love reading their articles, tips, and recipes in the pages of Brew Your Own magazine. Join Jamil, John, and Sean 8 times a year in Brew Your Own. And when you subscribe to BYO on the Brewing Network website, half of your subscription price goes right back to the BN to support great beer and food programming. So sign up for Brew Your Own magazine through the BN website today so you can listen and read your way to better homebrew.
What's funny is brewers will say, yeah, I don't brew to style. I'm brewing my own beer. And it's like a German Pilsner, but it's black. Yeah, it's a sports beer. You know?
The home of live beer radio.
TheBrewingNetwork.com. Because like beer, radio shouldn't suck. You're listening to The Session. You're listening to the Brewing Network. Because like beer, radio shouldn't suck.
Merry Jewish holiday, everybody. Back on the session here. We've got Shmaltz Brewing Company on here with us, educating us about their beer, their culture, their idea. Jeremy Cowan and Zach Davis hanging out with us. And a couple more things to do. It's going to be one of those shows. Those 4-hour ones, I have a feeling, because we got a lot left to cover.
I got to work early tomorrow morning.
You do?
I have to keep working right now.
You've got to do one update on our Facebook page early tomorrow morning?
Well, I got to do that, and then I just started leveling a Worgen, so I got to keep doing that.
Is that in the new...
Yeah.
And then I have a question that early in the morning I'm supposed to be on server 7 with the Guild of Arkenstein. We're going to be...
Why is it Jewish?
We're going to be raping and pillaging through the digital world. Right?
That's Tron.
Is that what you have to... Oh, it is.
Yeah.
Sorry. I thought it was your World of Warcraft.
No.
You play World of Warcraft, Jeremy?
Oh yeah, I love it. I can't get
it's
enough
kosher.
Of it. Yeah, it's all usually in those kind of late nights in the Midwest.
I can't even get Jeremy on Facebook.
Right.
This year, I will be on Facebook.
Everybody thinks
First
I'm
time.
Jeremy on Facebook.
This year I will be questing through Facebook and Twitter.
It is funny. I get people all the time saying, "Oh, I love your Twitter and Facebook posts." I'm like, I love them too because I don't have anything to do with them.
That's actually not true. Jeremy goes, "Oh, thank you so much. We spend a lot of time developing those programs."
Well, especially when they come and go, "You're so funny."
Yeah,
I know. Thank you.
Do you get that about my Twitter post?
And you have so much time off.
Now I give away my Christmas present codeine bottle, and it comes back half empty, Doc.
Half full, Jay. I'm being such a pessimist.
It really depends on which way you're looking at it.
Right now.
Nice.
Did you scissorp as well, Bevo?
I'm actually legitimately sick.
You are.
Yes.
So am I.
She has her own spoon.
No, really, I am. I think I have whooping cough.
We want a very professional program around here, Jeremy.
Nice and cherry.
Oh, it is very cherry.
Isn't it?
Yeah.
Not whooping cough.
I feel better already.
There you go. All right.
We'll keep that in the middle.
A lot of things left to do.
And stuff.
Oh. What a great break. I snorted half a Vicodin. And
and you bonged the other half.
Right. What a great break.
Does this mean you're pussing out on our
No,
it's
is that
sit-up contest.
Sit-ups this week?
It is supposed to be Absember.
Justin was like, I have a toothache.
I do
like
have a
20 minutes
toothache.
before he went to air. He's like, my tooth is killing me.
Actually, he gets a doctor's excuse. If I know what he's going through. Nope, sorry.
And
not
the
this
thing
week.
is, now Scott laughed at me when I said it, and I get it. I laugh at me too. What a sissy excuse. But you know how all the blood rushes to your head when you're working out, especially when you're doing sit-ups? I feel like this hole in my mouth is going to explode.
Oh, yeah. With the dry sucker, you should keep your head up. Yeah, so you don't get...
We're going to keep you vertical.
I get a pass.
Yeah, you get a pass.
I'll do it. If Doc says I can do it, I'll do it.
No,
I don't want to push
sorry,
out. But
nope.
It's a little painful.
No, it's fine.
I'll lubricate your socket for you.
Can I snort the other half of the Vicodin off of Bevo's ass at the end of the show?
No.
That's the doctor.
I pay for that.
Right.
You picked the right room full of people to have a minor ache. and thus puss out on something. Oh, my tooth is killing. Oh, okay, Justin, no problem. Anyone else would have been like, man up. Let's go.
You're right. No, a room full of Gentiles.
Yeah. Oh,
and,
no mercy.
Right. It's true. I can't actually. Tasty usually has no mercy either, but he even sided with me. I must be.
No, you're sick.
I'm the only one who wants you to do it. I want you to pop your sutures,
but
man.
The only person you hate more than yourself is probably me. So
why?
I'm not sure why.
But it's not even a close contest.
All right, let me get through some business before I am too drunk to do so. Jeremy has a new book that's out. It's called Craft Beer Bar Mitzvah. And what is this? This is about your sort of life as a craft brewer?
13 years of extreme Jewish brewing, circus sideshow freaks, and basically starting the company in my apartment and then ending up in tonight.
Do you personally?
By the way, the pinnacle of your career.
Do you personally know midgets?
Just the one who works for him.
Just
his brewer.
Yeah, Nick is our official. He's the shortest midget brewer we've ever had, and then we had Josh, who's 6'4". He's the tallest midget brewer we ever had this summer. So it all worked out. It was an incredible journey, spiritual and emotional, and that's how I was prepared for tonight. Basically.
Okay.
So,
how come you didn't ask for my quote on the book? I see Tom Daldorf here.
Oh, he asked for it. I emailed you. I don't remember getting that email back. It's funny. Yeah, it's awkward now, huh?
Justin probably started.
Yeah.
And so he went into the ignore.
I probably would have written the best book I'd never read.
You know how to read and everything. I know that.
No, he does not.
Am I pronouncing it right? Is it bar mitzvah?
Bar.
You have to say bar? How come I've heard Jews say ba?
But
I thought I heard you say it.
I was imitating a sheep.
Well, there's a girl one and a boy one.
So it's a bar mitzvah.
There's a bar mitzvah for men and bat mitzvah for women.
Yes.
Maybe that's
Girls.
what I screwed up.
Yeah.
What do they cut?
Not
for
the
bat
quinceanera, though.
Careful.
No, the Jew bat mitzvah, 15 for the Mexicans, 12 for the Orthodox Jews.
You know?
Yes, they used to
Are you
marry
excited
off.
about
They used
that?
to marry. Yes,
Can you believe it?
they used to marry off their 12-year-old girls. That's bat mitzvah.
Yeah,
and
it's a 40-year-old
You're an
man.
adult now, so therefore I'm going to marry you off and take my 12 goats as a dowry.
Yeah, to the 40-year-old.
That's pretty
town
much
butcher.
what I had to do.
I'm
when
actually
I
surprised
proposed
that
to Liz.
Moscow is not in a arranged marriage. I mean, he seems like the perfect.
Could be coming.
Now, Zach, is this your lovely fiance over here?
Oh,
she's in the room.
There we go.
She's in the room.
That's her, though, right?
That is.
What is she thinking?
She got 13 goats.
She is a lovely young
I don't know.
lady.
You'll have to ask her. She is lovely. I lucked out, and I take it where I can get it.
It must be the huge salary coming from Shmaltz. Must be your huge salary.
Huge.
Right.
Huge.
Now,
speaking of 13 malts and 13 hops and 13% alcohol, since your listeners are fascinated by this
fired.
Right.
So we're drinking out two versions. Jubilation 13.
Okay.
Tie into the book. It's called Jubilation Bar Mitzvah, and we launched it at GABF last year in the food and beer pairing pavilion, and so that's what we're passing around. And then we've got Vertical Jubilation, which is the end product of this ridiculous year that we had, where we rebrewed 6 different beers from our past, brewed a 14 for this year, and then took a little bit of each one of those, aged them in these Sazerac 6-year barrels that we'd done the RIPA on rye for. So those were actually mostly second use, not wet anymore, but just a couple of first use barrels. And then
But most of them were like the third use. You guys used them twice?
We did them for, some of them were for RIPA on rye the first time.
Okay.
Some of them were for RIPA on rye the second time, and just a few of them were actually still fresh.
Yeah.
And this year we took a little bit of each of those, aged them from somewhere between a month to 3.5 months, depending on the beer and when the cycle hit, and it turned it into a barrel-aged blend of 7 different beers called Vertical Jubilation, and that's just coming out. Like, it's not even available in California yet. So
okay, that's what we have here. That's not
what
even
we're
available.
drinking.
Beautiful.
Not even available.
Wow.
First moment out the gate. So it was in a 12-ounce bottle in the gift pack. That was our first version of this, which we aged into we blended into 12-ounce bottles for the gift pack. This. On the side where you see on the neck label, it says batch 1. That was for the gift pack. Batch 2 is for the 22-ounce release. and all the draft is mostly from the second batch that'll be available around the country.
Okay.
So this was a really cool project where we took a little bit of every single one of those ridiculous lineup of, the 12, for instance, was literally, it was 12 malts, 12 hops, 12%. It was, the hop additions were 12 hop additions. Every hop was used either 12 separate additions, either 2, 3, 4, 6, or 12 pounds each, 144-minute boil. And again, the shtick was perfect, but I was really lucky. It turns out the beer was actually spectacular.
The beer is spectacular.
It is. This is that beer that you don't want to be tailgating with, but
sweet ass tailgate.
Yeah. Wait a minute,
or doing a 4-hour radio show with, for example.
But in the middle of December, January, around the fire, when all your friends are gone, that's when you bust it out.
Right. Or in June or July in San Francisco.
Or right now. Right. Yeah, the same winter.
Exactly.
And,
this is
we're really,
as you say, luscious.
Yeah, we're really proud of this. And I mean, again, it's like I will take credit for thinking it up, but Nature and Paul will take credit, as well as the brewers at Old Saratoga and Josh, who does all of our special barrel aging projects, is a guy who's turned out to be an incredible resource for us. He worked at the brewery for a while, doesn't anymore, but comes in on the third shift, which doesn't even exist. And he does all of our barrel aging projects. So this year we started, remember, with 2 barrels for our IPA on rye of Heaven Hill. This year we have 76 rye whiskey barrels stacked at Old Saratoga, and Josh has been managing that entire project literally most of the time by himself. Wow. So he's responsible for implementing my English major idea, wouldn't it be cool if,
right. Yeah,
got to give him huge props for this project this year. This is the kind of stuff that I'm so grateful that I've had access to these guys, and really proud of what we've been able to accomplish, and hopefully you guys get a kick out of the shtick, but also the beers I just think are dynamite.
Well, the way this one's oak is more subdued. It's right there
for sure,
but it's not in your face. And it's just part of everything else that goes with it, which is this makes it for me. I like the oak,
good,
but it's not. I've had oak beers with just whoa,
yeah. Well, and this isn't fresh oak, so that actually helps.
Yeah.
It's already been used for liquor, which has already been used to age beer, and so the oak, I think the wood comes through as enough of that vanilla and enough of that kind of typical oak flavor, but
it's
much
not
more
at the forefront
flavor.
here. It's part of everything else, which is what makes this thing so great.
It's a great beer.
It's part of everything else.
So it's a weird thing. This is definitely the most expensive kitchen sink beer we've ever made, because I mean, if we added up the hop additions and the malts in this beer, it's hundreds and hundreds, and it definitely could have argued with itself. It could end up being some weird beer that's off in a different direction, and it's just through the luck of nature and the brewing process and the fact these guys have done such a good job for me of brewing a great beer to start with. And then that's what went in, and it blended together very nicely. I mean, this could be a beer that could have taken 2 or 3 years to age into what it should be.
I was just going to say, I'd like to try this one in 2012.
Right, for sure.
Yeah, this is going to age really well.
It's nice.
Yep.
Well, I hope you're leaving a bottle behind.
Yeah, exactly. Get it while you can.
It goes great with the new book, Craft Beer Bar Mitzvah. Where can you get it?
Craft Beer Bar Mitzvah is going to be a fun project. We self-published in the true craft do-it-yourself fashion. I figured I had a really close friend who's a journalist. You can get the book on our website is the direct answer.
All right.
So James Sullivan is a journalist in Boston now, although we've been friends for 20 years since I bartended in New Orleans. And he wrote for the San Francisco Chronicle, and he's just finished his 3rd book, which mine's his 4th, but his 3rd was a biography of George Carlin, which is pretty kick-ass.
Okay.
Called 7 Dirty Words, that's out right now. And then my art director, Matt Polachek, who lives in Brooklyn, we collaborated on the design for the whole book. And basically, I dictated the book to Jim. He typed it up, rewrote it a little bit, made it sound like instead of just a dude at a bar telling you a story about 13 years of his life. And then we edited back and forth and swapped the manuscript. And then I spent 6 weeks trying to avoid having a nervous breakdown while I tried to finish it on time before GABF.
All right. Now, but so this is the one thing you're qualified to do, Jeremy. Of everything we've talked about, this is the one thing you're qualified to do is to write this book.
Words in English language.
Well, and let me say this. Now, I've not read the book, but the reason I wanted Jeremy on the show is the very few times I've met him, very funny man, did a great job on our show at Celebrate a couple years back, and just thought you'd be a perfect fit. I'm pretty sure the book's no different. So if you're looking for a good laugh and also a little insight about a tiny company that's been beating the shit out of Jeremy for 14 years, but actually turned into a big sensation recently, get the book now. You can go over to Shmaltz.
Shmaltzbrewing.com. Yeah, we're going to do it on our website for now and go through our kind of beer channels. It'll start popping up at homebrew shops and all the Judaica stores that I'm sure your listeners are frequenting.
Of course.
And then in the spring, we'll start releasing it out to more and more independent liquor stores and then specialty beer stores. And then eventually we'll be working through a wholesaler and get it into bookstores.
Okay.
And Amazon. And we'll have an ebook up starting probably in the second quarter of next year. And
Great.
It'll be a big launch. And we're going to try to spend, instead of what normally happens in the publishing world, which is you finish this giant, monstrous project called your book, and you get a 2-week PR blast, and maybe it gets into some bookstores, and you end up with one book at 500 Barnes and Nobles, and they send it back when it doesn't sell.
Right.
What we want to do is baby this through the year and kind of slowly build it and focus on our core audience, which is beer people, Jewish community, homebrew shops, and slowly build it through our distribution network. And I'm really looking forward to spending the year exploring this book and sharing it with people.
Can Doc's Jewish mother-in-law do the audio version of the book?
So the audio version, I thought, at Passover every year, there's a great tradition where you pass what's called the Haggadah. It's the kind of a book that tells the story of Passover, and you pass it along, and everybody reads a paragraph, and you kind of pass it around the room, and I thought that'd be so sweet.
Kind of like me at the dinners.
Yes, exactly. So you get to read that paragraph.
Yeah, I did. And I got the longest one every time. I hated it. Everybody snickering at me.
Right before the gefilte fish.
Yeah.
So you're thinking to do that with the book?
I would love to do. I'd love to do two versions. I really don't think I have enough time. This year it was so much time and heartache doing this book, which I'm in the end really, really proud of. But next year, I think for me to read the entire thing might be a little much. So I was thinking I'll pawn it off on everybody else. And so
there you go.
We may do another. We did a program. Send us your bar and bat mitzvah picture for our Jubilation 13, which we have here tonight. It's the only beer label in America with 169 bar and bat mitzvah pictures of 13 and 12-year-olds across the country.
Great.
Is that why it's 69?
Pedophile beer.
Some weird thing.
Zach's is prominently featured, so check it out.
Zach and his dad.
Yeah,
and his dad.
That's right.
There's not really many options. It's just awful jokes.
My favorite, along with your idea, my favorite audiobook I've ever listened to was Artie Lang's by, I'm a very brainy reader, so I thought I'd check out Too Fat to Fish. And about 4 chapters into it, Artie goes, he stops in the middle of a chapter, and he goes, all right, listen, I gotta be honest. I'm really strung out on heroin right now.
Nice.
I cannot keep showing up at the studio every day because I find myself needing a fix. So I'm now going to pass off the rest of this book to my friends. And then you have this bunch of like dopey comedians who can hardly read come in and read the rest of the book.
Yeah.
And so you have like 5 different people end up doing the whole thing. I think you could do that with brewers.
With you guys.
With
you guys
us
here tonight.
Do the BN.
You'll be on heroin. I'll be on
No, cough syrup.
I'm clearly the heroin reader.
Cough syrup.
You guys will be on cough syrup. We'll bring in Jubilation 96.
Perfect.
We
And I'll
actually
make dumb
have
innuendo
it.
jokes.
We one of the things that we haven't really discussed that I don't really tell that many people, but I'll let it out, is I sent some beers out to the West Coast to distill. We did a nano distilling project.
Oh, yeah. Okay.
So we sent our IPA. Yeah, well, it's like schnapps, except it's about 82% alcohol.
Wow.
And it's just unbelievable. We did it with our friends over at St. George's just here in Alameda in the East Bay.
Yeah.
And we sent Jubilation, our IPA, Rejuvenator, Origin, our pomegranate beer, and Human Blockhead from Coney Island. And so I should have brought that to punish you guys, but it's still strength.
Oh man,
just rocket fuel. But there's a complexity to it that you actually can pick out unbelievably.
What color is it?
Is that a callback?
Clear,
to
dude.
Joke?
Totally clear.
So it does come out clear no matter what you do. Okay.
All clear.
At that strength, it's clear.
Okay.
And it's really a cool project. So we're going to start. We pulled some extra Jubilation this year. It's unfiltered. And uncarbonated, and we're going to be distilling that probably in the beginning of the new year, putting that into some rye whiskey barrels, and then doing Blockhead into probably charred new oak, and then our IPA is just going to be straight white whiskey, and we're going to actually fill the top of the still with fresh hops and just let it fly. And
Shmaltz Distilling.
Yeah, Shmaltz liquor, baby. Good stuff.
All right, more importantly, can anyone believe that Zach is engaged? I just want
to her.
That's really the main part.
I was thinking, how can I put that? But to her, it worked out pretty well.
Wait, Justin, did you mean to her, or just because he's ugly, or what does that mean?
In general, certainly to her. Look at this young woman. If you go to justin.tv/Brewing Network, a lovely young lady.
I have a great personality.
Or no, she's hot and she's cool.
And cool.
That's true.
And then
like
Zach
an icy hot
is,
patch.
kind of cool.
I better be really cool.
Justin, remember at the top of the show, Asian chicks, they love the Jewish dudes.
Right.
They don't know why. It's just a fact.
Small vaginas.
Scott's waiting.
Yes, I have to.
By the way, Scott's still waiting.
For all of you Asian women listening tonight.
Yeah.
They've done a lot of research, and they don't know why.
I see.
We may never know.
It just is.
All right, we got a couple other things to get
take
to
a lot of money to fund that.
before the show might never end. We want to play Stump the Jew, and I talked to Moscow earlier in the week, and I thought, let's ask Super Jew, Mr. Shmaltz over here, if he really knows anything about his heritage.
Yeah, so we have our bats ready to stump the Jew.
Yes. I don't know what that means.
It just sounds like a horrible thing to do to someone.
To stump the Jew.
I'm gonna stump you.
All right, so are you ready to
it's not
for the
crystal
challenge?
knock.
That's why I showed up tonight. I was
actually trying to work
this
in
moment.
like
Now, we thought that we'd allow Zach to help you out.
Oh, that's sweet.
So you guys can collaborate. And we're going to ask you a number of Jewish trivia questions. I believe that some of them have to do with pop Jewish culture.
That's right.
Well,
and
Gaily.
Yeah, and by pop, I mean circa 1900s.
Right.
No, I don't.
Actually,
I learned
that's
my
all
lesson.
Stump the stoner.
It really wouldn't surprise me. Pop, it turns out, to Moscow is like anything
Tin
from the
Pan
70s
Alley.
or before.
Yeah.
I asked a question about the Titanic. Everyone freaked on me.
No, and what was the question? Who was the president when the Titanic got destroyed?
Harry Truman.
Destroyed it.
Woodrow Wilson.
At least Jeremy offered a guess. Everyone else here just made fun of me.
Was it Woodrow Wilson?
It was Taft.
Oh.
Exactly.
Or the fattest guy.
Buried in a piano box. I know that.
And he had the
There you
big,
go. You know your dead guy trivia is what you know.
All right, these questions, though, they're better.
Biggest bathtub.
They're
better
a
than
little
that.
pop culture mixed with a little biblical Judaism.
All right, here's
Let's
what we're
do
going to
this
do.
thing.
How many questions do you have?
12. I'm not going to ask them all. You told
Let's
me to
just
prepare
do
a lot.
2.
Is that
Take
a
your
Jewish
6.
number? 12?
Okay.
Actually, would you like to read the Tribulation
No,
12?
you're thinking 18.
Okay.
High. Yeah.
All right, here's what's there's some stakes involved here, Jeremy.
Not pork steaks.
Not pork
I've
steaks.
heard the Costco steaks are amazing out here.
If you know the majority of, if you turn out to be the super Jew that you appear to be,
claim to be.
Is that Uber Jew?
then Bike Foolery in the chat room, who sent in a question, he will win a prize. If you get the majority right.
You're playing for him.
This is like wait, don't tell me, isn't it?
If you turn out to be a complete and utter disappointment to your mother.
And your race.
Right.
I think that coding's kicking in for Scott. Hypothetically.
Then Junket in the forum, who also sent in a question in the chat room, he will win. So somebody will win no matter what you do.
Everybody's a winner tonight.
It's gonna. You will be either.
Except we lose no matter what.
The Jews can't catch a break.
All right, Moscow.
All right.
What's the first question?
Which Jewish holiday is not biblical in origin?
Hanukkah.
That's correct. Wow, that was quick.
All right, we're done here.
Just like that.
Is your chat room working?
Congratulations, Bike.
In the big scheme of things.
Guy.
Very good.
Thank you very much.
With authority.
Very proud to be here tonight, and I just want to take this opportunity to say, stick it, all of you people.
Thank you.
No, we're good.
A shining moment in Jeremy's career. Go on, Moscow.
What do Jews celebrate on Simchat Torah?
Well, Zach.
Sounds like a hop.
Simchat. Actually, that's
I dry
good.
hop
That's
with
actually
Simchat
not a
Torah.
bad idea right there.
See?
You've had a lot of really, really good ideas tonight.
You want to write them down for you?
First time ever.
The Simcha Hop edition. That's
Right?
not bad.
You want to write it down for you?
No,
I'm
I
gonna write it
remember
down. No, I'm
things. I remember all of the things that have happened tonight.
Right.
Word for word.
It's a very memorable experience.
Simchat Torah is the holiday that celebrates the giving of the Torah to the people of Israel
Not
before
correct.
they were actually before they were actually
Finished with
Jews.
theirs.
No.
They were still the Hebrews wandering in the desert. And
I like that he doesn't give
Yeah,
up.
he just
though.
all right, fine.
plows on.
It's at the end of the Torah before the beginning starts again.
That's
Yeah,
well.
that's
What's the
it,
answer?
actually.
It's
We'll
the
judge.
completion of the reading of the Torah.
End of the Torah
Is some
before it
Torah.
starts all over.
Oh, I'll
again.
give it to him.
Give it to him.
I
All
give
No,
it to
I
him.
don't know. Let's get Woody Allen on the phone. We need a tiebreaker.
All right, Woody, what's the deal? All right, I give it to him. That's 2 out of 2. 2 for 2.
We're working on it.
All right. All right, now to a little modern times. Name the Jewish MLB Hall of Famer who holds the AL single-season record for most RBIs by a right-handed batter. Still holds it to this day.
To this day, Hank Greenberg.
That's correct.
Thank you
Hank
very
Greenberg.
I see. I told you he was going to be.
You know, I
was
just
gonna
want
say
to take
Ryan
this
Sandberg.
opportunity.
I knew they had to get a baseball
I have that
thing in
rookie
there
card.
somewhere.
Ryan. I was thinking it was who wrote The Giving Tree?
I'm glad you got
Carl Sandburg.
Now, more importantly, Jeremy, Yankees or Giants?
Even more importantly? Oh, so yeah, you really want to get into that. So first of all, it's funny. I actually thought about sports today, and I was thinking
for the first time.
The last sports heroes I had were Ken Stabler and Terry Bradshaw when he was playing.
All right, I don't need your life story, Jeremy. Yankees or Giants?
Dude, I grew up on Ron Say and Steve Garvey in the infield.
Okay.
This year, I'm happy to fair weather the Giants because it was an incredible story, and I was sitting there in 6 different hotel bars watching them kick ass this year. So I was just like, oh yeah, look at that, we're winning. Didn't even know how we got here. It's the
So
best
Yankees.
team ever.
I'm taking away a point.
Yes, thank you.
Giants.
Take away 5.
All right,
Please.
no. So he's up. He's 3 for 3.
Yeah.
Come on, Moscow.
Let's see. Betty Joan Persky is the name of which legendary Jewish actress? The birth name.
Betty Joan Persky actually invented the Barbie doll, and she was Jewish and invented the kind of perfect image of what an American woman would look like in her late adolescence.
Good for her.
It's actually not correct. It's Lauren Bacall. Lauren Bacall.
One wrong.
And what company?
But once again, with authority. I can see why the company has succeeded, because you're kind of like, oh, really?
Really?
That's amazing.
That's good.
I just learned something.
This really is a light brown ale.
Right. It turns out that the first beer from Shmaltz Brewing Company was actually apple juice, but he just told everybody
It's a beer.
Yeah. All
That
right,
would
go
have
on.
been even
No,
more.
actually, Barbie was the daughter of the CEO from Mattel.
But the woman who designed the doll was a
Jewish.
Jew.
Yeah.
Where'd you get your big tits from?
Straight up.
Ideal.
That's the name of this game.
Wonderful
is told
documentary
Jew.
about the subject as well.
Where did the Brazilian wax come from?
How long is the term of a president of Israel?
It's 4 years.
No, it is 5 years.
I thought it was till they got shot.
5 years.
Not okay.
That was the line.
However, somewhat accurate.
One,
if you'll excuse the pun.
One assassination.
All right.
Turns out this country's had just as many in the same amount of time.
That doesn't surprise
So what are we now? 2 out of 4?
He is 3 for 2.
3 for 2. Okay. What is the name?
He's 3 and 2. Sorry, it's 3 and 2.
3 for 5.
3 for 5.
This is why we run the book.
Add them up.
I do the math.
That's math.
I need a beer.
What is the name of the Rosh Hashanah prayer book?
Don't everyone go for it at once.
Rosh Hashanah is the Jew New Year.
Can you say Jewish,
That's
please?
the Siddur.
No, it's the
Yes.
Machzor.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Except that's in
Spell that backwards.
That's in Aramaic, Scott. Josh.
ROCHCAM.
All right, he's now 3 and 3. So it's on the line here.
You're
Mike
a C.
Foolery is
That's a
still
lot
in the
of
running.
pressure.
If he wins, junk it. If he loses.
Come on, Scott.
Come on.
How many commandments are there in the Torah?
Oh, dude, you just walked into that one. Here, I'll just show you the book
It's-
that I just wrote. And that's so sweet
You have the
of
commandments in your book?
I just think that it is so nice that you gave me this softball opportunity to totally pour
Just
out.
lob
That's
that
all,
in for him.
all his book is
Beer
the Torah
bar mitzvah.
reprinted 5 times. That's
You know,
all
what
it
I
is.
like, you know what I like best about your book, Jeremy, is that you blurred out your
pass it
Jewish
around.
nose
Pass it around.
in the picture. You were like, no, let's just keep the beer in the front and my face blurred.
Thank you. Appreciate
Well done.
that. It's actually a little blurrier than I intended.
It
but
is. You were like, no, not that blurry.
We're going to reprint those.
Is bar mitzvah actually 2 words?
Yeah.
The appendix of Jeremy's book says, the following are the 613th commandments and their source in Scripture as enumerated by Maimonides. And the answer, yes, is 613.
I'd be tired after, I don't know, 10.
Whew. Actually, you should read a couple of those. You guys would like those.
Change your whole fucking life, bro.
Yeah. You might start to be respectable human beings if you read a couple of those.
Well,
The first one I looked at says, not to hate fellow Jews, Lev, 1917.
It actually said not to hate fellow Jews, Scott.
Yeah.
All right, Moscow, give him another one.
We Christians only have 12 commandments.
Give me one of the new ones.
All right. The system of Jewish numerology, i.e. assigning number values
That's
to
my
letters,
joke.
is called what?
Softballs.
Softballs.
My God, I have softballs about this.
Yeah.
Get your
That
hands
is actually called gematria, Mr.
correct.
Moskowitz.
That's right.
And
From the
you'll notice in all
Greek?
the that is from the Greek.
Yeah,
you.
from the Greek
Thank
word
you.
gamma.
And so in all of the jubilation shtick that's on the side of the beer labels, we too constantly tying into Jewish text from the Torah, but usually into pop culture. And there's generally something that has to do with gematria somewhere in there. And Rush, of course.
So this word
And or
yes.
Rush. Trade them out.
Usually both.
Trade them out.
Usually both.
Can I also point out that there's a picture of Arnold in Jeremy's
Arnold?
book? Not the
that
governor, but the dead
Terminator.
midget.
That's actually a small man.
Sorry, he's not a real midget.
Little people.
He was just really
I
short.
can
Not
only
from what
do
I
it
can
for
see in
Nick.
this
I cannot call anybody else that only because Nick gave me permission and encouragement.
There's also a lot of pictures of men, some of them naked, in your book.
Interesting.
Yeah, well, at least topless.
Which part are you looking at?
The
He's
picture
looking
part,
at
of
Schumann.
course. I'm only looking at the picture part. All right, carry on.
The next question, have you been properly thanked for giving the rest of the world Easter?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what they call circumcision.
That's to go along with Lenny Bruce's joke that says, the Jews have been beat up for years about the killing Jesus thing. And he goes, and I never believed it until I went downstairs in my Uncle Leo's house, and it turns out his father wrote a note, and it says, yeah, we did it. Signed, Lester.
All right, another one. We'll put that in the.
How does my joke get
neither
overshadowed by anything else?
By Lenny Bruce.
I hate everything.
Win. Stop listening to you.
So unfair.
Yeah, by Lenny. Yeah, it's got overshadowed by Lenny Bruce.
Someone has to start somewhere.
Yeah.
Okay, a little tougher. At what age did the biblical matriarch Sarah give birth to Isaac?
Sarah, yes, poor barren Sarah.
12 and 9 months.
9 related.
Yeah, bar mitzvah age. Yeah.
9 is related. So Sarah gave birth at the age of 90.
Wow!
Wow, the Christian in the room knew it.
90?
Impressive.
But more impressive, as you'll notice from the Jubilation 9 label, is that Abraham, and you guys will love this one, especially this room, Abraham didn't circumcise himself until the age of 99.
Himself.
Wow.
Himself.
Wow.
Oh.
That is a nutty man. Right
Give
there.
Jay as much Vicodin as is humanly prescribable, and he will not circumcise
I will
himself.
not. I am, however, circumcised. Why do we circumcise ourselves?
It's cleaner.
Jewish doctors.
I guess so.
Just in case you
All the
convert
doctors
later.
are Jews.
I mean, believe me, I'm thankful for the action, but I do wonder why we've adopted this very sort of archaic process.
Helmet or anteater?
Right.
Circumcision is
for
actually
when you marry Asian women.
Is that why? All right, he's now 6 and 3.
Now you know the secret.
Is there a way that he can lose? Somebody do the math for me.
Terrence the Bee.
Oh, am I phoning it in?
How many questions are left?
Thank you.
like
Good night.
So he
a
could
great
still
audience.
tie.
Yeah, he
is
could.
what could happen.
Sure.
All right,
Oh, great.
next question.
How many scrolls of parchment are there in a pair of tefillin? And before Jeremy answers, tefillin is a
Nobody
box
cares.
filled. Okay, well then I
Did
won't.
you say a
won't explain.
pair of
No,
tefillin?
tell me what a
was
tefillin
two,
is.
So
It's great. It's a box filled with parchments. There's prayers printed on the parchment, and you strap this box,
got
which
a
has
Cost
like
Plus.
leather
You'll love it.
straps attached to it. You roll it around your arm, right, all the way around your arm, and then you say a prayer, and then you take it off and you strap it around your head, and then you say another prayer. It all makes perfect sense.
I do love it.
what's parchment?
Sounds like fun.
Do we know the answer?
There are 2 scrolls. There's the passage in one of each of the boxes, and you have one for your forehead and one for your arm, and the passages, and you shall put it upon a doorpost on your gates and as a memory before your eyes and upon your hands. And this year, you're just softballing it to me, and I appreciate it. It's Jubilation 14 is all about hands, hearts, and farts, because of the hand reference. In Hebrew, the word hand in gematria adds up to the number 14.
Mm-hmm.
And Dr. Oz, isn't that who's on Oprah? You guys all know this.
Sure.
Sitting around taking
It's
bong
Dr.
during
Oz,
the-
yeah. He has
during
his
the
own
day.
show now.
So he said this year that the average number of farts that a human does during the course of a day is 14.
Yep.
Really?
Yeah, pretty good.
Yeah,
For Bevo, it's 29.
Actually, I'm not going to argue that.
No,
If you're at Great American Beer Festival, it's 1,400.
Yeah.
Yes.
It's actually not the right answer.
What's the answer?
There are two different.
Again, though, I prefer his answer. I call
His
it right.
answer is good.
Jeremy's good.
His answer sounds
better to be good
sounds
than right.
accurate. The actual answer is 5.
He's not even close. I'm giving it to him. That's 7 right. I mean, your answer sucks compared to Jeremy's answer.
We haven't even launched this beer that we're drinking right now. Do you understand what is happening here?
All right. Next question.
Next question. Who built the first temple?
Which temple?
The Jews.
Yeah. What do you? Which temple?
I know that one.
The temple down the street from my house.
That's
Fucking
good.
Ted
Beth
Jew
Israel.
guy.
Beth
The
Israel
first
and Agora
temple.
Hills. I'm going to go with
Fred the
Solomon,
Jew.
the son of, father of David, who built the first temple and established Jerusalem, where it is on Mount Moriah, where possibly a lot of other people have spent some quality time, including Muhammad and Abraham.
That's right. Yeah, Solomon. King Solomon is correct.
How many questions you got left?
1.
I can
Jeremy's won.
But we won.
He has proved his Jewism, his Jewishness.
But can he prove his Yiddishism?
Oh, nice.
I do want to point out, I've looked further through the pictures in your book now, Jeremy.
They even have text below them, so you have to know.
color pictures.
Which helped me out for this next comment, and I mean this in a serious, non-creepy way.
Your dick is huge.
No, I know. where
I'm glad
it's
you
going.
prefaced that.
Don't worry, she lives in Montana and she's 67, and there's no chance you're getting.
But she's gorgeous. Your mother is gorgeous, Jeremy. What happened? I mean, your mom is very, very good looking.
So we're gone through. We should actually. Here's what we've done. We've gone through Zach's fiance and my mother.
Now we're on to your mother.
So,
but this is something to be proud of. She's a very good looking woman. Your friends came over a lot.
I'm particularly proud of that. I had a lot to do with that.
Right. My fiance said the same thing.
Is your dad still alive?
No. Read the book, chapter 2.
How old is she?
The Old Country.
Now, your dad, on the other hand, not that he's not good looking, but he's very stylish, is what your dad is. He's got kind of a tilted hat and a furry beard.
Oh, you mean the part where he has rainbow suspenders and a red T-shirt that he made that says Dad and Son?
Yes.
My red T-shirt that says Son and Dad.
your bowl cut.
Yeah.
I think his dad and my dad would have gotten along very well.
Really?
Sure they did.
I'm proud of you that you put in your young pictures, because a lot of people would shy away from that. Me, for example.
And if he didn't do it, he wouldn't have anything to look at.
They probably saw the Godchild's play. Come on.
Your grandmother's not bad looking either.
All right, let me see.
So many options for you guys here. It's just there's a world.
I mean,
exactly.
Okay. All right. Now we've got more games to play. We thought we'd find out.
What's the last one? So now that I've won, I'm just...
All right, give him the other questions while I prep.
Rub it in your face
This
now.
is gravy.
He wants to hear one more question. Okay.
Actually, I believe you have
another
two.
one.
I do, yes. Okay, the next one is, how many of you control the media?
How many of you? And this is coming
How many
from
of you people?
Yeah. It's funny. I just had a friend who said something about relevant topic, and I said, well, the whole reason that the Jews own Hollywood is because we were banned by an anti-Semite named Thomas Edison. I grew up in Menlo Park in Northern California, and Thomas Edison invented the light bulb in Menlo Park, New Jersey. He's a notorious anti-Semite who patented a lot of things related to moving pictures, and the Jews weren't allowed to participate in the distribution and retail of moving pictures in the 10s and 20s.
You mean the Rush album from 1981, right?
Exactly.
Moving pictures? Okay.
And so that's why they moved. That's actually pretty good. I got to throw, thank you for throwing Rush into the mix.
There you go.
I'm grateful.
Let's throw Walt into the middle of that.
So that's why they ended up in Southern California. And so from being banned to running the joint, I think that's the American dream. Thank you so much for coming tonight. And Merry Christmas. God bless every one of us.
I don't know what this is.
Come on.
Oh, I know what this is.
Come on.
I'm sorry.
Thought you were going to take us out with that.
Yeah.
It's been a great night, everybody.
Memories. Come on.
Now that we've stumped the Jew.
The last question, Jeremy. What is the name of the candle used to light the other candle? I've had a bit too much, 14%, whatever. The name of the candle used to light the under candles on the menorah.
I know this one.
My kids
it's
even know
raspberry scented.
No.
Blade.
So good. So
that's a
I know
softball.
another one, because this year I just got a call from an account that was freaking out. How many beers are in your 10-pack? And I'm like, well, it's an 8-pack. There's just 10 slots. It says on the outside 8 beers.
That's
8
awesome.
12-ounce beers. And then my Canadian wholesaler said, we got a call from somebody. Are there 9 beers in the 8-pack, or are there 9 beers in the 10-pack? And I'm like, no, there's 8 beers in the 8-pack.
What?
There's a logoed jubilation glass, Hanukkah candles, instructions on how to build your own beer menorah, and there is a bottle that has no beer in it.
What more could you
That
ask?
is called the Shamash, because that is what you use to light all of the other candles.
Right.
So we have an empty bottle of beer in there,
To open
just
the
so
other bottles.
people can use their good Jewish humor to think that we screwed them out of an extra 1 bottle of beer for $30 gift pack.
Shamash is indeed the correct answer. You know what I did, Jeremy? I threw you like 19 softballs and threw one 87-mile-per-hour
And I
cutter
just
on the
couldn't
outside
get
corner.
Couldn't get that one.
All right, how do you want to play Do You Know Your Yiddish? Should that be all of us guessing?
Do you want to guess if they know, or do you want to just all of you guess?
Well,
It's a 50-50 shot.
I
per
want to
answer.
play by going home.
All right, here's what we
Put your
have.
hand up.
No.
If you know what
Here's
it
what we
means.
have. We have a Yiddish statement actually done by the senior Moskowitz. Scott's dad called in earlier today, old friend of yours, Zach, and recorded some Yiddish statements. And Moscow is going to give us 2 definitions. We're to guess
which one it is. Yeah, my dad's parents were both fluent Yiddish speakers. Neither of them are around anymore. My dad is carrying on the tradition. And I'm basically going to give you 2 choices per Yiddish saying, and you guess which one the Yiddish saying actually is. These are all curses.
Okay.
Yiddish is very colorful in describing personal pain and screw you, motherfucker.
Okay.
Yes.
Let's go the Brewing Network
FCC.
against Schmaltz.
All right.
Interesting.
So it is myself, Tasty, Bevo, Jip, and Scott, Dr. Scott, all against Jeremy and Zach.
So this is really a David
Wait,
versus
I got
Goliath.
included on neither
Excuse
one?
me?
Well, you're running the game.
Well, you're in the middle.
I see.
Can I be on the winning team?
No, Bevo, this is the
Bevo,
time
you're-
you
you're
have
Christian.
to actually pick a side
Oh,
and
yeah.
not...
By the way, the youth pastor
I'm
just left the room.
I'm
Is that weird?
choosing a side. I just don't want it to be your side.
Too bad. You're like it or not, you're with the Brewing Network.
This is how, that's funny, because this is how Hebrew started. It was my 10 closest friends from high school standing around at a volleyball game, and the 2 of us together were Jewish, and all of a sudden it turned into Jews versus Gentiles.
Forget shirts and skins.
And that's exactly how we were like, you know what, this is bullshit. And they were like, go team Jew, go Jew, go.
Right.
And I was like, we need our own beer, because we were 17 and a half, and we had bought up at the Redwood City bodega for whatever suitcase we were enjoying. And so thank you, appreciate that. They were a lot of memories. You know what, I just want to take this opportunity to put my pants back on.
Why would you want to do that?
Thanks, Justin. So this is how it all started. Bringing it all together, baby.
That coating
Happy I can
bottle
help.
getting lower and lower, by the way.
All right. So what we have is some Yiddish statements as recorded by Martin Moskowitz. And what we have to do, we will listen to the statements, and then Moscow will give us 2 meanings.
That's right.
And we will guess which one is the accurate
Let's
meaning.
do it.
That's right.
Here is Yiddish statement number 1. Coming up.
Als die Bobby wollt gehad beten, wollt sie geben meine Zadie.
That's German.
Does that mean if we thanked God for the good things, there wouldn't be time to weep over the bad? Or does it mean if my grandmother had testicles, she would be my grandfather?
Als die Bobby wollt gehad beten, wollt sie geben meine Zadie.
First of all, it's German, and it means how dare you brew that without...
If my grandmother had balls.
Doc, you're going for choice number 2.
I think so as well.
Okay,
Yes.
and JP. All right, we'll go. Brewing Network team, okay with that?
Yep.
All right, Hebrew team?
Well, this brings up an interesting...
Jubilation 27.
Speaking of the Rheinpolska Verkaktus, I thought it was if my bubby dipped her balls in it, she would have had my grandfather's nuts in her hands.
Oh, so you're actually giving a different translation even.
And or I really don't like the gefilte fish, sweetheart. Next year, can we bring ham to Passover?
Gefilte fish is fish jello for the uninitiated.
That was Doc's.
It's fucking horrible.
That was Doc's Passover.
Jello
last year.
Yeah.
If it tasted like fish, I wouldn't eat it.
You know what I'm going to
If it wasn't
do
shaped
is
like a
I just
taco,
want
I
to
wouldn't
support you guys in your Jewish learning. So
Okay.
I want to say yes. I agree with you.
You
I
agree
do
with
think
us.
it's related-
So we're both voting
relating
for the
to your
same
grandmother's nuts.
Moscow.
That is right. If my grandmother had testicles, she would be my grandfather.
Okay, both the Jews and the Gentiles
Is that an
scored
insult? That's
on
just a truism.
Yiddish number 1.
Yeah.
Well, or she would have been a tranny.
Maybe she was.
Yeah, but she wouldn't be.
I didn't say
These
she
days,
wasn't.
you never
Just
know.
If she had, then she would have been.
That's true.
Is there another beer floating around somewhere?
Yes, there is. Right there.
I am fucking drunk.
We have the
just so everybody knows.
You'll be all right.
All that 14%, whatever, it did me in.
I'll race you down the street. in
I'd like to
cars.
compete for drunk of the week.
We can take it down a notch. We've got Freaktoberfest, the world's worst Oktoberfest.
We do have-
We haven't
do have
opened.
some stuff
I thought we were going to
that's
open
less
like
than
the red
14%.
beer and all that kind of
let's
nonsense.
do it.
All right, let's do that and listen to Yiddish statement number 2.
The Kasana is a Schloss, der get a Schlüssel.
Does that mean marriage is like a padlock, divorce is the key?
Yes.
Or does it mean money buys everything except brains?
The Kasana is a Schloss, der get a Schlüssel.
It's the
The
marriage
first
one.
Yep.
Yeah.
It's the marriage one. All right, Gentiles say marriage.
Marriage.
Jews?
Gentiles have no.
I don't know what schlitzel means.
Schlotzel.
Schnitzel.
On my
Not
first-
schnitzel,
on my first-
schlotzel.
On my first trip to Israel, we had schlitzel everywhere we went. It was absolutely delicious if you get it smeared with some hummus on
What
top
is
of
it?
it.
Smeared.
It's definitely the second one. What was the first one? What's the second one? Where are we again? What's the name of this town?
Nobody knows.
Interestingly enough,
We're in
Pacheco
Paschlitzel.
doesn't even show up on my
Shake Mickey.
Yeah.
What are you asking me? What are the answers?
Absolutely.
It either means marriage is like a padlock,
Yes.
divorce is the key.
Yes.
Or it means money
wait.
buys everything except brains.
Let's do that.
All right,
What the
marriage
hell?
as he's going with the Gentiles.
Number
in this
2,
one.
baby. No, I'm going with number 2.
Oh, you going number 2?
The money
Okay.
thing.
Both sides are correct. Marriage is like a padlock, divorce is the key.
But he went with number 2 in the end, so that means only the Gentiles are
No.
correct.
Yeah!
You switched it up at the end.
No, we have Scott as cheating for us, so we win too.
Right.
Thanks so much for coming.
That's a good point. You are kind of on his side. You both are correct.
They're
Yeah.
everywhere.
It's called cheating.
All right, Gentiles are 2-1. Yiddish statement number 3 as the Freaktoberfest is being poured.
A Reuschleppen soll men dir de Kistjes von Beut und a Rupkirchen ze ebben Haus.
Does that mean may your intestines be pulled out of your belly and wound around your neck? Or does it mean had they put your brain inside of bird, it would have started flying backwards?
No, it's the first
A
one.
Reuschleppen soll men dir de Kistjes von Beut und a Rupkirchen ze ebben Haus.
The second one.
I think it's the second one, too. It's the bird
Say it,
one.
read it again. What are the? What are the translations again?
The Gentiles should definitely go for the second one on this one.
First one.
So Doc says the first one. JP and I, are we sticking with, we say
I say it's the second one.
Bevo, you're the tiebreaker. Actually, no, we have Tasty, too.
No crap shit.
Tasty?
Doc's Jew tonight, baby.
So it's 2-2.
Doc's-
You have to vote, Beef.
Doc's married to a Jew. I'm going with Doc.
Okay.
Damn it.
All right, so we take number 2.
This is why I don't work well in teams.
No, I thought
Exactly.
no.
Oh, number 1. Sorry, number 1.
Whoa, wait a second. The half Jewish guy somehow is pulling it in for the Gentiles.
I
now?
guess he's superior.
The
Yeah.
German speaking
Jewish,
half
Jewish
Jew
guy
guy.
goes onto the Jewish side tonight, at least for this moment.
He's for you guys on this one.
Yeah, it's just the Kishkis gave it away. If anybody's what's the movie that
And
I'm
I
not
heard
remembering
Schleppen.
that the Kishkis, the song that he sings. Oh, it's from not Break Like the Wind, but
That's my farting movie.
it's,
That's a whole different.
It's the other one where at the end of is it Best in Show
Break
where
like the wind.
they end up singing "My Booby Has a Kishkis."
Yeah,
Do you guys see? I'm not the
So-
only Jew who sits around on the air wondering aloud what something came from.
I do see that.
Thank
now.
you.
So
It doesn't mean
welcome
that
to
it's
the show.
good, Scott.
We'll go with number 1.
It's a mighty wind, not break like the wind.
Still my farting movie.
I do prefer Break Like the Wind.
Though, was the song from Spinal Tap that's made by the same.
Yes, it is.
Turn it up to 11, baby.
All right, so both teams are going with
begrudgingly
choice number 1.
Nummer eins.
Both teams are correct. May your intestines be pulled out of your belly and wound around your neck.
All right, the
I think you
Gentiles
guys
are
should get a
still
half
up
for that.
by 1 point.
I think you guys should get a half for that.
Because
Why?
Yeah, for sure.
Because I'm not Jew.
It was 3-1.
Do you want-
went with the Jewish doctor over here?
Of course we did. The doctor married to a Jew. You're really 2/3 Jew. Next one.
He's celebrating Hanukkah next year.
Take a.
Well, I just like that it's around the
Commercial
same
pause for
time
Break
now.
Like the Wind.
'Cause it messed me up this year big time.
It does.
Spinal Tap. Right here on KSFO.
Children who grew too fast.
Stonehenge. The Stonehenge.
That's a good one.
The dust of a future past.
It smells like a fart in
The monument was somehow dwarfed by the midgets.
Aren't they like stuck in pods or something too?
Yes.
Is that because
Well, the bassist.
She has no idea who Rush is, but clearly Bevo has watched Spinal Tap.
Weren't they stuck in pods or something? I don't know.
You got to give her that. That's kind of
Nobody
cool.
knew who they were or what they were doing
I was born
there.
in the 80s.
Exactly.
And Scott's an old man. I mean,
Yeah.
What, just because I asked questions about Duesenberg?
well, we were born like the same time, but yeah.
Let's finish this game.
All right, Yiddish number 4.
Mi Google zal werden een henglachter. Bij Tag zal hingen und bei Nacht zal brennen.
Does that mean all of his teeth should fall out except one, and in that one may he get a toothache? Or does that mean he should be transformed into a chandelier to hang by day and burn by night?
I think it means your dad's Yiddish is terrible.
It should be hung by a chandelier
It's the
and
first one.
burned by day, not by night. Is that what it said?
See, I told you guys, the Jewish doctor is totally on our team.
It's the first one.
You can't take away our one advantage.
It's the first one.
It's the second one.
The first one.
Exactly. Go one, baby.
It's the first one.
Yeah, go number
I'm
one.
doing it.
Yeah.
So both Jews and Gentiles are going with one?
No, we're actually going with 2.
Definitely
You guys are
number
Do you hear me?
with one.
What did you say?
Ignore
The
this
second
man.
one.
We're going
He's a
one.
chandelier. He should be burned by day, not by night.
One.
All right, Gentiles are going 1, Jews are going 2. Moscow,
No.
what's the answer?
Hey, did you hear me? Go 2.
Too late.
Gentiles are not correct.
All right,
But how
Jews
do you
were
have
not.
the same word in there 3 times, but in the English translation it's in there once in the second one, but
Did you
twice
hear
in the
me?
first?
I
Wait a minute,
said
hold on.
go
Gentiles went with the first one?
Yeah.
No.
Oh, sorry, Gentiles are correct. The Jews are not. Sorry, it was instinct. Instinct.
You see that, Doc?
Instinct.
No, what?
The correct answer is he should be transformed into a chandelier to hang by day and burn by night.
That's what I said.
Gentiles are correct.
No,
I'm sorry.
Jip, that's
I'm
a
just
hand
used
to
to
a
siding
friend.
with my fellow
No,
Jews.
that's
I'm
the
sorry.
one
But he was
That was
saying he was.
ours.
I'm so confused as to what happened right now.
Was
That's
it
the
number
one I
one or number
said.
two?
The chandelier
Number
one.
one.
Actually,
Number one.
can't keep track of one or
drunk
2.
are you
The
guys?
correct.
It's number 2.
They keep serving us 14% beer.
Hey,
Us.
Mr. 14% beer.
Moscow.
Some
I
of us
said the
can take it.
chandelier one.
Yeah,
That's
me
the
too.
right
We said
answer.
the
That's
chandelier
correct
one, too.
answer.
No, he actually said the chandelier. They disagreed and won.
Right.
Okay.
And we said chandelier.
Doc
and
is
you're
correct,
wrong.
and everyone else naysaying screwed him.
Okay, so now I'm
But we are
going
right.
back
So we're
to our
right.
first answer.
You know
I'm
what?
giving
I
the
think we're-
point back
Jews
to the
win.
Jews and
Yeah.
taking it away from the
All right.
Gentiles. It is now a tie game, 3-3.
But that was my
Why do
question.
you do
is-
this to me?
3-3.
Just take it away.
bow out from that?
Just because of the look on your face. That's why I do it.
I
Tom.
don't know. I don't know why. I think his dad's Yiddish is terrible
Doc.
because he says the same word 4 times, but in the translation it's said
No.
once.
Before my dad
understand that.
recorded this, he did announce that he listened to Yiddish.
All right, I'm just going to turn all these microphones down and get everybody to settle down a little bit. Doc, Captain Overachiever, it's fun to watch you squirm. That's why we went against you. Everybody else, settle down a little bit, and we're going to go with Yiddish number 6.
Sollst haben Hanoi von dein Hunne Seide und seht der Wagen mit letzten Bissen.
All right, what are our options?
I know which one it is.
May you choke on a fish dumpling, or may you run to the toilet every 3 minutes or every 3 months.
It's the one with the toilet.
That's just these are like the worst insults you could ever give to someone.
Let me hear it
I kind of like
Think
them,
of a better one, Chip. Let me hear you say a better one.
They're nice and
Wow.
random.
Let me hear it again.
Wow.
They're good and random.
I'm waiting.
May you wake
Moscow.
up
Wow.
next to
Play
Schumann?
it again, Moscow.
There's a lot of
please.
aggression
All
next
right,
to me.
I'll play it again.
Sollst haben Hanoi von dein Hunne Seide und seht der Wagen mit letzten Bissen.
It's the toilet one.
Right.
Definitely the toilet one, right, Doc? Come on. Stick with me on this one.
You fucked me over on the last
Exactly.
one. Why would I help you?
Don't trust that man.
Yes.
It's a toilet one because it's longer. Clearly.
They don't love you.
Obviously.
You're only here because you brought them codeine.
Look at how gullible Doc is, too. He is like listening to you planting those seeds. He's like, yeah, you know what? They never did like me either.
That's how you stayed married for so long.
Back when
You
Avery
threw me
was,
under the bus.
Back when Avery was here, they did this to me the last time.
Right. Doc, what do you want?
Only once, Doc. Come
I'm telling
on.
you, it's toilets.
Yeah.
Did you hear toilet in there?
I heard numbers in there, and the toilet phrase had numbers.
And it was very, very long.
Sign is not sane. So
Doc, my little princess, would you like the other one then?
Hey, I don't give a fuck.
All right, the Gentiles are taking toilets.
Let's let. How many listeners do we have left? Let's let them vote.
7.
And
I don't think we have time.
It'll take a long time.
Sweet.
That's the problem.
Can't they text you? Don't they all have?
They're all in the chat, but then Bevo has to read every message
Every
from
single
all
one.
few hundred.
Let me hear the English
read that
version
well.
again. Let's hear the English version one more
All
time.
right, what are the two options, Moscow?
May you choke on a fish dumpling, or may you run to the toilet every 3 minutes or every 3 months.
By the way, being that we're tied, this is going to be the victory question. This is it.
Sweet. Oh well, in that case,
May you run to the toilet every 3 minutes or every 3 months? That doesn't even make sense.
See what I mean?
It means you have diarrhea or constipation.
Think of a new.
It makes
Think
perfect
of a
sense.
better one, Zach. Think of a better one.
I've been drinking.
I'm waiting.
now who's aggressive?
Me. This guy.
Wow.
But it's funny.
It's number one.
Which one's number one? The toilet one or the other one?
No, the other one.
The dumpling one.
Only because it's just longer.
All right. So
Right?
I guess the Gentiles take the dumpling one, and the Jews.
If we go with the same
No,
one
we're
as
with the
them,
toilet
then,
one.
we
Right.
can
Still
go to the
lose.
next question.
That's true. We have to go to another question,
Because we're
but
tied.
that's okay.
I thought we were going toilets, right?
No, we're not going toilet.
We just decided against toilets.
Yeah,
Okay.
we've got to go toilets because that's just too appropriate for our culture.
Okay.
That is not the correct answer. The right one is may you choke on a fish dumpling.
So the Gentiles won.
That's right.
I don't understand.
You understand that we won. I know
do.
I know that winning is difficult for
For
you.
me, it is.
But we've just won,
Right.
JP.
Really?
All right.
Round of applause for the Gentiles.
Thank you.
All right, Tasty, you did a great job.
Thank you very much.
You really stuck your
I
neck out.
disagree with Doc.
It only cost you a friendship.
Right.
Okay.
That's right. Now the question is, what do we have to give Schumann to leave the room? Because the Hooters shirt and the ugly, the
Ugly stomach.
the stomach,
And the chest hair.
I mean,
And the awful body shape.
listen, Jeremy talked to me at the break, and he's like, "Listen, everything's been a good time. Can you do something about the guy in the Hooters shirt?"
And you answered no, didn't you?
I did. I said, "I'll try, Jeremy, but he's kind of a loose cannon. Try not to touch him."
I offered him
Don't look at him.
Visine.
Yeah, don't look at him for that long.
Between that and the sweater on the pit bull, I was pretty psyched.
Right, that's true. The I think you're right on the
Matching stomachs.
Are you stoned, Schumann?
No.
No.
I just had a
No,
really rough night last night.
I see.
How did you get this beer so red?
I think it's the cough, sir. I think
yeah,
I
let's
should
have that.
All right, Schumann. Well, good effort looking
ready.
like that.
Definitely fills out a Hooters tank top better than me.
Let's prove that.
Let's not.
Let's try to prove that theory.
Viva, you can't throw out these willy-nilly, theories without
Hilly-nilly?
Billy to prove them.
Well, it's all stretched out by him now anyway, so it wouldn't look good.
All right, and finally, Drunk of the Week calls 888-401-BEER. That's our last segment of the night, and we'll get out of here. We'll let young Jeremy and Zach have some pork-filled sauce, and then they can go on about their holidays.
Actually, the latkes tonight were absolutely delicious.
They smelled
I gotta
really good.
Give it up.
What is a latke?
Oh, that's a classic Jewish treat for this time of the year.
Hash browns.
It's we shave up gold and we just eat it for fun because
just because we can.
But once we poop it out, we cash it in.
I see. It did smell a lot like shaved up
and
gold.
then it becomes even more valuable.
Wow.
Thank you to Alexa, my girlfriend, for bringing us those latkes.
The only thing
they're
more
French
impressive
fries.
than Zach being engaged is Moscow having a girlfriend.
It's unbelievable.
It's a lot more impressive, actually.
She's cute.
Right. Are there any latkes left?
No, I ate the
They've
last
been
one.
devoured.
Good latka.
Good job,
It helped me
everybody.
with my Yiddish. So
You're Jiddish?
my
All right,
Yiddish.
Kim and Andy Wood are on the line. Woods, what's happening?
Why aren't you here?
Hi, Woods. You're there somewhere.
Woodage.
I think they're strangling each other.
Your Skype's not working, or
Yeah, that.
whatever issues you're having there.
Skype out of the Westie ain't working.
All right, 888-401-BEER for Drunk of the Week, or you can Skype and
Better Than the Woods.
We'll do it that way and try to get out of here. It's 9 o'clock, everybody. It's a 4-hour.
God,
4-hour show. Good job, by the way.
Hey,
Jeremy.
thank you. I was definitely prepared for 15 minutes in Pacheco. So
did we forget to tell you
solid.
that?
So were we
do
too.
that sometimes.
The BN's advance work could use just a tiny little bit more in the email.
Right.
When Jeremy was asking me questions, I cleared my throat loudly and hung up.
Yeah. Scott's email was, "Hey dudes, you guys ready?" Like, we talked to you 6 months ago.
Nice.
We were ready then. It's on my calendar.
I was like, well, Jews are going to be funny.
You know what's funny about that is I kind of knew that was going to happen, so I kept asking him, too, like, are you sure that they're committed? Because it's almost Christmas, and I know Jeremy travels. Oh, yeah, they committed a long time ago.
Penned it in. It's in pen.
I thought
That's why he's just
what
an
you
intern.
said started with them damn Jews.
It didn't start with that,
Okay.
no. Woods, are you there this time? You're not there.
Oh, come on.
How about this? You call in on what's called a telephone. 888-401-BEER, and we'll do it that way. All right, Kirk from North Carolina is on the line. Kirk, what's happening?
Not too much. Just trying to cook some dinner. Sparked a little bit of some shit. But,
Kirk, shouldn't you be asleep?
What time is it?
Midnight.
All right, Kirk, are you calling in for Drunk of the Week?
Yes, I am.
Okay, give us your resume.
I just need a friend.
Nobody else is up.
Resume?
Yeah, what's your resume? What have you had to drink, Kirk?
Blood of a young child.
I had a bunch of home brews. I had at least 2 or 3 homebrew
beers.
Janet's Brown.
Stop cooking.
Oh, 2 to 3 Janet's Browns, even tasty. I know you like that.
I've had that tonight.
All right, what else?
Vertical Epic, the 10-10-10.
All right.
I had one of those. I had a bomber of that. Had the coffee stout that I brewed last week. I had 3 of those, so that's why I'm all jacked up.
All right, 3 coffee stout.
Can we put 2 of them on at the same time and see what both of them drank?
Yeah, please.
Do one then the other.
And fill the gaps.
3 coffee stouts. All right, that didn't wake you up very much.
3 pale ales.
3 pale ales. Yeah, gotcha.
2 IPAs. They're all homebrew. And
did I mention I'm cooking?
A Newcastle that I had earlier today.
Newcastle, yeah.
And
yeah.
Is that an open flame you're cooking with?
All right, Newcastle. Anything else?
No, it's an electric
Newcastle.
Just for good measure.
You're killing us.
Earlier today.
That's a light.
It's a light brown.
That's a light brown ale.
It is a light brown ale. That's why you're angry.
We dominate this fucking category. That category on Rapier has a 0, but we are at 100 percentile of that category.
Yeah.
What, the brown ale, Newcastle Brown?
Yeah. It was a big one, right? Wasn't it?
Do what?
My God.
Oh, man.
What's happening?
Keep going.
Kirk has the personality of my Pitbull sweater.
It's a pretty cute sweater, dude.
It's a nice sweater. You're right.
Very nice sweater.
Hey,
Yeah, he may not be much to look at, but he probably keeps some
your
bitch
mom
warm.
likes that sweater.
However, Kirk has had a shitload of beer by my count here. His resume is looking pretty good.
Pretty solid.
Yeah.
But has he had any codeine?
Kirk, have you had any codeine?
I have not had any codeine, but it's awkward as fuck talking with all you guys. Like, I feel like there are people coming from every different angle on this phone.
I know, you're right. We definitely have the advantage.
It's actually the opposite of what's on the other end of our phone.
My Pitbull will say hi to you if you want me to get her to say hi.
That's all right. That's a whole other show, and that's on Animal Planet.
He's
got a lot of voices in his head.
All right, Kirk. Thank you very much. I agree. We do have the advantage. You got a lot of voices talking at you. Good job. You've had a lot of beer. You are now in the running for Drunk of the Week, my friend. 888-401-BEER. We now have one contestant for Drunk of the Week, so call us up, make it happen, and we'll see if we can get you a Drunk of the Week medal and some prizes.
They're really cool. I have several
prizes. We already have to give prizes to Bike Foolery because Jeremy did turn out to be the he represent is what he did.
Yeah, and a middle finger to Junket.
Yes, that's right.
Poor Junket. If Bike Foolery wants to email us, I'm sure we can come up with a little treat for him, and so could Junket for that matter. I'm so sorry I embarrassed you in front of all of my friends here.
All right. So. Very nice. All right, that's cool. So even some prizes from
what the hell?
Gets us out of
Let's
the way.
give away a book.
That's a good
Can't we
idea.
do that?
Will you sign it?
Hell yeah.
All right, a signed book we're going to give to Drunk of the Week.
I'll sign it too, just in case.
Zach.
Actually, we're just...
Hey, guys, I'll sign it. Can I sign it? No. I want to sign it.
No. Zach sounds like me every show. I'll read that.
Yeah,
let me do it.
Zach's our JP.
Yeah.
We're actually going to get all the entire clown circus here tonight to sign it.
Perfect.
Or nobody, and only Zach's
It's been great
fiancé.
coming on your show.
Right. I know that you've had a great time, Zach, and
Scott's
I do appreciate
not my
you
friend
coming.
anymore, by the way.
All right, Nathan from Pennsylvania is on the line. Nathan, what's happening?
Hey, how you doing?
We're doing great.
How you doing?
All right,
there
good.
we go.
First of all, good start.
How you doing? Yeah, we got some DOTW.
All right, Drunk of the Week.
Oh.
And what have you had, my friend?
Oh, okay. Let me start. Okay, we got some 750. The New Glarus Red.
Oh.
And
illegal in Pennsylvania.
And then
True.
Yeah,
Sending the
we have
cops.
friends who drive us thing.
All right, one New
We got
Glarus.
two Jokers double wit. We have New Glarus Old English Porter.
You already said that one.
No, he didn't.
I would just like to say that I'm from Pennsylvania. I don't think he's that drunk. That's just the way they sound.
All right.
Oh,
still like coal dust.
I'm sorry.
Anything else,
I'm just
Nathan?
kidding.
I sound like a rugged, beat-up old man, but yeah, I'm in my 30s.
You sound like
That's how we go.
You sound like a married man. Yeah.
You sound like
I'm
Moscow.
sorry.
Pretty much.
Hey, Beeb, you hugged me once. I was wearing a cowboy hat.
I haven't showered since.
Did you feel her boobs
It was
pressing against your
summertime.
midsection?
Hey,
Yeah.
Beef, this one time I had a boner, and you were there, and
You didn't see me, but I saw you.
I was in one corner of the room, and you were in the other.
Calling the cops on me.
And Sam was there. Fuck that guy.
I met the whole family.
I'm sure you
I
were
met the whole
very
family.
nice.
Hey,
And this
Stop
other
letting
time,
me
I was dreaming about the same time when we were in the room, and I was in the corner, and you were in the other corner.
And you had a boner? No, I had a boner.
One of us had a boner, and Sam didn't like it.
Because he didn't have a boner.
Fuck that guy. There was only one boner.
And we traded off with it.
All right, Nathan, you are in the running for Drunk of the Week. 888-401-BEER. Call us up and get in the running for a chance to win Craft Beer Bar Mitzvah, the new book by Jeremy Cowan, the proprietor of...
Signed copy.
Shmaltz. Signed by Zach.
With an
Signed by Zach's
He's gonna write
girlfriend.
an introduction.
Signed by Zach's girlfriend. It's actually going to be the book that we give out today.
With Zach watching.
It'll be the hairless,
Win a save
thinnest
the date to
signature
my
you've ever
wedding.
seen.
But you're not invited. You just have to save the date.
You are totally not invited. When is the wedding, Zach?
I'm not telling
When is
you.
this so-called wedding?
I'm not telling any of you people.
Do you people even get married?
Where is it? In the valley?
San Diego.
Oh.
All right, caller, you're on the air. Who are we talking to?
all right, what's up?
Who are we talking to?
I am calling from fucking wild and wonderful West Virginia.
All right, West Virginia. And what's your name?
Dude, stop raping that dog in the background.
My name is Ryan. I'm here with my wife.
What's your cousin's name?
Ryan from West
My
Virginia.
cousin.
That is your wife, your cousin.
Yeah, maybe.
JP, is that
It
you?
is.
No, that was all our little German friend over there.
That's you in the other room?
Oh, maybe.
All right, Ryan and his wife, his giggly wife. What have you guys had to drink tonight?
We started with the Duchess.
Oh.
Yeah, we did.
I think she should be the one who's telling us
All right,
what
yeah,
they drink.
yeah, actually, Ryan, pass the phone.
Put your wife on.
Pass the phone to your old lady, will you?
All right, yeah, here she is.
Thank you.
Cousin or whatever you guys
Welcome,
call it.
Giggles.
Hi, I'm so excited.
Hi, Giggles. So tell us what else you've had to drink tonight.
Okay, so the Duchess is wonderful, and we started with that. And because my husband homebrews,
Right.
we had
There's no
a
cuz.
Scottish shilling 70. They make fun of me. And we had this other IPA, which was good. And so I've been drinking that a lot. It was like 6%, which was nice. I mean, he did a good job.
Okay.
And I'm not quite sure what else, but
How long you guys been married?
feeding me drinks.
What's your name?
Oh shit! Almost 5 years.
Almost 5 years. What's your name?
Mm-hmm.
Giggles.
Sarah.
Sarah.
Giggles. Long time. But...
Why would you call me that?
Does every hot chick remotely associated with brewing need to be named Sarah?
I guess so. And
Oh no, I'm hot and I like brewing. It's good.
And your name's Sarah.
Perfect.
Yeah, exactly. So it's good.
You know, I will say that this is the most concise story a woman has ever told.
Ever? Or on this show?
Ever.
You mean ever?
Yeah. What have you had to
Just
drink?
wait.
I've had this, this, and this. Fucking great.
Right.
Yeah. Well.
Yeah. All right.
Perfect.
Nice
well,
job, Sarah.
You guys are now in the running for Drunk of the Week. You can be proud of yourselves.
Thank you.
Do you have to work tomorrow?
Yeah, well.
Gotta
Yeah.
work on that
but,
pole, you know what I'm saying?
What do you do?
sucks.
What do you do? Are you a teacher?
I'm a school
no,
bus
I'm a
driver.
pediatrician.
You're a pediatrician. Hey, Doc, she's a pediatrician.
I drink
exactly.
too.
Tell Doc that. Thank you. Tell him that. I'm not an actual doctor, but yeah.
All right.
No.
Ryan and Sarah now in the running for Drunk of the Week. Thank you for the phone call. That is 3 contestants. We'll take probably one more, and then we'll get out of here.
Sarah's a pediatrician. Does that mean she's a Jew? Has to mean she's a Jew, right?
It could be.
Yeah.
It's a
Even in
good,
West
strong
Virginia.
possibility.
Likely.
Even in West Virginia.
All right, caller from North Carolina. Who are we talking to?
Nobody on the West Coast, though.
I thought they only had, like,
Again.
Who is it?
birth mothers. And...
Say it one more time.
Is it Kirk again?
Yes, it is.
What do you want, Kirk?
We just, I wanted to actually tell you what I have had to drink tonight.
I thought we got that already.
And I want you to beam me up.
All right, go ahead, Kirk.
No, last time was a bit confusing.
Go ahead,
Yeah.
Kirk. Yeah, you're right. We were totally confused. Give it to us again.
Just cut through the confusion.
What I have had to drink tonight is I had
Voices in the night, crying to heaven.
Yeah, I got it.
Oh, that's a good beer. I love that one. That's a good beer.
You got any of those left?
And I had the APA from Jamil's recipe.
Oh, yeah, good stuff.
And I
Good
mixed
stuff.
it with Semco and Cascade.
That guy's opened a brewery.
In the keg.
Okay.
Very good. Excuse me?
We are.
Personally, I've never had a better beer.
Across the sand.
Anything else?
Yeah, it's a good beer.
We are.
That's pretty nuts, man.
That guy's got a crazy list.
Strangers' hand.
Okay, great job. You are
times.
still in the running for Drunk of the Week.
Epic.
888-401-BEER. And that's the number. We'll take one more phone call from somebody who has not called in yet. And see if we can get ourselves a Drunk of the Week winner. Winning a brand new book, Craft Beer Bar Mitzvah, from Jeremy Cowan, signed by Zach's fiance.
With Zach watching?
With Zach watching.
Right.
We'll take it. We'll send a photo of Zach watching Liz sign the book.
We can do it live
With the book. We'll do it on the webcam.
webcam.
We'll do it on the webcam.
Sweet.
Zach will stand on this table while Liz signs the book.
Is that the same number? All right. Caller from Pennsylvania. Who are we talking to?
Yes, awesome. It's Sarah again.
Hi, baby.
Hi.
Hi, baby.
Hi, Sarah. What's happening?
Oh, just drinking,
What are you guys doing?
having a little IPA,
All right.
having fun.
Unless one of you is going to throw up on the air, I got to clear the lines. Anyway, any of you feel like throwing up?
No, I've heard that before, and that's disgusting. No,
Okay.
I would just maybe show my tits, but that's it.
Go ahead.
All right. Well,
do it.
Nothing better than tits on the radio.
Do it.
This is a time where I pause and reflect about my career decisions and realize that boy, am I a dumb shit.
Here's what you can do, Sarah. You can pull those things out and then just hit them with the telephone.
Email those
so we can hear them.
at BrewingNetwork.com.
JP clearly has done this before. He's like, yeah, just hit them on the phone.
Just hit the phone.
Hey, motorboat for us.
She wants your credit card number, JP.
Just motorboat those
Pretend
things.
I'm not.
Wait, I want to miss it.
Yeah,
Hold
well,
on.
pretend I'm not a pediatrician. That's good.
Yeah, have Ryan motorboat those things for us.
Yeah, well, I would, except,
he's outside throwing up.
pediatrician. That's not proper. So.
All right, thank you for the call.
Oh, nothing more than a stuck-up hot chick.
Believe me, it's not you, it's me. It's not you, it's my career path.
Bevo's dying in the background.
I hate radio.
Sorry.
Radio's stupid. You know what's not stupid?
What's that?
Tits.
Yeah, that's true. You could have seen him.
Human, come here.
All right.
Often they're not.
Jeremy, I apologize to your mother for you.
I don't accept your apology.
Just tell her to tune out.
On behalf of anybody associated with anything.
Right.
Ever in the world.
Other than Sarah.
Here's what you do.
Our
When you
matriarch. Is her husband's name Abraham?
I'm pretty sure. Here's what you do, Zach.
Let
Just a
my
little
people-
advice. When you tweet about this media appearance, you just recommend tuning out after hour 3.
I actually left the K out of Brewing Network.
Right.
Brewing Network?
You never find it.
Yeah.
Smart move.
We're at the Brewing Network.
All right. How about this? Is that a new caller? All right. This will be our last Drunk of the Week contestant.
It's San Diego Matt.
All right. San Diego Matt, what's happening, brother?
What's happening, guys?
ASD, what's happening?
Hey, Matt, are you the one whose dogs all died and wife also left them all at the same time?
Stop.
That is that's the reason I'm calling back.
How you doing, buddy?
We are far beyond that point. So
You are? How are things going now?
Well, I'm about to jump.
well, I have a dog. I have a place to live.
That's good.
Make
I
more
like
money
the dog.
than I used to.
Have you? When's?
And the Coronado Bridge is not that high.
Have you gotten? Have you gotten laid recently?
He's got a new dog.
All right. Well, hang in there. Hang in there. Don't let me rain on your parade. He has a dog.
He should get a prize package from the Brewing Network. Have you learned your lesson about getting married?
Actually, let me tell you. Let me take this opportunity to let you know about a brand new sponsor. Just hang in there, Matt. You know you can go to AdamandEve.com. Are you looking to spice things up in the bedroom? Been fantasizing about surprising your lover with an adventurous new toy? Or maybe you're divorced and your dog died.
Yeah, and you need a fleshlight.
You can get. Let's see what happens. Go to AdamandEve.com, and for a limited time only, you get 50% off just about any item. But that's not all. When you order that item, you get 3 free DVDs for a little, inspiration, and a free extra gift that's so sensual we can't even mention it on the Brewing Network. So go to AdamandEve.com, 50% off, 3 free DVDs, and also a sensual gift. Put in coupon code BNARMY. That's BNARMY when you check out at AdamandEve.com and get all of your good stuff. Okay, so there you go, Matt.
I'll tell you, they'll sponsor anybody.
That's Adam and Steve.
AdamandEve.com.
AdamandEve.com. All right, are you calling in for Drunk of the Week, Matt?
I am, yes.
Let's face it, Matt really should be Drunk of the Month.
Sad bastard of the month.
Well, with what he's been through, I mean.
Well, his dog died, which is bad, but he got a divorce, which is good.
How have you been? How have you been
dog
feeling
died.
lately? Have you been feeling lately, Matt? Okay.
I'm doing okay.
Yeah.
I'm getting by.
How's work going?
Okay, I don't really want to cut myself tonight. Can we move on?
Bevo, it's the view. Leave it alone.
I mean it.
No, I'm doing fine.
You doing all right?
Things are good. We got past the dog issue, and
That's good. That was rough.
we're moving on.
Get
So
it
let me
rough.
just get to my fucking list, all right?
All right. No,
Well, you got to rub it in with little subtle jokes like that, like
I'm
rough.
not trying to do. I just
Okay,
want to know.
all right.
Just trying to figure out.
I
how,
love that
you
the
know.
I'll be
caller
quiet
has
for
to
a few
shut
more
you
minutes,
guys
and you
up.
guys can rub
That's
it in.
awesome.
How's that?
He's like, let me just pull you guys down.
It's true. And by the way, we've been doing this for 5 years, Jeremy. We're really good at this.
And you wonder why we've been unsuccessful for 5 of those years.
Right. All right, Matt. What have you had to drink?
You ever wonder why people always say what when we're on the phone with you?
What?
Good God, you guys sound like you're underwater.
I know.
But so do you.
All right. What have you had to drink?
Oh, yeah, but I am.
Oh, yeah, you do.
My underwater friends.
All right. What have you had to drink?
I had 8 Heinekens, I had 3 Amstel Lights, and I had 4 Tecates today watching football.
So you've had a lot of water.
So let's talk.
Yeah, basically.
Matt,
Peed a lot.
Matt, I thought you said you were doing okay.
You're drinking way too much by the.
What's going on?
At least he's well hydrated.
I'm going for quantity over quality at the moment.
No,
I do have a Dortmunder in the fridge.
You didn't even do that what?
I can't give you Drunk of the Week just on principle.
Hey, no, he's got a
Hey, I'm
sad,
just trying
sad
to- I'm trying
story. A sad
You
story.
guys were saying you guys were saying you had one more drunk of the week call, so I'd call in with the prosthetic offering. You could end the show, and you guys could leave.
He's ending our
I'm here for your
misery, and
support
I
tonight.
appreciate that. Thank you, Matt.
Yeah, see?
Bevo, only the courts can end your misery.
All right, Matt, I'll put you in the running, but I'm not going to vote for you. I'm going to be
Put him
honest.
in. Hey, that's okay, Jay. That's fine. I hope you're blessed, guys.
All right. All right, hang in there, brother. Okay, here's what we have. We have Kirk, who had a lot of beer. He gave me a whole list, and there's a bunch of things I scribbled down here. And then we had Nathan, who didn't really list a lot of beer, but sounded super drunk.
He
was our drunk sound.
In his defense, we didn't let him list a lot of beer.
Right. That's true.
Didn't do anything.
He was real drunk. Then we had
he got stonehinged,
and he was from Pennsylvania. Then we had Ryan and Sarah from West Virginia. And Sarah did offer to show us her boobs, except that she's a pediatrician. So for some reason, she's not allowed.
I vote.
And then we had Matt, who's had a tough year. Let's face it.
So have I.
Sad story. He drank a lot of yellow beer.
Right. Wasn't doing too well.
Not even a lot of yellow beer.
It's still
he had like
sad.
8 yellow beers.
It's still sad.
All right. So by show of hands, we're going to go down the list. You now know who the contestants are. Everybody voting for Kirk, who had a shitload of beer, raise your hand. Okay, a couple votes for Kirk. Everybody for Nathan, who had a lot of beer that we didn't get through, raise your hand. 7.
Doc voted twice.
7.
No, I did not.
Okay.
How dare you even say that?
Ryan and Sarah from West Virginia.
Although that would have been my second vote.
Another couple votes.
How about a half vote?
I don't understand.
Yeah, Becca's voting for 2 these days.
Why do all you have to people do the Zig Heil? It's not necessary.
It's not appropriate.
Just saying.
And finally, Matt from San Diego, who had a lot of dead things this year.
No votes.
Just 2 vote, one vote, 2 votes. Is the Black Power vote worth 1 or 2?
It's
Terrence?
worth 3/4 of a vote.
5
I think
votes.
is legally what it is.
That makes it close. That makes 6 votes for Matt, but Nathan, the drunk guy, wins with 7 votes. For Drunk of the Week, and wins himself a copy of Craft Beer Bar Mitzvah, the new book by Jeremy Cowan. You can buy the book over at schmaltzbrewing.com, and we're going to send you a signed copy by Zach's girlfriend.
Nathan just messaged me. If he didn't win, he was willing to chug a Four Loko on the air.
Oh, we don't want to kill anybody.
We don't want those lawsuits on us.
I hear it's triple hopped.
Next, I have
literally 3 hops.
They have some red ones.
I have the Wood family on the line.
Okay.
The family Wood?
All right. Woods, what's happening? Oh, wait.
Oh, am I on the radio?
I wouldn't say radio.
Only if you have a song.
Yeah. Loosely defined.
I do.
Excellent.
In my heart.
I'm kind of depressed by all this sad talk, so I'd like to end it on a happy note and say congratulations on another great year of the Brewing Network.
Yeah.
Thank you, Andy. We appreciate that. Yes.
Okay.
Why aren't you here?
And what is your song?
Well, I'm not here because I have relatives coming in tomorrow, but my song
Like
is
I care about
a song
tomorrow.
I like to call Tomorrow is Another Day.
Give us your song.
I'm trying to make this short. But this song is called Let Us Rejoice, and it's in honor of our guests, your guests. And I'd like absolute radio silence, if you don't mind.
Of course. As always, Andy.
Of course, okay. Let me clean the pipes out a little bit. I just had an old man fart that I made that I didn't recognize the smell of, so I'm kind of concerned, but if you don't mind holding on 1 second.
Right.
Okay, here we go. Radio silent. Here we go. Doom 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 doom. Hava Nagila. Hava Nagila. Hava Nagila Veniz Mecha. Hava Nagila. Hava Nagila. Hava Nagila Veniz Mecha. Habana Renina, Habana Renina, Habana Renina, Beneficia. Hey! Thank you.
It took the whole song for the studio to get into rhythm.
Right.
Yeah. Right. How many musicians are here?
I'm off to do my own bris.
Thank you, Andy Wood.
Shaky the Moil.
All right. Well, wonderful job. You know, Jeremy, remember that time you came in the studio?
And things went well?
I don't remember that. It's weird. I was blacked out the whole time.
Well, no, don't say black. Terrence is here.
African
He's
American
sensitive
now.
about it.
Take it.
Yeah.
Remember when we had that great interview that you could share with all your friends and family?
I just really respect what you've accomplished here in this room tonight.
And it was going so well for a little while.
Can you believe I've never had a sponsor cancel after these?
After they've come in?
Yeah. It's kind of amazing. I can't believe it.
It's kind of like, Jeremy, you started your company with a punchline.
Right.
We started ours with a joke with no punchline. It's just kind of...
Right.
Yeah.
We're still waiting for it.
Just keep trying.
Yes, Bevo, with your hand up.
Just a question about the giveaways.
Yeah. Oh, I'm supposed to do the raffle.
Oh, damn. It's
Fuck.
Just because it's a whole lot of money for people's
You
Christmas.
can just call me producer if you want.
I will.
Oh!
I'll tell you what. You know
On
what?
that note, I have to pee.
In 2011, Beef, I am doubling your salary.
That's like a 2 internship situation there.
Yes.
Then things get weird.
So she's an intern now?
Yes.
Nice.
Nice.
I have to find the stupid winners. They're here somewhere.
We have them?
Somewhere.
We can't just vote?
Arbitrarily vote.
So you want to pick listeners to vote on?
I vote for...
Give me a name.
Bill Smith.
Goldberg.
Can you put on
Goldberg.
werewolf bar mitzvah or something?
Man, I do have to do this, and I can't find the stupid thing.
You have a Worgen bar mitzvah.
Well, I'm going to take a break and come back.
Werewolf? You don't want to let people off right now.
No, there's no more breaks. I have no more breaks left.
You've got them locked in.
Yeah, what we do is we let them off at the high, Jeremy. We bring them all the way up, and then we let them go.
Just when they can't
So,
take
Jeremy,
it
on this Hanukkah versus
go.
Christmas thing over at the Tornado,
Nice.
who's
He's trying to
defending
save the
Christmas?
show.
Oh, yeah.
Tasty's a pro.
Who's taking the Christmas side?
Tasty's
8 hours ago, that might have been
Tasty's
good.
going in. Well, that's funny because every year we usually invite one of our friends, and this year all of our friends are already getting prepped for their drunk Christmas night. So we're just going straight up against all the Noels that we can get our hands on at the Tornado.
Perfect.
And even they don't know what they're going to have
Yeah.
on. They were like, just talk to me the day before.
Steve
and I'll
was
tell
like,
you.
let's find out what's left at all these wholesalers.
But really, the
Scoop
most
'em up.
important thing is that we're going to have a ridiculous Hanukkah lineup, plus latkes, plus
And cake.
dreidel, perhaps.
Oh, wow.
Plus, Zach's fiance will be signing books all night long.
Nice.
Yeah.
We're actually writing a book. It's called Craft Beer Vietnamese New Year. We're about halfway done.
Right.
Just getting started.
Yeah.
As long as Scott's girlfriend makes the latkes, we're going to be in for a treat.
Scott's book is called A Girl Likes Me. It's coming out next month.
It's actually called A Girl Puts Up With Me.
I've got
Other than my
latkes.
mom.
Puts out with me. Get it right.
It's actually called My Mom Sometimes Calls Me.
All right, here's what we have. I have donation
Sometimes I
winners
answer.
since August. So we
Wow.
have 4
Wow.
winners. $100 to Beer and More Beer. You can go over to morebeer.com. We'll be sending you your gift certificate. You can shop online and get all your home brewing supplies at our official Sunday session sponsor, More Beer. All right, August winner is... I think I have a real one.
Oh. No, I've been replaced.
It's actually Nico from Nico Brew. Yes. Also a recurring donor.
Hey, Nico, More Beer has a lot of hops you can buy.
You can buy $100 of hops and resell them over at nicobrew.com.
It's got a lot of recurring things.
All right, September winner. Scott Townsend, $100 to Beer and More Beer.
I like the name.
All right. October winner. Jeremy Wheeler. Yes.
Jeremy.
Yes. Jeremy Wheeler is a big money subscriber. Got himself a lot of names in the hat. Thank you
50
for that.
cents, thank you.
And he now has $100 to spend over at morebeer.com. And finally, November's winner. Aaron Smith.
No!
That's right. All right, all you have to do to enter to win is go over to the Brewing Network and sign up as a recurring donor for the More Beer donation giveaway. And we give away something every month, or we stack them up for 4 months because we get lazy and don't do them every month.
Recurring donor, more like recurring boner. Hello.
It's just locked up.
I try real hard.
All right.
5 hours is hard, okay?
You know,
So
a
am I.
half hour was hard today. 4 hours.
Was it really that bad?
I was hard a half
I
hour.
tried.
Not for you.
All right.
All right. Hey, Jeremy, Zach.
Hey, Justin.
Come back anytime, really. Just stop in. Hang out with us. It's been a lot of fun. Better yet, just send over Liz. And
we have a bunch of books for her to sign.
Bring the books.
Yeah. She's so popular.
Bring the books.
No, it's really great to have you finally in the studio. I appreciate your time.
Thank you so much for having me, and congratulations to you guys.
Thank
Making
you.
it happen.
Well, schmaltzbrewing.com. Check it out. You can get we didn't have to give away a recipe today because they are all over on the website.
Yeah.
So scale them down yourself.
I'll be hitting that tomorrow.
We would love to hear from people.
Good beers.
We just set up kind of info at schmaltzbrewing.com this year, so send us an email. Keep in touch if you'd like to be on our local email list for events and stuff like that. We don't really harass people too much, but we definitely love to hear from people, and you can email. It's Jeremy at Hebrew Beer or Zach at Shmaltz Brewing, and we won't give out Liz's email tonight.
Shit.
Yeah, I know you're waiting for it.
But I'll be sure to forward those emails along.
Thank you, Zach. Always coming through. I see why you keep Zach around. He comes through. He's like a come through guy.
I'm the rock.
Solid.
Is that an Adam and Eve?
That is it. It's a
come through. Get it?
Order the come through guy.
He's a little blow up doll.
It's a lady sensation. All right.
What happened just now?
I played the wrong.
Were we awkward?
Where's Barbara Streisand and Geddy Lee when you need them?
Hopefully making the best child ever.
Oh, thank God 2010 is over.
Woo! Fuck you, 2010. Eat a dick.
All right, we're off for the next 2 weeks. We're off Christmas weekend and New Year's weekend because Tasty has things to do and places
Better
to be.
things to do, for sure.
So...
I'm still around.
Don't
I
tune
can do shows.
Doc
Hey, me
will be
too.
here. Doc and
Let's
JP
do a show.
will be here.
Yeah. Can we?
Stop emailing
I'm around.
me, too.
All right.
I'm totally around.
Let's do it.
All right, thanks again to Shmaltz Brewing Company. You can find Hebrew beer all over the country. Just go to schmaltzbrewing.com. You can find out where it's on tap next to you or what store you can buy it on. And what are you, like 15 different brews you guys are putting out all the time. So
yeah, between the Hebrew and the Coney Island line right now, I think we had a beer dinner that was 27 draft lines in Jacksonville. So
that's crazy.
That
dude.
was a big, disgusting, beautiful night. Beautiful night.
Big, beautiful night. All right, so check it out. Thanks again to Jeremy and Zach. I do appreciate you guys being here.
Thanks, guys.
And to my staff, you guys did a great job this year. Moscow, it was good having you on board in 2010. I think you made a big difference, and I appreciate it.
I
think the
appreciate that
listeners
Christmas
do, too.
bonus also.
All of you guys are getting
Like you need it,
huge
Scott.
bonuses via Jeremy. He's gonna give you all a bottle of beer tonight.
Nice.
It's your BN.
No, I want a signed personal copy of that book. That's what I want.
And I think I speak for everyone when I say, Bevo, more cleavage in 2011.
Yeah.
And less attitude.
And thank you to my dad for helping out with the Yiddish segment.
That I can promise you.
Yeah.
Thank you to my dad for marijuana rag.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Screw my dad. I hope he
Very
falls down the
excited
fucking
Barry
stairs.
and Marty, thank you guys.
All right, ladies, we'll see you next year. Cheers.
Give me a wheat beer on a hot summer day. A mark will do me when the skies are gray. I'll take a Belgian brew anytime, and the women think that Lambic's fine. But don't you give me that American crude, boys, I want a real home brew. Home brew, don't you really love it that a home brew? Can't get enough of it. Home